TV64 special presentation.
Heidi, this is Bullwinkle Moose.
And this is Rocky the Flying Squirrel. Welcome to the second annual Cartoon Carnival on WIII TV64. Tonight, we find out that Bullwinkle becomes an Earl.
Cod-liver or Cassie?
No, Earl. You become the Earl of Crankcase. See, because Bullwinkle has the word Rue Britannia on his foot. That proves he's the rightful heir to the Crankcase fortune. And Bullwinkle, you're going to inherit £1 million.
£1 million? Sounds kind of heavy.
Nevertheless, that's what you're going to inherit.
Inherit? I can't even lift it.
But before Bullwinkle can get the money, he has to live for 1 week in abominable manner.
Shucks, I've been living in an abominable manner all my life.
No. Never mind. But it's not going to be easy. The nephews of the late Earl want the money, too. So they try to get rid of Bullwinkle and me permanently. And when that fails, they call in the Exterminator. Well, here we go again, folks. Tune in and see what happens to us tonight.
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Again?
Open up my sleeve. Presto! No doubt about it. I gotta get another hat.
Now here's something we hope you'll really like.
There are those who say the richest man in England was the Earl of Crankcase. I use the past tense because one day in back of his ancestral home, Abominable Manor, the Earl decided to take a swim.
I shall take a short dip and then have tea.
Unfortunately, the Earl was absent-minded. Not only didn't he have any tea in the house, but he didn't have a pool. The effects of the tragedy were far-reaching. Before the week was out, the 3 surviving members of the Crankcase family gathered at the law firm of Lamb, Curry, and Rice for the reading of the will. These were distant nephews of the late Earl, Filcher, Belcher, and Jay.
Oh, how we grieve our dear uncle's passing.
Oh, how we'll miss him. Oh, how much did he leave us?
Nothing. The entire estate, consisting of £1 million note, goes to the new Earl of Crankcase. And this is what he looks like.
The only existing photograph was a glossy 8x10 of a 12x4 foot. On the sole of the foot was an inscription reading, Rue Britannia.
Find a foot with that on it and I'll show you the new Earl.
Wasting not a second, the nephews searched their souls.
Mine says, don't tread on me. Fiddlesticks.
Mine says, walk softly and carry a big stick. Oh, prunes.
How do you spell Britannia?
It was apparent that the heir apparent was none of them. By the end of the week, the law offices were overrun with barefoot boys with lots of cheek, all claiming to be the new Earl. It was just about then that a prominent London physician made a startling discovery.
This isn't the foot of a man. It's the foot of a moose.
And that brings us to Frostbite Falls, Minnesota, home of our stalwart hero, Rocket J. Squirrel.
Oh, I hate my uncle, but I love my antlers, 'cause antlers are a moose's best friend. Hey, Rock,
Huh? What is it, Bullwinkle?
hand me my shower cap, will you?
Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. Anything I can't stand is wet horns.
Say, have you seen the morning paper? It says here they're looking for a moose foot with Rue Britannia on it.
You mean like this?
Yeah, like that. Bullwinkle, your foot.
Sure, it's my foot. I got another one just like it. They come in pairs, you know.
But Bullwinkle.
Sometimes they come in apples and kumquats, but mostly in pairs.
Yeah, but those words on the bottom of your foot, don't you know what that means?
Yeah, I got a scrub hardy.
No, you're the new Earl of Crankcase.
Notifying the Crankcase lawyer of the big news, the boys then departed for England.
Here's champion news, gentlemen. The new Earl has been located and will arrive within the hour aboard the SS Flotsam.
Oh, how jolly.
Here, here. By the way, sir, what would happen if the Earl were to meet with a timely accident?
Why, then you chaps would split the inheritance.
Flushed with incentive, the nephews dashed to the nearest beach just as the channel swim got underway. Pretending to be part of the competition, the cunning threesome dove into the water and appeared to be swimming to France. However, they had barely left shore when suddenly they veered at a 90-degree angle and set a more or less indirect course for the good ship Flotsam, which had just entered the harbor.
Look out this porthole, Rock. They got the strangest-looking purposes in these waters.
Those aren't porpoises, Bullwinkle.
What then, mermen?
No, they're probably diving for pennies.
Actually, they were diving for the bottom of the boat. Once there, they promptly drilled a gaping hole.
Awful warm cabin we're in. Look how we're perspiring.
Bullwinkle, that's seawater.
Indeed it was, and in a matter of minutes, the cabin was almost filled. Will this turn out to be a one-episode story? Don't miss Earl and Water Don't Mix, or next time, take the drain.
Centuries ago, in ancient Arabia, there was a modest little lamp shop owned and operated by a young man whom everybody called Aladdin, because Aladdin was his name. The lamp business was very poor, and Aladdin never had any customers, but that wasn't surprising because he didn't have any lamps either.
The place is the front. I got a pinochle game going on in the back room.
Then one day, a very rich and powerful king walked into the shop and said,
I need a lamp.
Sorry, Your Highness. I can't sell you a lamp. How about a deck of cards?
No. Now you get me a lamp or I shall have you thrown into a dungeon for your insolence.
Aladdin knew that the king meant what he said, so he frantically dashed out of the shop in search of a lamp, but in his haste, unfortunately for him, happened to step into a rather large hole. And down he tumbled into the inky darkness.
I seem to be in a bottomless pit with a bottom in it.
He was.
With no way out.
There wasn't. But just then, in the dim light, Aladdin happened to see a strange-looking lamp lying on the floor. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was inscribed with the words, "Rub me and get a surprise." Aladdin rubbed, and he got a surprise.
Good heavens! A genie!
Yes, her name was Jeannie, and she had light brown hair.
Is your name Stephen Foster?
No, it's Aladdin. Are you a magic genie?
Heavens, no. I'm just an ordinary girl who was brought up in a lamp, that's all.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Try making a wish and see for yourself.
Okay. I wish we were out of this pit.
And lo and behold, they were. Just like that.
Can you imagine? All the time I was stuck in that lamp and I could have wished myself out. Oh, the years I've wasted.
According to the book, I get 3 wishes. I've already used up one, so I gotta be mighty careful with the others.
Aladdin hurried back to his shop and greeted the waiting king.
I got a lamp for you, Your Highness.
Well, it's about time. A little dirty, isn't it?
I can have it cleaned up for you in no time.
You shine it up, and I shall return at 3:30 to pick it up.
Now, look, Genie, baby, I gotta check on the game in the back room. You shine it up for me, will you?
A busy mind is a happy mind, so Jeannie decided to shine the lamp. However, upon rubbing it...
Well, what? Another genie.
My name is Sally. Are you Stephen Foster?
At that moment, the king returned to his palace and was confronted by the Grand Vizier.
Terrible news, Your Highness. Your throne has been taken from you. You are no longer king.
No? Who is?
Me.
And with that, the king disappeared through a trap door. The Grand Vizier sat on the throne and surveyed the plush throne room.
What this room needs is a lamp.
So saying, he went to the only lamp shop in town, Aladdin's. And by this time, the shop was literally jammed with recent inhabitants of the lamp found by Aladdin.
Let me get this straight. You mean to say all you girls lived in a lamp the same time as me?
That's right.
Ladies, ladies! I came here to purchase a lamp.
This is the only lamp in the shop, but it's a little busy right now.
It's also a little dirty.
We can't help that, so shine it up yourself.
The Grand Vizier took the lamp and started to rub, and who should appear but the king.
That was a sneaky trick, Vizier, dropping me through that trap door.
But, how did you get in the lamp?
Don't ask me. It was your trap door. Now prepare to defend yourself, Grand Wazir. I'm about to seek revenge. What do you say to that?
I say, oh, yeah?
They were about to clash in mortal combat when the card game in the back room broke up and Aladdin came out.
Hey, what's going on out here?
This evil Grand Wazir tried to steal my throne, for he wishes to be king.
This suddenly gave Aladdin a brilliant idea. He could use one of his remaining wishes and make himself king. Then he could get out of the pinochle game in the backroom business and live like a king.
I wish that I were king.
But nothing happened. Then it came back to him. During the aforementioned pinochle game in the back room, he had unwittingly wished for 2 aces, one at a time, and his magic wishes had been used up.
I goofed.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You mean to tell me you got 3 wishes when you robbed the lamp?
Exactly. And now I'm going to rub it again so I can get 3 more wishes. Then I'll be king.
Oh, no, you're not. I am.
A vicious struggle broke out between Aladdin and the evil Wazir, each striving to rub the lamp first. As it turned out, they both rubbed at the same time, but instead of a genie or Sally or Mary appearing, nothing appeared. Instead, something disappeared. Namely, Aladdin and the Wazir. The king was safe at last, which only goes to prove that, well, my word, what does it prove?
Absolutely nothing, except maybe that only in checkers should one try to jump a king.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Thank you for your order, and be sure to look for your free gift. Would you like to receive a free gift, too, and save money at the same time? I'll be right back to show you how.
The Old West. Not much left anymore. Just a few crumbling buildings, dusty mementos, and legends. Lots of legends, though not all of them square with the facts. That's why Time Life Books got on the trail of the Old West. Good thing, too. They rescued photographs you didn't know existed. Put it all down while you could still get the straight story about people. Like these 2 sons of a Baptist minister. They staged the first daylight bank robbery in U.S. history. Frank and Jesse James. Here's Clay Allison. Called himself a shootist. Hair-triggered Bat Masterson, who wound up a New York sports writer. And what kind of lady was wanted for horse stealing and bootlegging? That was no lady. That was Belle Starr. John Wesley Harton. Before the Texas Rangers caught up with him, he shot 44 men. One of them just for snoring too loud. And that's in your first book alone, The Gunfighters. A big, handsome volume with a look and feel of hand-tool leather. Take 10 days to look it over. No obligation. Return it, and you can forget the Old West. Or keep it, and about every other month, you'll get another volume for the same free once-over. The Great Chiefs, the Gamblers, the 49ers. Keep those you won't. Cancel any time. The Old West. You still find it in Time Life Books.
Hi, I'm Kathy at Time Life Books. If you call now, you'll get the Gunfighters for just $4.95 plus shipping and handling. That's $8 off the regular price. Plus, you'll receive this Western belt buckle free when you purchase your first book.
Call 1-800-824-2300. That's 1-800-824-2300.
This offer ends soon, so call now.
If you're one of the 10 million people troubled by bladder or bowel control problems, colostomy or ileostomy, here's something you should know. Now you can get effective deodorant protection simply by taking these tablets. New Nullo deodorant tablets. Taken as directed, Nullo tablets safely and effectively provide the deodorant protection you need. So try new Nullo deodorant tablets. Deodorant protection that really works.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
And now for the cultural part of our program, we bring you Bullwinkle's Corner with that moose of letters, Bullwinkle.
Hello there. Today's poem is from Mother Moose.
Mother Goose.
Goose? Must be a misprint. Anyways, the poem is Little Miss Muffet. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet.
What's a tuffet? What's a tuffet?
It's what I'm sitting on. Eating her curds and whey. Boy, this stuff is terrible. Along come a spiderette. You're the spider?
He couldn't make it.
But you ain't scary. You're supposed to scare me.
Okay, fellas, up.
Take two. Along come a spider and sat down beside her and... A spider!
Hey, Miss Muffet, your curds and whey are on your hand.
Let me tell you something. I'd rather wear 'em than eat 'em.
And now...
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
But that trick never worked.
This time for sure. Presto! Well, I'm getting close.
And now it's time for another special feature.
Hello again, Peabody and Sherman here, but not for long. We are just about to leave for Cambridge, England.
And what's the year, Mr. Peabody?
1686, Sherman, where we shall meet that eminent mathematician and experimental philosopher, the man who proved the law of gravity with the falling of a falling apple, Sir Isaac Newton. The Wayback Machine responded beautifully, depositing Sherman and me at the base of an English apple tree. Sure enough, there was Sir Isaac Newton.
I'm ruined. It's the end of everything for me.
Something wrong, Mr. Newton?
Yes, it's my theory on gravity. It won't work.
Of course it will. You simply take an apple from the tree, toss it into the air, and it will fall.
Would you care to wager?
By the tone of his voice, I knew he had attempted what I had just prescribed, but I insisted he try again.
Very well. I have the apple, correct?
Correct.
I toss it in the air thusly, correct?
Correct. And now it'll fall to the ground, correct?
Incorrect. Oh.
Strange as it sounds, the apple remained in midair.
But that's impossible. Whatever goes up must come down. Everybody knows that.
Quite. You know it, and I know it, but those ruddy apples don't seem to know it.
I assure you there's a plausible explanation for everything. Observe. Plucking the apple from the air, I neatly sliced it open to examine the interior. Just as I suspected. A rare species of fluttering fruit fly.
I'm afraid it's become quite clear that I shall never be able to prove the law of gravity with a falling apple if those apples won't fall.
May I suggest you simply find another source of apples?
I said, champion idea. Why didn't I think of it?
Going into town, we managed to locate the local fruit peddler.
One apple, please.
Hey, how about a nice banana?
No, thank you. An apple, please.
Maybe you like a good marshmallow.
What have you got against apples?
Nothing, except I don't got no apples.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask me.
All right, then give me a banana. I guess it'll fall as well as a blooming apple will.
Gosh, he can't do that. History will be all wrong if he proves the law of gravity with a banana.
Don't worry, Sherman. If he tosses the banana into the air from where he is standing, I'm certain it will not come down.
I hereby prove that what goes up must come down by tossing this banana into the air. Oh, Jove, it didn't come down. Now, don't tell me I've proved there is no gravity.
No, Sir Isaac, only that monkeys like bananas.
Good heavens, it is a monkey.
Fate seemed to be working against Sir Isaac, and needless to say, he was becoming quite discouraged.
It's no use, gentlemen. There's simply no place else to find an apple.
You're mistaken, Sir Isaac. I am certain that you can obtain an apple right across the street.
The schoolhouse, of course. There's always an apple for the teacher in a schoolhouse.
Sir Isaac dashed his DS-32 and explained his plight to the teacher, who, of course, was only too happy to give him her apple for such a worthy cause. With success in sight, Newton happily ran from the school, only to have misfortune overtake him once more. The apple rolled from his hand with such force that it rolled for 2 blocks and directly into the Cambridge Polo Grounds, where it was, quite naturally, mistaken for the ball by one of the players. Through the goalposts for the winning point, I might add, hit a spectator squarely on the head, flew high into the air where it came to rest, of all places, on top of a very high flagpole.
That did it. This is one of those things you just can't fight.
Oh, one moment, sir. I feel that at last you can prove your law of gravity with no further ado.
Not with that apple, I can't. I could never climb way up there to get it.
You don't have to. Taking Sir Isaac, I quickly positioned him directly beneath that flagpole. Then a glance at my watch told me my timing was perfect.
But I don't understand. How can...
Hold perfectly still, sir. You will know in exactly 4 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, now. As usual, my calculations were absolutely accurate. On the nearby Tower of London, the sunset gun was fired. And that slight vibration shook the apple from its perch, and it fell, hitting Sir Isaac so that he was certain to notice, so that at last he was able to prove his theory.
Boy, sometimes it's sure hard for famous people to get famous.
That's right, Chairman. Isaac Newton's brother Figby had his troubles before he became famous, too.
Isaac Newton's brother Figby? What's he famous for?
Oh, he invented a cookie.
Oh, Mr. Peabody, you don't mean...
I certainly do. Figby Newton was the inventor of the Fig Newton.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
You know, a big whaler dealer like me has to keep up on the action. The players, who's hot, who's not. And what's a better deal than picking up a copy of Sports Illustrated? You see, Sports Illustrated...
Excuse me, sir, but I got a better deal.
Yeah, kid, right. I'll handle this. You see, Sports Illustrated gives me more than just stats and scores. I get the feeling of what it's like to hit a brick wall at 30 miles an hour. How it feels to look down the barrel of a loaded gun. To lose a tough one. And how it feels to win it all. That's what Sports Illustrated gives me.
Well, Sports Illustrated gave me this NFL Follies video cassette. Free, with my paid subscription. It's 44 minutes of fumbles, foolery, and follies. It makes a great gift, and it's free.
Free? Come on, kid. This is America. Nobody gives you something for nothing.
Okay, free for subscribing to Sports Illustrated.
Aha!
Ah, but that's just the half of it. I get Sports Illustrated for less than 1/2 your newsstand price. 27 action-packed weeks of football, baseball, basketball, and more delivered right to your door for 3 installments of just $9.79 each. That's more than 50% off. Subscribe now and you get the college and pro football spectacular. Plus, you get this handy NFL schedule free, and you get the famous swimsuit issue uncovering what truly is man's favorite spectator sport. Phones are open now. Just call this toll-free number and you get the whole deal. You can even use your credit card.
Okay, let's get this straight. They get a 50% savings. The schedule, the football spectacular, the swimsuit issue, and the free NFL tape. Now, see, kid? That's a great deal.
Gee, sir, you're right.
Yeah.
Get the savings, get the special issues, get the NFL schedule, get the video cassette.
Oh, Sports Illustrated? I want to renegotiate.
Sports Illustrated. Get the feeling.
Call now. 1-800-221-8100.
And we knew we had to change, too. Our instructors are trained and certified to give you the best possible service. And our fair deal guarantee lets you work out 3 times the first week after joining. And if you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your money. No questions asked.
Right now, get 3 months free at all area Scandinavians. Call now or come in, get 3 months free and our fair deal guarantee.
More than 75% of our members renewed with us last year. Give us a try. Call or come in for a free trial visit today.
Seen any old friends lately? Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, X-Men. Look 'em up at the Book Arcade, 4206 Hamilton Avenue in Northside, across the street from the public library. At the Book Arcade, you'll get the complete line. That's every title of comics like Marvel, DC, Comico, and Renegade. Get 10% off plus a free comic book bag on all new comics. Don't forget your friends at the Book Arcade on Hamilton Avenue in Northside, across the street from the library.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
You In our previous encounter, we witnessed the demise of the Earl of Crankcase, who did a 3.5 gainer into what he thought was a pool. Naturally, this meant that a new Earl had to take his place.
And this is what he looks like. He has the foot of a moose with the inscription, Rule Britannia.
He not only had the foot of a moose, he was all moose and a yard wide.
Bullwinkle, you're an Earl!
Cod-liver or castor?
However, just prior to closing, we learned that the 3 rascally nephews of the former Earl were determined to get the inheritance themselves. And as our hero's ship entered the harbor, it was met by the aforementioned trio, who promptly drilled a hole in her bottom.
Bullwinkle, this ship is sinking!
Curious, what would cause an odor like that?
Sinking! Sinking!
Indeed it was. It looked like the boys were gooners.
That's gooners.
Fortunately, though, the SS Flotsam settled easily into only 3 feet of water due to a handy sandbar.
For the second there, I thought we were gooners.
That's goners.
Oh.
Like all good luxury liners, this one, too, was equipped with an extra long gangplank, one that enabled the passengers to make it safely ashore.
Now what, Rock?
Now we head for the law office of lamb, curry, and rice to claim the inheritance. As if we can get a cab.
Luck was with them and against them, for although they succeeded in getting a cab, they also got 3 drivers.
3 drivers? That's funny.
I don't know. Sounds like a pretty straight line to me.
No, I mean, I think we've seen those fellas before.
Yeah, probably in another episode.
Are you sure we've got the new Earl?
Who cares, so long as the meter's running?
I know. Make him show the inscription on the bottom of his foot. Capital idea.
See, other foot for inscription.
Sure enough, on the other sole were the words, Rule Britannia.
It's him, all right. Quick, smash the car into a brick wall and we'll be rid of him.
But they were in a wall-less section of London, and so were forced to come up with another plan. Taking the first road out of town, they pulled to a stop 3 days later at the very brink of the White Cliffs of Dover. That's when Rocky and Bullwinkle became suspicious.
Gee, you'd think we'd be at the lawyer's office by now.
Relax. They're probably taking a shortcut.
Maybe so, but we better find out. Say, fellas, why are we stopping?
We're going to have the car washed. Yes, you chaps sit right where you are. This'll only take a moment.
The plan was obvious. Sneaking to the rear of the cab, the 3 scallywags prepared to push it over the edge with our boys still inside. But a small squirrel and a large moose were quite a load.
I say, chaps, push.
We are pushing.
But although it was perched halfway over, the cab wouldn't budge.
Oh, fiddle-de-dee. Let's just haul them out and toss them over.
And so they jumped into one side of the cab just as Rocky and Bullwinkle came out the other.
Let's give him a hand, Bullwinkle.
The change in weight was all it took.
That's the craziest car wash I ever seen.
Well, we can't fool around any longer. Let's get to the lawyer's office.
And eventually they did.
There's no doubt of it. Your foot and the foot in this photo are one and the same. Congratulations, you are the new Earl.
Good. Can I have the £1 million note now?
Not just yet. You see, according to the will, you must live in the ancestral home for 1 week.
Ancestral home?
Yes, Abominable Manor.
Shucks, I've been living in an abominable manner all my life.
Yes, but not with 3 desperate wet nephews to contend with. Will Bullwinkle survive? We'll find out in Moose Gets the Juice, or Morning Becomes Electrocuted.
Elephants, remarkable creatures. Did I ever tell you of my amazing encounter with a giant elephant?
Sorry, Commander. I must be going.
I was on a lonely safari when suddenly the natives dropped their supplies and began shouting, "Hulawada! Hulawada! Hulawada!" The natives vanished, and I was left alone to face this wild, destructive beast. It seemed certain that I would be done in, until my keen eyes noticed a large thorn in the beast's left front hoof. With one quick jerk, the thorn was removed. Immediately, the beast was quiet. And from that moment on, he was my faithful friend. He followed me wherever I went. Into Paris, where he encountered the Eiffel Tower. Into London, where he bumped into the Royal Palace. On to America, where he stumbled into the Empire State Building.
My goodness, however did you get rid of him?
Yes. Quite often, he still finds me, and...
Surely, Commander, you don't expect me to believe. Commander? Commander!
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Thank you for your order, and be sure to look for your free gift. Would you like to receive a free gift, too, and save money at the same time? I'll be right back to show you how.
The Old West. Not much left anymore. Just a few crumbling buildings, dusty mementos, and legends. Lots of legends, though not all of them square with the facts. That's why Time Life Books got on the trail of the Old West. Good thing, too. They rescued photographs you didn't know existed. Put it all down while you could still get the straight story about people.
Like these two sons of a Baptist minister. They staged the first daylight bank robbery in U.S. history. Frank and Jesse James. Here's Clay Allison. Called himself a shootist. Hair-trigger Bat Masterson, who wound up a New York sports writer. And what kind of lady was wanted for horse stealing and bootlegging? That was no lady. That was Belle Starr. John Wesley Hardin. Before the Texas Rangers caught up with him, he shot 44 men. One of them just for snoring too loud.
And that's in your first book alone, The Gunfighters. A big, handsome volume with a look and feel of hand-tool leather.
Take 10 days to look it over. No obligation. Return it, and you can forget the Old West. Or keep it, and about every other month, you'll get another volume for the same free once-over. The Great Chiefs, the Gamblers, the 49ers. Keep those you won't. Cancel any time.
The Old West. You still find it in Time Life Books.
Hi, I'm Kathy at Time Life Books. If you call now, you'll get the Gunfighters for just $4.95 plus shipping and handling. That's $8 off the regular price. Plus, you'll receive this Western belt buckle free when you purchase your first book.
Call 1-800-824-2300. That's 1-800-824-2300.
This offer ends soon, so call now.
Advanced Carpet Service. They're more than just a carpet cleaner. They're a complete carpet and upholstery care service. Advanced Carpet Service will analyze problem areas and recommend the best treatment with tips on keeping it clean. With Advanced Carpet Service, you can expect top quality work at fair prices with no extra charge for Phase 1 deodorizing or for spot and high traffic area pre-treating. They take the time to do it right. Advanced Carpet Service is available evenings and weekends for your convenience. Look for their ad in the yellow pages and call the Advanced Carpet Service nearest you.
When it comes to preparing Italian pie, the Viola sisters agree on only one thing. It should have the finest Italian sausage. At Pizza Hut, we couldn't agree more. Introducing our newest Priazzo Italian pie. A blend of zesty Italian sausage, green peppers, onions, and cheeses. New Priazzo Portofino. We think it's delicious, and we believe that even the Viola sisters would agree.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Somebody give you a hot foot, did they, boy?
Oh, gosh, no, Pop. I was just trying to jump up there and get one of those big juicy apples out of the tree.
Oh, say, they do look good, but I'm afraid you'll never get one by jumping for it. However, if we work together, we can both get one of those apples.
Oh, how's that, Pop?
By using this ladder.
Gee, I don't know. That ladder's awful rickety.
That, my boy, is why we must work together. Now, you hold the ladder up so that it won't fall, and I'll climb up to get the apples.
Okay, I got it. Go ahead.
Here's one. I'll toss it down to you.
I'll catch it.
Junior, you left your post.
Would it help to say I'm sorry?
Not very much. This certainly goes to prove what I always say. United we stand, divided we fall.
Every time?
Of course, every time. The perfect example of that is the story of the fox and the minx. Now listen, I'll tell you about it.
Once there lived 3 little minks who, as little minks go, were very, very happy.
Hey, Mushhead, are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. You happy?
I'm happy. Is he happy?
Are you happy?
Of course I'm happy. I'm happier than you are. Now shut up and listen.
And so it was. For minks, they really were quite happy. That is, until one day when a very clever fox who had gone into the world to make his fortune came into the forest.
Ah, I'm in luck. Methinks I see minks.
And this made him very happy.
Gadzooks, but I'm happy.
For he had decided that in order to make his fortune, he would catch minks and sell them for the making of fur coats. And off he dashed to capture the poor, unsuspecting little minks, who at this point were still very happy.
Gee, I'm happy.
Me too. You happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. Are you happy?
Fox is the name, and my, but you'll make a fine sleeve.
Hey, fellas, here's a hot one. This is a fox who's going to make a sleeve out of me. Nyah, nyah, nyah.
Fox!
And this, of course, made the 3 little minks very unhappy, for now they were forced to flee for their very life. Quick as minks, they sped to the safety of a hollow stump. But alas, the fox proved to be too fast for them.
Ha-ha! Yeah!
From that moment on, the minks didn't have a minute's peace. The tireless fox was on their heels at every turn. Finally, just when all seemed lost, they managed to reach the protection of their burrow and quickly held a meeting to see what might be done about their desperate situation.
What are we going to do? We can't even go out to look for food, or the fox will get us.
And besides that, I'm not happy anymore.
Quiet, both of you. I got a plan.
A plan?
Yeah. If we work together, we can go anywhere we want to, and the fox can never touch us. Now, here's what we'll do. All we gotta do is walk with
A light burned all night in the minks' hole as they worked on their plan. And by morning, they were ready. Bursting with confidence, they marched out of their burrow.
Hop, doop, sweep, whoop, hop, doop, sweep, whoop.
And the sly old fox, who had been lying in wait for just such a chance as this, sprang to the attack.
Ha-ha!
But much to his surprise, the minks were completely unafraid.
Ha-ha! Yourself!
And quickly as a flash, they put their plan to work.
Alley-oop!
If they had been human, it might be said that they formed a human chain from which the top mink was able to grasp the branch of a tree and nimbly flip them up out of the fox's reach. Well, now, their plan had worked perfectly, and it certainly seemed that their worries were over. Time after time, the fox tried to catch them, and time after time, they formed the chain to swing to the safety of the trees.
Oh, drat! There is nothing worse than sneaky minks. Unless it's a sneaky fox.
They had managed to foil the fox at every turn, and once again, they were very, very happy. That is, until one day.
I'm happy. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. You happy?
No, I'm tired. Tired? What for? From holding you guys up. Why do I always have to be on the bottom? What's the matter with you? Stop complaining. But.
Just then, the fox appeared again, right on cue.
Ha-ha!
And the minks were forced to quickly leap into action.
Alley-oop!
But being bottom mink, time and again, had taken his toll on the bottom mink. Now much too weak to support his comrades, he fell, tumbling them all to the ground, where the fox was quick to seize them, flop them into a bag, and trot happily off for the nearest fur factory.
Happy, 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 happy.
So you can see, Junior, as long as the minks worked together by forming their chain, they were safe. Is that clear now?
Yes, sir, Papa. I now see that without a doubt, a chain is only as strong as its weakest mink. But what's that got to do with apples?
Let's face it, claiming an inheritance in England isn't very easy, especially if your name happens to be Bullwinkle Moose. Yes, those words rule Britannia on the bottom of his foot, entitled our Moose to inherit a £1 million note. Ah, but there was a stumbling block. three stumbling blocks named Filcher Crankcase, Belcher Crankcase, and Jay, nephews to the recently departed Earl.
We must find a ruse for cooking his goose.
So saying, they drove to the White Cliffs of Dover, intending to push our heroes over.
What'd everybody do, get rhyming dictionaries for Christmas?
Luckily, the cab was no pushover, and in the ensuing mix-up, it was the nephews who took the plunge, not Rocky and Bullwinkle. Later at the law firm of Lamb, Curry, and Rice...
Is it true, Mr. Lamb? Is Bullwinkle really the new Earl?
No doubt of it, my boy. That tattoo on his foot matches the one in this picture.
Unfortunately, before the new could collect the £1,000,000 note, he had to spend 1 week inside Abominable Manor.
I don't like the looks of it, Bullwinkle.
Oh, clibber clabber, Rock. I could live there 1 week standing on my head.
Funny Bullwinkle should say that, for just inside the door, someone had carelessly left a Burmese tiger trap. And when Bullwinkle stepped inside, he really put his foot in it.
Say, this place doesn't look so bad.
Rocky's flying squirrel-like eyes gazed about the main hall, tastefully decorated in early Prohibition style and topped off with what appeared to be a very unusual chandelier.
Bullwinkle, what are you doing up there?
You heard the man. I'm a very unusual chandelier.
This is no time for fooling around. Come on down.
Wait a minute, I'll light up for you.
And even though the rope broke, Bullwinkle kept his promise. He lit on his head.
I hate episodes like this, even though I get the money later, which I probably won't.
Exploration of the rest of the manor eventually took them to the second floor and a sinister door.
I wonder what's in there.
Yeah, it's probably just a broom closet.
Rocky was only half right. Actually, it was a spear gun closet, and one of them was set up so that whoever opened the door would get it right between the eyes. Like most closets, though, this one, too, had a sticky door.
Forget it.
I can't, Rock. It's become a kind of fetish with me. Come on, door. Open.
Being as strong as a moose, Bullwinkle managed to rip the door right off its hinges.
Hokey smoke! A spear just shot over my head.
Turning around, Rocky gasped at what he saw, for there, pinned to the wall, was the spear, embedded in the head of a moose.
Bullwinkle!
It does look like me, doesn't it?
Oh, my gosh! For a minute, I thought that moose head was you.
Well, how do we know it is until we check?
The car wash failed, the Burmese tiger trap failed.
So did the spear gun.
But this won't. The moose will pick up the phone, I'll plug in this connection, and 11 million volts will go through him.
I think somebody's out to get you, Bullwinkle. Let's phone Scotland Yard.
Let's phone the police first.
And Bullwinkle headed for the nearest phone, not knowing that it was connected to a diabolical switchboard in the cellar.
Hello, operator. Give me the police.
There he is now. Ready? Here we go.
But although the connection was made, nothing happened.
It's no wonder you forgot to plug this in.
That's when the short-circuited.
Big Joe is going tonight. Operator, never mind the police. Let me speak to the governor.
Would you mind getting off the phone, please?
What are you going to do, Filcher?
We're through playing around. The only way to get rid of the moose is to call in a professional.
You mean?
Yes, the exterminator.
Well, it looks as though the situation is getting worse. Who or what is the exterminator? We'll find out next time in episode 120 or 123.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Hi, it's me again for Snuggy's Waterbed Works. Hey, wait till you see the deal Snuggy's has for you this time. A complete bookcase bed, just $12 a month, any size you want. Or our California Sunshine Bed, any size, any color, $10 a month. I'll make it 8. Or how about the Cascada Silver Rose King or Queen, only $19 a month. Use Snuggy's Easy Credit Play as a free layaway and pay it off with your income tax refund. Snuggy's, the only waterbed store you'll ever need. We cannot and will not be undersold.
Keebler presents the appealing taste of baked potato skins in a crispy, crunchy chip.
Potato skins got baked potato appeal, because they're made with potatoes and skins that are real.
The Keebler elves make potato skins with real potatoes and real potato skins for a flavor with whole baked potato appeal.
Cheddar cheese and bacon, sour cream and chives, tasty baked potato, you won't believe your eyes. They're made with potatoes and skins that are real. Potato skins from Keebler, baked potato appeal.
Presenting Arby's Roast Beef All-Stars.
First up, Arby's Regular with loads of lean roast beef, a terrific leadoff. Next, Arby's Tangy Beef and Cheddar. This one's really on a roll. An onion roll. And last, Arby's Super with lettuce and tomato, a sandwich in a league all its own. Yes, it looks like another championship season at Arby's.
It's Arby's Summer Dealin' Days, Cincinnati. Enjoy Arby's King Roast Beef Sandwich, now only 99 cents through July 27th.
Ah, the American Shopping Mall. What a way to get lost in the crowds, the traffic, and the confusion. But at Hyde Park Plaza, you'll find 46 owner-operated stores with the ease of shopping, service, and courtesy the huge malls have forgotten. And Hyde Park Plaza is just 2 minutes from I-71 off the Edwards Road exit. Hyde Park Plaza Super Sidewalk Sale is July 18th and 19th. Super savings at all our stores. Hyde Park Plaza Super Sidewalk Sale, July 18th and 19th.
If you could ignore cramps, wouldn't you? If you could rid yourself of backache and headache, free yourself from water weight gain, and avoid monthly tension, wouldn't you? Now you can, with new extra strength multi-symptom relief formula Pamprin. And none of these can relieve all of those symptoms, can they? New extra strength multi-symptom relief formula Pamprin, now stronger than ever. If you haven't tried it, shouldn't you?
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
And now...
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Again?
Nothing up my sleeve. Presto! Ooh, don't know my own strength.
Now here's something we hope you'll really like. And here he is, that master of misinformation, Mr. Know-It-All.
Right-ho, culture fans. Today's little lecture is entitled How to Be a Barber, or 10 Ways to Clip Your Fellow Man. The successful barber needs the following essential items. First, a red and white striped barber pole.
Bullwinkle, that pole is black and white and checkered.
Maybe that's why business has been so bad. The second necessity is a pair of scissors, which must be sharp as a razor.
Sharp as a razor, Bullwinkle.
An electric razor. It won't cut paper either. Last and, of course, most important, a customer. Do I see a volunteer?
Sorry, I'm late for engagement to Bomb Playground.
How about you, Captain Peachbullet?
I'd like to, Bullwinkle, but I've got to go get a haircut.
Some other time.
What's the kind of thing?
That's the kind you got.
How's the tip?
That was it. And you missed it all.
You're welcome. Ooh.
Hello out there, Peabody here.
And I'm Mr. Peabody's trusty boy, Sherman.
Right, trusty boy. And now we'll be off for another exciting journey back into history.
Ready, Mr. Peabody. What shall I set the way back for today?
For the year 1874.
Check. And the place?
Deadwood, South Dakota, where we'll meet that colorful miss of the Old West, Calamity Jane. The Wayback responded beautifully, and in less than an instant we were teleported back through time, where we found ourselves standing in front of the Deadwood Overland Stage Company.
Clear the streets! Calamity Jane is coming in with the noon stage, and she's at it again.
I beg your pardon, sir, but why all the excitement just because Calamity Jane is driving in the noon stage?
That's just it. She ain't driving. She's sitting inside the stage with the passengers. Look out! Here she comes!
We just managed to leap to the safety of the doorway when the driverless stage roared through the center of town, narrowly missed a wagon loaded with dynamite, and came to a thudding halt in a pile of hay near the livery stable.
End of the line! Everybody out! Is everybody all right?
Yeah, cuss it.
It certainly is fortunate that you missed the wagon load of dynamite, or it would have been a calamity.
What do you mean, fortunate? I was hoping something like that would happen.
That's why I was letting the stage run wild.
Golly, what for?
Because nothing ever happens to me, that's why. What's the use of having a swell name like Calamity if you can't have a calamity once in a while?
You do have a point there.
Folks is beginning to talk. Watch, I'll show you what I mean.
Before our startled eyes, Calamity walked over to the dynamite wagon and calmly lit a stick of dynamite.
Now, you'd think that a lit stick of dynamite would cause an awful ruckus, wouldn't you?
But yes, I would say that.
Mr. Peabody, make her throw it away. It'll go off any second.
Oh, don't fret, Sonny. With my luck, it won't go off.
But...
See, it's a dude.
That's Dud. And what a shame. You seem to have a nice little calamity going for you there.
No, I've got to start having calamities pretty soon, or I'm afraid it's going to break my spirit.
Curious to see what Jane's next attempt at having a calamity would be, we followed her to the stockyards, where she entered a corral containing the largest, meanest-looking bull I had ever seen.
Uh-oh, she's going to get it this time. Look, the bull is charging.
But Jane's unwanted luck still held, for the bull missed her by at least 3 feet, through a fence and into a tree.
That's incredible. He missed.
He misses every day. The silly critter can't see a thing without his glasses.
For the rest of that day, Calamity Jane tried everything imaginable to have a calamity. She even tried to sit on a tack, but was saved by a rivet in her jeans.
Nah, it's no use. Guess I'll just have to change my name to Lucky Lucy. Forget the whole thing.
She can't do that. Can't you think of something, Mr. Peabody?
I already have, Sherman. I suggest that instead of changing your name, you simply change your luck.
How am I going to do that?
Very simple. Wait here. Crossing the street to the general store, I made a purchase, then quickly returned and handed the package to Calamity.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Drop it.
Drop it?
Drop it.
Well, it sounds a little cuckoo, but okay, if you say so. No, you done it. I broke something.
You were supposed to. You see, there was a mirror in that package.
I get it, Mr. Peabody. Now she's going to have 7 years bad luck.
That is correct.
Shucks, and you look like such a smart little critter. I thought you had an ID, but that breaking a mirror business is the silliest thing I ever heard.
Gosh, Mr. Peabody, she doesn't believe in it.
She will. Any minute now, Sherman.
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Calamity Jane just had an awful calamity. Got run over by a wagon load of chicken.
Chicken what?
Just chicken. There was only one in the wagon.
Well, that looks like the start of her bad luck. You did it again, Mr. Peabody.
Quite. For in the next 7 years, Calamity Jane had one calamity after another, the most famous of which was the time she was trying to light an old stove that exploded and covered the countryside for miles around with black soot.
Really, Mr. Peabody?
Really, Sherman? How do you think the Black Hills of South Dakota got black?
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Hey, the buy right kit. Hey, I got chairs. I got fans. Now I got beds. Rollaway beds, that is. $59, $69, $79. 3 sizes, $59, $69, $79 at all my buy right locations. Hey, come check them out. Here they are. $59, $69, $79. That's a rollaway bed. So come to Buy Right today and roll you a bed away.
In Tire Service, the largest general tire dealer in the tri-state, knows that you're a smart tire buyer. And when I tell you you can buy General's best highway steel radial white wall for only $25, you know that's a real value. These tires have slight cosmetic blemishes, but they're fully warranted by General. We carry no off-brands, only General tires. Get in Tire Service for your car.
Tom Raper, Richmond, Indiana, 22nd anniversary sale. Tent campers, $49. Trailers, fifth wheels, $99. Motor homes, $15.9. Truck caps, $99. Mobile homes, $99. Sectionals, $194. Save today the Tom Raper way. Nobody beats our bottom line deal. It's absolutely worth the drive to Richmond. Tom Raper, Richmond, Indiana, the Midwest #1 dealer. A sprawling 30-acre complex.
Open daily till 9.
Tonight at 9 on 64 Primetime Cinema, Richard Burton is a British agent in Berlin, embroiled in an intricate plot aimed at destroying a brutal East German counter-spy in The Spy Who Came In From the Cold. As the scheme develops, the plot takes some surprising turns.
Name me a counter-espionage head who isn't hungry for one high-grade defecting spy.
Time to defect.
The Spy Who Came In From the Cold, tonight at 9 on TV 64. Win a grandfather clock from Henderson Music, an Apple Macintosh computer, or passes to see Back to School or Club Paradise. Watch Bob Newhart tomorrow night at 7:30 for details.
If you're one of the 10 million people troubled by bladder or bowel control problems, colostomy or ileostomy, here's something you should know. Now you can get effective deodorant protection simply by taking these tablets. New Nullo deodorant tablets. Taken as directed, Nullo tablets safely and effectively provide the deodorant protection you need. So try new Nullo deodorant tablets. Deodorant protection that really works.
There'll always be an England, but there may not always be a Bullwinkle. For in our last installment, he faced the bleak prospect of having to spend 1 week inside Abominable Manor before he could collect his inheritance.
Yes, and in case you don't know, I am the new Earl of Crankcase.
And Bullwinkle's going to inherit £1 million note.
£1 million? Sounds kind of heavy.
Nevertheless, that's what you're going to inherit.
Inherit? I can't even lift it.
Of course, Bullwinkle won't even be able to try to lift it. Not if the Crankcase nephews can help it. First, they tried to do our moose in with a Burmese tiger trap.
But that didn't work.
Next, they attempted to shoot him with a spear gun.
That didn't work either.
And finally, they sent 11 million volts of electricity through the phone on which he was conversing.
That worked.
Yes, but in reverse. Realizing they were up against a much too formidable opponent, the Crankcase boys decided to call on a professional assassin known as the Exterminator.
Operator, get me the Black Hole of Calcutta, please.
This is not a recording. You are talking to Executive Secretary to the Exterminator.
Let me speak to your employer, will you?
Boris, darling, you busy?
Sure I'm busy. It's lunch hour. This is the way we slice the bread, slice the bread, slice the bread. What kind of cheese you want in sandwich, Natasha? Blue or Swiss?
Swiss, darling.
Swiss coming up.
By the way, you got his business call.
Business call? Goody. Things are looking down. I'll take it in mausoleum.
The deal was quickly made, and it was only a matter of minutes before Boris and Natasha were on their way to England.
Who we off to kill this time?
The name of the victim is unimportant.
What a strange name.
I agree.
It was well after midnight by the time they arrived at Abominable Manor, where they were enthusiastically greeted by the nephew's Crankcase.
Yeah. Lot of get you right here, don't it, Natasha?
And with Pilcher Crankcase leading the way, Boris was escorted to a door containing a large peephole.
Victim is in here? Yes, look in there and you'll see the new Earl of Crankcase. He is your victim. That's victim. But you said, please, leave the dialect to me.
But victim or victim, all Boris had to do was focus his evil eyes on Rocky and Bullwinkle and...
Oh, boy, Natasha, you're never going to guess who's on the other side of the door.
Is Peabody and Sherman?
Silly girl. Flying Squirrel and Moose.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Hey, you. You know there's two in there? Yes, the Moose is the one we want you to exterminate. Okay, buddy. I tell you what I'm going to do. Going to make you a package deal. Going to kill two for the price of one.
And so a few moments later, a knock was heard at the front door.
That must be the police, Bullwinkle.
Hey, are you the police?
Right so, Governor. I'm a Bobby.
Who's she?
She's a Billy.
Golly, officers, I'm sure glad you're here. I fear for Bullwinkle's life.
Come on, I got to put you under police protection.
So saying, Boris escorted our unsuspecting heroes into a nearby closet.
How come we have to stay in here?
It's only safe place in house. But so you don't get lonesome, here is a radio for you to play.
Hey, that's mighty thoughty.
However, that was no ordinary radio, for instead of tubes, it contained sticks of TNT.
Yes, and soon as it warms up, boom! No more Rocky and his friends.
Will Boris have a show of his own next week? We'll find out in Explosive Situation, or Don't Make It Worse, It's Bad Enough.
El Mesa Mucho, the home of the giant bird. Did I ever tell you about the time I was held captive?
No, Commander, but I really must be going.
I must be going, too. I'll tell you on the way. I'd been flying over desert country when suddenly my engine stopped. Quickly, I bailed out. I landed in a huge bird's nest. My chute covered me so that I looked just like the other eggs. Just then, the mother bird arrived and settled on the nest until we hatched. After the first shock, she treated me as one of her own. When it came time to fly, she pushed Alice, Jeffrey, and Seymour out of the nest. Then it was my turn. Of course, I fell like a stone.
Good heavens, Commander, what happened?
Oh, Mother caught me. She tried again and again, but finally gave up and left me in the nest. I became her favorite.
How did you ever manage to escape?
Well, didn't exactly. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks, Commander. I've got to be... I say, Commander...
Hi, this is Rocky the Flying Squirrel. Welcome to the second night of the second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Well, WIII TV 64.
Yeah, and tonight is the second night of our adventure in Abominable Manor. Last night, you'll recall Bullwinkle and I discovered that Bullwinkle was named the new Earl of Crankcase, and that someone was trying to get rid of us. Well, tonight, this exterminator fellow makes Bullwinkle real sick.
I got an abominable pain.
Where?
In my tummy.
So, I sent for a doctor to help out my poor pal, and...
Dr. Kildarovich at your service.
That voice. Where have I heard that voice? Well, anyway, Bullwinkle barely survived the operation, only to find out that the whole place is booby-trapped. And to make matters worse, the exterminator tries to get Bullwinkle to leave Abominable Manor, so he'll lose his inheritance. Hokey smoke, this is so confusing, I can hardly believe it.
I don't believe it. And it's happened to me.
Well, the best thing to do, I guess, is just watch the show to see what happens.
So why don't you folks just do that?
Well, things are reaching the boiling point down at dear old Abominable Manor. For last time, you may recall, Boris Badenov made a deadly arrangement with the Crankcase nephews. It's time for a change of Earl. Resourceful as ever, Boris and Natasha disguise themselves as English policemen.
You may be a Bobby, but she certainly isn't.
No. Show us your bobby pin, Natasha.
See, darling, 20 years on force.
Secure in the belief that they were under police protection, Rocky and Bullwinkle allowed themselves to be placed in a closet.
Well, at least we'll
will be safe in here.
Nothing could have been further from the truth, for Boris had given them a radio for company, a radio booby-trapped with TNT.
That's bobby-trapped.
Well, whatever it was, that radio would heat up, and then...
Steve, I bet we're just in time to catch the English sweepstakes.
And the horses are coming into the home stretch with mother-in-law in the lead.
Mother-in-law? I got money on that nag.
Mother-in-law is still in front. They're heading for the finish line, and it's...
I can't take it, Doc. It's just too exciting.
That fool moose turned it off.
No, Boris, don't go in there.
And at the wire, it was Adam's apple by a neck.
Boris, you're smiling?
Sure, I had him to place.
Well, Mr. Executioner, your first attempt was an abysmal failure.
And it didn't work either. But now comes my hotsy-totsy that worked on Trotsky planes. Over here we got dish of macadamia nuts. Very salty. Now, Moose eats nuts. Moose gets thirsty. Moose goes to kitchen, drinks 50 glasses water, gets bellyache. Squirrel phones drugstore for bellyache pills. Delivery boy races up driveway on motor scooter with pills. But he rolls over, sack put there by yours truly, and gets flat. While boy changes tire, I change pills to macadamia nuts. Moose eats more thinking they are pills. And gets such big bellyache he needs doctor. I come in dressed as surgeon and operate immediately. Now comes best part. Moose does not pull through.
Oh, Boris, darling, you got the best twisted mind in the whole world.
I do the best I can with the tools I got.
Running upstairs, Boris quickly entered the room where Rocky and Bullwinkle were sitting and anxiously awaited the right moment to put his plan into effect.
Gee, I sure would like some macadamia nuts.
This was the right moment.
Oh, I'm in luck. Here is a whole bowl full right in my lap.
Better not eat too many, Bullwinkle. They'll make you thirsty.
But unable to resist, the nut-hungry moose downed them all in one fell swoop.
My, I am thirsty.
The evil plan was progressing perfectly. Bullwinkle went into the kitchen and promptly drank 49 glasses of water.
Here, make it an even 50.
Oh, thank you.
Bullwinkle, what's the matter?
I got a abominable pain.
Where?
In my tummy.
Reacting instantly, Rocky put in a call to the drugstore. Within 5 minutes, a delivery boy was racing up the driveway when, just as Boris had predicted, the boy changed his tire.
And I changed the pills.
Sure enough, Bullwinkle swallowed the nuts, thinking they were pills.
Now how do you feel?
Oh, I feel much better. Oh, the doctor.
And here I am.
Are you a doctor?
Well, you think I am an exterminator? Don't answer that. I got to operate.
And before he knew what was happening, Bullwinkle found himself on an operating table while Rocky nervously paced the corridor outside. Where will it all lead? We'll learn the answer in You've Got Me in Stitches or Suit Yourself.
There was once a handsome young prince named John, and where one finds a handsome young prince, one is most certain to find a beautiful young princess. Her name was Tinsel, and they were very much in love.
I love you, John.
I love you, Tinsel. They were never happy unless they were together.
Oh, I'm so unhappy.
Peekaboo, guess who?
Oh, no, I'm happy.
Day after day, they went out hunting or fishing. Night after night, they went to balls or the funny house at the beach. They sang and danced and ate sugar plums out of the same dish. They shared delicate secrets together.
How much money do you have?
Now, 100 million grinkles, give or take 1,000 or so.
Va-va-voom, that's a lot of grinkles.
You can say that again.
Va-va-voom, that's a lot of grinkles.
Then finally, as everyone knew they would, they were married. And they moved into a beautiful white castle high on a green hill. They were so full of joy that everybody called it the happy house. That is, everybody but one, an evil old witch named Grumpyra, who hated happiness.
It's disgusting. I'll put a stop to it if it's the last thing I do.
Then, taking a basket of poison apples, she hurried off to the castle.
Who is it, dear?
That's an old hag with mussed-up hair selling apples.
Apples?
Yes, you know. The poison kind that you take a bite of and they put you to sleep for 1,000,000 years.
No, well, tell her we don't want any.
We don't want any.
With that, the witch was roughly thrown from the castle. And once again, happiness echoed from within. By now, Grumpyra was near the breaking point. Storming back to her cave, she took a huge black kettle and set herself to the task of concocting a mysterious, evil-smelling brew.
Now, where did I put the gruffy dust? Oh, yes, here it is. A pinch of this and a pinch of that. A Dewey button and a French fried duck. Oh, all these witches' brews are murder, but what are you going to do?
A short time later, she had finished and hurried off to the castle where she stole into the garden and sprayed every rose with the strange mixture.
It's done. Now, when the princess comes into the garden to pick roses...
Oh, the garden is beautiful today. I shall pick some roses for my prince.
She will prick her finger and turn into an ogre.
And when the beautiful young princess, who was now an ugly old ogre, went into the castle...
Hello, dear. Wearing your hair a little differently, aren't you?
It's worse than that. I turned into an ogre.
A closer look told the prince that what she said was true, and this made him very unhappy. The old witch's plan had worked, for the castle was now the saddest place on earth. Now the story would have ended right there, but for one thing. Ogres love to cook, and that night, when John's ogre wife set his evening meal in front of him, it was the most magnificent food he had ever tasted.
Dear, it. That was the best meal I ever had.
So pleased was the wife by the compliment that she went right back into the kitchen and cooked some more. And before long, being so full of fine food made the prince happy. This, of course, made the ogre happy, and once again, happiness rang from the castle. Grumpyra, of course, wasted no time in flying back to the castle to see what had gone wrong.
Say, laughing boy, how can you possibly be happy with an ogre for a wife?
Well, it's the food it cooks. Have a bite?
Hey, that is tasty.
Join me?
Love to?
They both dug in and ate all John's ogre wife could cook, and she cooked all they could eat. The food was so good that even Grumpyra, for the first time in her life, was happy.
You know, she's such a good cook that I could kiss her.
Oh, no, you must never do that, boy.
All right, but why not?
Because if a handsome prince kisses her, it will break the spell, and she will turn back into a beautiful princess who can't cook for sour apples.
Gee, I'm glad you told me.
As a precaution against ever kissing the ogre by mistake, the prince let his beard grow and wore a gag over his mouth whenever he wasn't eating. Things were well and happy for a score of years until one day, when John's ogre wife was giving some scraps to their pet dog, he affectionately licked her face and she instantly turned back into the beautiful princess.
What happened?
The dog kissed her.
You don't mean...
I'm afraid so. His name is Prince.
That meant an end to the good cooking, and the prince and the witch were frantic.
Doesn't it make you happy that I'm beautiful again, John?
Cry it. Do you remember what you did?
I think so. Come on.
Now, having an ogre for a wife has its drawbacks, but John was happy that day, and very soon thereafter...
A pinch of this, a pinch of that, a Dewey button and a French fry fat.
John was to be very happy once again.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Seen any old friends lately? Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, X-Men. Look 'em up at the Book Arcade, 4206 Hamilton Avenue in Northside, across the street from the public library. At the Book Arcade, you'll get the complete line. That's every title of comics like Marvel, DC, Comico, and Renegade. Get 10% off plus a free comic book bag on all new comics. Don't forget your friends at the Book Arcade on Hamilton Avenue in Northside, across the street from the library.
Today, children sometimes aren't exposed to the kinds of values we grew up with. Courage, compassion, faith. Well, now, with home video, you can share those values with your children and take them on the greatest adventure of their lives. Hanna-Barbera presents The Greatest Adventure, Stories from the Bible. Join 3 young adventurers as they encounter real heroes David challenging Goliath. Joshua and the Battle of Jericho. Noah and the Ark. To order your first great adventure, just call toll-free 1-800-453-4002. Other stories will follow monthly. You can cancel at any time. Or buy all 6 now at a special discount. Take your children on a real adventure. The greatest adventure. Now.
In Tire Service, the largest general tire dealer in the tri-state, knows that you're a smart tire buyer. And when I tell you you can buy General's best highway steel radial white wall for only $25, you know that's a real value. These tires have slight cosmetic blemishes, but they're fully warranted by General. We carry no off-brands, only General tires. Get in Tire Service for your car.
Advanced Carpet Service. They're more than just a carpet cleaner. They're a complete carpet and upholstery care service. Advanced Carpet Service will analyze problem areas and recommend the best treatment with tips on keeping it clean. With Advanced Carpet Service, you can expect top-quality work at fair prices with no extra charge for Phase 1 deodorizing or for spot and high-traffic area pre-treating. They take the time to do it right. Advanced Carpet Service is available evenings and weekends for your convenience. Look for their ad in the yellow pages and call the Advanced Carpet Service nearest you.
Would you like to know a secret? How to get the perfect body at a salon for the total woman? Hey, that's you. Well, don't just sit there. Come on in to PG's Body Perfect.
Imagine a nice year-round tan free. That's what PG's is offering right now with the purchase of a one-year fitness program starting at just $19.95 a month. It's the grand opening special at PG's, where the equipment does the work, not you. It's the grand opening at PG's Body Perfect, 7 minutes north of Tri-County off I-75 on Kingsgate Way in Westchester. And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
And now...
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Again?
Buckle up my sleeve. Presto! Ooh, don't know my own strength.
Now here's something we hope you'll really like. And now, here's that connoisseur of confusion, Mr. Know-It-All.
Greetings, Pandemonium fans. My subject for today is how to water ski, or 5 steps to easy drowning. Water skiing is a relatively simple sport. No more difficult, say, than swimming the English Channel. It has all the thrills of regular skiing and none of the trees. First, we need a boat. I had something a little bigger in mind. Now, if we could have something in between. Thank you. Now, we need a length of rope. A little rope, if you please.
Here's the rope, Bullwinkle.
Very funny. We tie the rope to the back of the boat, slip into our skis, and we're ready to go.
Did you forget something, Bullwinkle?
What's that, Brock? I've got my swimsuit on, haven't I?
Water, Bullwinkle.
Glad you reminded me. I'll just hitch the boat to my car, and we're off. Sometimes it's a good idea to put the boat on a trailer before hitching it to the car. Now, let's find the water. Let's see, what we need is a body of water. Aha, something like this. Now, we start the motor. Now, we start the motor. Now, we start.
Thank you, Mr. Know-It-All.
You're welcome.
Hello again, Peabody and Sherman here.
Hi, and this is Mr. Peabody's invention, the Wayback Machine.
Correct, Sherman. And now it's time to be on our way. You may set the Wayback Machine for the year 1842.
Got it. And the place?
The rugged plains of New Mexico, where we will join a wagon train that is moving west, being led by none other than that hunter and scout, Kit Carson. In no time at all, Sherman and I were teleported back to the wagon train, but instantly I sensed that something was wrong. The wagon train was not moving.
Gosh, Mr. Peabody, what do you think the trouble is?
We soon found out. For a short distance away, we saw Kit Carson sitting on the ground facing a group of savage-looking Indians. As we approached the group, I was able to see that Mr. Carson seemed lost in thought.
Now, let's see. Was it? No, that's not it. Maybe... No, that's not it either.
Without seeming to pry, may I ask if you've forgotten there's a wagon train waiting for you?
Nope, I remember. Now, let's see.
The Indians don't mind your passing through their territory, do they?
No, it's fine with them.
Then why don't you go back to the wagon train so you can get started again?
'Cause I plumb forgot.
Forgot what?
How to say goodbye in Injun. That's what. And Injuns get real mad when you don't say goodbye to them. Makes them go on the warpath. Just like that. Ain't that right, boys? See?
Gee, then that's why you've been sitting here all this time.
Right. I've been speaking Injun man and bar for 40 years. But goodbye is one word I just can't remember.
This is a serious problem, but if you'll step this way, I may be able to help. Being an authority on all Indian dialects, I, of course, knew the word Mr. Carson was searching for. And the word for goodbye in this case, I believe, is we gonna cut.
What was that again?
We gonna cut.
Yee-hoo! That's it! Tarnation if you haven't saved the day, Mr.
Peabody is the name.
Well, I can't hold that against you. Wait here. I'll go tell them goodbye so we can be on our way.
With that, Carson rushed back to the Indians. However...
Well, boys, adios. No, that ain't. So long. Excuse me a minute. What was that word once more?
We gonna cut.
It's no use, Mr. Beanbody.
Peabody is the name.
Yeah, but I just can't remember that word.
By now, it was quite apparent that Mr. Carson, though being long on hair, was very short on memory. Instructing Sherman to wait, I took him back to the wagon train to find some paper so I could write the elusive word down for him. But no sooner had we gone when...
This sure seems like a lot of trouble to go to. If it was up to me, I'd just tell the Indians ta-ta and be done with it.
What you just say?
Why, I just said ta-ta.
That's what we thought you said.
The next thing we knew, we were very much under attack by very mad Indians.
Mr. Peabody! Mr. Peabody!
Can you explain this, Sherman?
Yes. I don't know. All I said was ta-ta.
I suspected as much. You see, Sherman, ta-ta means let's have a war to these Indians.
We'll never get to California now.
I think you might. For you see, I, as always, have a plan. Having the members of the wagon train lay down their guns, I then led them in a rousing chorus of Happy Birthday.
Happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy birthday.
Naturally, the Indians, thinking it was their birthday, stopped shooting and came into the circle of wagons to get their presents.
Sure have to hand it to you. That was pretty smart, Mr. Prunebody.
That is Peabody, sir, and I suggest you look through these wagons to find some presents for these happy souls.
Right, and I know just the thing. We got a whole wagon load of musical instruments that we don't need. They can have the whole kit and caboodle.
The Indians were so pleased with their gifts, they forgot all about not being said goodbye to. And the wagon train, led by Kit Carson, moved out and headed west.
Well, there they go. It's sure a lucky thing Kit Carson had that wagon load of musical instruments to give the Indians.
Quite right. And by doing so, he started quite a fad. For it wasn't long before all Indians took up the practice of carrying musical instruments wherever they went.
You're kidding!
Why, I never kid, Sherman. You know very well there was hardly a pioneer that crossed the plains that didn't see a band of Indians.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Pressure. Getting hot. Difference is you're not.
Ban Roll-On makes the difference, and the difference is the dryness.
Pressure. Getting higher. Difference is you stay drier.
Ban fights odor, fights wetness. It's the #1 selling roll-on in America.
When you feel it, pressure. Difference is you feel fresher.
Ban Roll-On. The difference is the dryness, also in solid.
Hi, my name is Jim Boone. I'm with Rose Chevrolet, located on Route 4 in Hamilton. In the past 2 years, I've probably pronounced or mispronounced the word Chevrolet about 7 or 8 different ways. There's one word I don't have trouble with, and that is discount. In the same 2-year period, I've sold about 4,000 cars. If that's what it takes to sell you a new Chevrolet, you need to come to the discount store. Rose Chevrolet, Route 4, Hamilton.
Everybody say honey.
Welcome to the Bear Family Reunion.
Hold still for one more.
There's Mother Bear and Father Bear and Buster Bear, Cousin Leonardo Bear, the famed painter, Auntie Mine Bear, the actress, and her husband, the very rich banker bear.
What's your view of Wall Street?
I'm bearish. Jogger Bear has stubbed his toe, and Nurse Bear advises,
just grin and bear it.
While Cheerleader Bear cheers her way into everyone's hearts.
Hey, Teddy!
No run-of-the-mill bears, the Bear family has roots in a noble tradition. With a humped back, round body, long arms, big feet, jointed legs, arms, and head that mark the true Teddy. Each bear lovingly handmade of 23 parts, even the tiny tongue, mouth, and sweet nose hand-sewn. A collector's joy. This portrait of the Bear family reunion and the bears themselves make every home a happier place. And it's so easy to build your collection. Simply call 1-800-445-4300 and Mother Bear will soon arrive, complete with summer hat, scarf, and flower basket. Then, each month, another member of the family arrives, 12 in all, each only $16.95. A remarkable price for handmade, authentic teddies of this quality, far less than you pay for comparable quality in retail stores. Best order by credit card or pay COD with a $2 service charge. Or mail your check or money order for $18.90, payable to Bears, Box 800, Bear, Delaware. There's no risk. You may return any bear within 30 days to Kent Collectibles. The adjustable stand, this parchment scroll of the Bear family tree, and the full-color portrait are yours. No added charge. Bring the Bear family into your family. Call 1-800-445-4300 and get ready to open your arms and heart. One word of caution.
Have you got any honey?
RVs, Mobile Homes, Richmond, Indiana. It's absolutely worth the drive to Richmond.
Ah, the American Shopping Mall. What a way to get lost in the crowds, the traffic, and the confusion. But at Hyde Park Plaza, you'll find 46 owner-operated stores with the ease of shopping, service, and courtesy the huge malls have forgotten. And Hyde Park Plaza is just 2 minutes from I-71 off the Edwards Road exit. Hyde Park Plaza Super Sidewalk Sale is July 18th and 19th. Super savings at all our stores. Hyde Park Plaza Super Sidewalk Sale, July 18th and 19th.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
You've got to give Boris Badenov credit. When he sets out to kill a moose, he does it like no one else. For as you no doubt will recall, he placed an innocent dish of macadamia nuts on Bullwinkle's lap.
Well, what have we here?
You eat those and they'll make you thirsty.
Truer words were never spoken. Bullwinkle drank 49 glasses of water.
And one for the road.
Of course, that much H2O is bound to produce a tummy ache.
Hello, drugstore. Send over some bellyache pills.
It was all part of Boris's mad plan. The delivery boy got a flat tire. Badenov switched the pills to more macadamia nuts, and you guessed it, Bullwinkle got a bigger bellyache than ever.
Hello there, Dr. Kildarovich at your service.
I'm glad you're here, Doctor. Bullwinkle's sick.
You just finding out?
The culmination of the evil scheme was to operate on the moose and not have him pull through.
You got everything, Dr. Darling.
Let me see. Paper clips, glue is all here.
And with that, Boris proceeded to go to work. However, the fuse box, in abominable manner, was in an advanced state of disrepair, and...
Hey, what gives with light?
You want flashlight?
What for? Operation is going to be failure anyway.
1 hour later, the exhausted surgeon emerged from the operating theater.
Congratulations, Squirrel. You are proud father of a dead moose.
What? But you told me he'd be fine.
Moose is fine. Finally dead.
Pardon me, Doctor. I'm sorry I was delayed.
Oh, think nothing of it.
Bullwinkle!
Moose!
There's a J in there. Bullwinkle J Moose.
But the doctor said you were dead.
Well, there must be some mistake, I think. You see, I heard the nurse ask for a flashlight, and so I went out in search of one. All I found, though, was this luau torch.
Well, if that ain't you on the table in there, who...
Congratulations, Boris. You are first doctor to ever remove appendix from suit of armor.
Well, at least it's not total loss.
More determined than ever, Boris pulled out all the stops. He booby-trapped the entire second floor, put poison in the drinking water, and even wrote a nasty letter.
How many U's in moose?
Let me see. Moose. M-U-S-E. 2.
But it was all to no avail. The booby-traps misfired. The poison only helped to purify the water. And the nasty letter was delivered to the wrong moose.
Boys, I got proposition for you. I pay you, you kill moose. Dash it all, old man. I thought you were an expert. I am at not killing moose.
You know, we really don't have to kill him.
What do you mean?
Well, the will clearly stipulates the moose stay inside the house for 1 week.
You mean if moose goes outside the house, you get £1,000,000 note?
Of course. All you have to do is lure him out, take a picture of him, and...
Natasha, get my brownie. Camera!
I think I'll get some air, Rock.
You better not, Bullwinkle. You're supposed to stay inside for 1 week.
Oh, stinky fool.
Oh, I think I'll go upstairs and take a nap.
So saying, Rocky departed, leaving Bullwinkle alone, but not for long.
Quick, only 30 seconds left to play. We got to make touchdown or we lose game.
Let me make the touchdown, coach.
His deal. Goal line is out through open door. Go.
Don't worry, we'll win.
And Bullwinkle took off, not realizing that he was heading outside the house where Natasha, dressed as a cheerleader, waited with a camera. Will Bullwinkle score but lose his inheritance? The answer lies in 50 cents lost or get that half back.
There, Chicago, Illinois. Have I ever told you how I cleaned out the Chicago racketeers?
Oh, the Roaring Twenties, Commander?
Precisely. The police felt that they could break up the racketeers if I could bring in the leader, Al Baloney. I agreed. So I decided to pose as a vacuum cleaner salesman. Knowing that Al Baloney was always well guarded, I armed myself carefully. Snub-nosed pistol, snub-nosed machine gun, and snub-nosed cannon. I made my way to the house of Al Baloney and demanded an opportunity to demonstrate my vacuum cleaner. But I failed to consider that I might be searched. When I stood before the cruel Al Baloney, I was completely disarmed.
Terrible, Commander. Did you give up?
Never! I whipped out my vacuum cleaner, flipped on the switch. Al Baloney was sucked right into the vacuum cleaner. Then I closed the case on Al Baloney and delivered him to the police.
You actually cleaned up Chicago with a vacuum cleaner?
Quiet.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
You know, a big wheeler dealer like me has to keep up on the action. The players, who's hot, Who's not? And what's a better deal than picking up a copy of Sports Illustrated? You see, Sports
Excuse
Illustrated...
me, sir, but I got a better deal.
Yeah, kid, right. I'll handle this. You see, Sports Illustrated gives me more than just stats and scores. I get the feeling of what it's like to hit a brick wall at 30 miles an hour. How it feels to look down the barrel of a loaded gun. To lose a tough one. And how it feels to win it all. That's what Sports Illustrated gives me.
Well, Sports Illustrated gave me this NFL Follies video cassette. Free with my paid subscription. It's 44 minutes of fumbles, foolery, and follies. It makes a great gift, and it's free.
Free? Come on, kid. This is America. Nobody gives you something for nothing.
Okay, free for subscribing to Sports Illustrated.
Aha!
Ah, but that's just a half of it. I get Sports Illustrated for less than one-half your newsstand price. 27 action-packed weeks of football, baseball, basketball, and more delivered right to your door for 3 installments of just $9.79 each.
That's more than 50% off.
Subscribe now and you get the College and Pro Football Spectacular. Plus, you get this handy NFL schedule free, and you get the famous swimsuit issue uncovering what truly is man's favorite spectator sport. Phones are open now. Just call this toll-free number and you get the whole deal. You can even use your credit card.
Okay, let's get this straight. They get a 50% savings, the schedule, the football spectacular, the swimsuit issue, and a free NFL tape. Now, see, kid? That's a great deal.
Gee, sir, you're right.
Yeah.
Get the savings, get the special issues, get the NFL schedule, get the video cassette.
Oh, Sports Illustrated? I want to renegotiate.
Sports Illustrated. Get the feeling.
Call now. 1-800-221-8100.
Seen any old friends lately? Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, X-Men. Look 'em up at the Book Arcade, 4206 Hamilton Avenue in Northside, across the street from the public library. At the Book Arcade, you'll get the complete line. That's every title of comics like Marvel, DC, Comico, and Renegade. Get 10% off plus a free comic book bag on all new comics. Don't forget your friends at the Book Arcade on Hamilton Avenue in Northside, across the street from the library.
In Tire Service, the largest general tire dealer in the tri-state, knows that you're a smart tire buyer. And when I tell you you can buy General's best highway steel radial white wall for only $25, you know that's a real value. These tires have slight cosmetic blemishes, but they're fully warranted by General. We carry no off-brands, only General tires. Get in Tire Service for your car.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
And now...
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Again?
Open up my sleeve. Presto! No doubt about it. I gotta get another hat.
Now here's something we hope you'll really like.
Enjoy your lunch, son?
Oh, hi, Pop. This isn't lunch.
So I can see. Candy, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. I was going to give it to my girl for Valentine's.
Instead, you gave it to your stomach.
Well, she doesn't like me anymore. She's got a crush on Butch Croesus.
Well, I should think you'd be heartbroken.
Well, I was. For about 5 minutes.
Junior, you have just displayed a perfect illustration of one of my favorite adages. To wit, time heals all wounds.
And now comes the fable, right?
Right. This one is entitled The Owl and the Wolf. There was once a wolf who had an uncontrollable passion for clocks. Clocks of any kind. Wristwatches, sundials, anything, so long as it told the time.
Oh, man, them tic-tacs. Ain't they the most?
Now, this wolf was a highly unsavory character. For you see, he'd come by those timepieces illegally.
10 o'clock. Time for me to go to work.
Work was highway robbery in the strictest sense.
Stop! I am the masked clock.
Usually, the coaches stopped.
How about that? An express?
And sure enough, the next one did.
Your clocks are your lives.
Please, sir, all I have is this egg timer given to me by my mother.
Like that's tough, Turtle.
And the cruel wolf took his booty and departed. Now, during the day, the wolf worked in a clock shop.
What time do you have, Wolf?
1/2 boss.
The boss was no fool. He knew that on the wages he paid the wolf, he could never afford an egg timer like that. Something was rotten in Denmark, which is where our story took place.
So, you suspect the wolf of being the masked clock, eh?
I do, Inspector.
All right. We'll set a trap for him and see what happens.
Oh, good afternoon, sir. Something I can do for you?
Yes, I'd like to know how much this alarm clock is worth.
The wolf could hardly control himself. Never had he seen a clock like this before.
Wow, a second hand, a third hand, and even a fourth.
Tell you what, I'll come back tomorrow, and you let me know how much it's worth. Oh, and incidentally, I'll be on the midnight stage tonight.
It was an ingenious trap. If the wolf were the masked clock, he would definitely stick up the midnight stage, hoping to snare the alarm clock, and the inspector would be well prepared.
Halt! I am the masked clock.
The wolf was there, but the inspector wasn't. For the midnight stage he had referred to was the stage of the Midnight Theater, where he was appearing as a juggler. The following morning...
Oh, good morning, sir. I missed you last night. I mean, you're looking well.
About this alarm clock, Wolf, how much is it worth?
I can't tell you now, but I will tonight. I'll meet you on the midnight stage.
You guessed it, the inspector took the ride while the wolf juggled.
Look, Wolf, we can't seem to get together, can we?
It has been difficult.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, a masked bear appeared.
Pause up! I am the masked watch.
Clock.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're not. I am the masked watch.
Clock.
Before the inspector knew what was happening, the bear grabbed the coveted alarm clock and ran off.
Quick! We must stop him, the dirty thief.
You stop him. I got to juggle. Matinee today.
The wolf bought a ticket on the first stage leaving town. Strangely enough, so did his boss.
Why aren't you minding the store, Wolf?
I'm on the trail of the masked watch, that's why.
Masked clock, you mean?
Oh.
The stage rattled on over the countryside, that is, until it reached a certain obstacle.
It's the inspector.
Everybody out. Okay? One of you is a masked clock. Which is it?
Not I, sir.
Nor I.
Don't give me that. You see, I can tell which one it is by searching you and finding my alarm clock.
But the two suspects remained steadfast.
Look, there's something you should know. I loaded that alarm clock with TNT, and it's due to go off any second. Now confess, or we'll all be blown up.
The seconds ticked by, but the wolf and the bear refused to admit anything. Suddenly, the clock, which was in the bear's pocket, broke the silence.
Oh, my gosh, it's going to go off. Here, take it, Inspector.
Ah, so you are the masked clock.
No, sir, I am. Now, please, get rid of that thing before it goes off.
Never fear. It isn't really loaded with TNT. I just said that to trick you.
Well, it may not have been loaded with TNT, but whatever it was, the clock certainly didn't work too well. The wolf, the owl, and the bear all went on to bigger and higher things.
It serves him right, Pop.
You bet it does. That's why I say time heals all wounds.
That's not what I say. I say time wounds all heals.
Let us return to dear old Abominable Manor, where last time Boris Badenov made a startling discovery.
You mean I don't got to kill Moose?
Of course not. We'll still get the £1 million note if we can take a picture of him outside the house.
Yes. According to the will, he must not leave Abominable Manor for 1 week.
The week was almost up, but so was Bullwinkle's dander.
I tell you, Rock, if I don't get the mayor, I'll go stale.
Better not, Bullwinkle.
With that, Rocky left to take a nap. That's when Boris came in.
Boy, oh boy, he's left quarter with only 2 seconds left to play, and we behind 6 points.
Never fear, Canute. I shall score us a touchdown.
Good, Moose. Here, take pigskin and go over goal line.
But the goal line Boris referred to was outside Abominable Manor, where Natasha waited with a camera.
I take picture of moose suitable for framing, and job is done.
Bullwinkle set sail for the open door, and it looked like the end, but only of our last episode, for the commotion downstairs had arrested the attention of our staunch hero.
Stop, Bullwinkle, you're heading for the door.
But the game had to be won, and Bullwinkle plummeted onward. That's when Rocky took off from the balcony and pulled a triple reverse, taking the football away, tripping Bullwinkle, who got only as far as the welcome mat, and scoring the deciding touchdown.
We won! Well, Boris, all I got was photo of flying squirrels.
You got off easy, Natasha. I bet another team. I got bad idea.
You mean good idea.
You know me, I don't got nothing good. Here is last-ditch plan.
That night, on the roof of Abominable Manor, Boris and Natasha burned the midnight oil. And when daylight finally dawned...
Well, how do you like it?
It's beautiful. What is it?
It's rocket ship. Moose will follow squirrel anywhere, right?
It's plausible.
So, we get squirrel inside rocket, moose follows, we send rocket to moon, no more squirrel, no more moose, no more failure.
Boris, you are Dracula of cartoon industry.
The day passed by, as days often will do, and that evening over dinner...
You know what day this is, Bullwinkle?
Guy Fawkes Day?
No, it's your last day inside Abominable Manor.
He ain't kidding.
When the clock strikes midnight, the lawyer will arrive with your £1,000,000 note. You'll be rich.
Not if Boris can help it.
Here is dessert, gentlemen. Nice hot soup.
A butler? Where did you come from?
And what's with soup for dessert? I usually get salad.
Fair enough. You get salad, squirrel gets soup.
But that's no ordinary soup. It contains knockout drops.
Say, this is pretty good. How's your salad?
Well, the ptomaine lettuce is a trifle wilted. I said, how about that? He's asleep.
With the butler showing the way, Bullwinkle carried Rocky to the threshold of the rocket ship.
That's a very odd bedroom there.
His latest thing. Go ahead, take squirrel inside.
And once inside, Boris quickly slammed the door.
The fool fell for it.
Quick, Boris. Pull lever and blast rocket off. It's almost midnight.
Yes, the clock was just beginning to strike, and there, coming up the walk, was the crankcase lawyer.
Pull lever, darling. What you waiting for?
I got strange feeling something is going to happen.
Something did. The rocket door suddenly opened.
Sleep tight, Ross.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Well, I haven't finished my salad.
Now what?
Now this.
Will the rocket blast off? Don't miss. The scheme misfires, or you can plan it better than that.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Hey, don't buy wrong. Just buy right at Buy Right. Look what I have for you here. I got a couch, a love seat, and a chair. Hey, look at it. They got loose cushions on them. $399. Just $399 for this three-piece groupie. And I'll tell you what, I've seen this coffee table enough. I'm going to throw this coffee table in the boot. Hey, come to all the Buy Right locations and check us out. I'm the Buy Right kid, and I'll see you later.
In Tire Service, the largest general tire dealer in the tri-state, knows that you're a smart tire buyer. And when I tell you you can buy General's best highway steel radial white wall for only $25, you know that's a real value. These tires have slight cosmetic blemishes, but they're fully warranted by General. We carry no off-brands, only General tires. Get in Tire Service for your car.
Win a grandfather clock from Henderson Music, an Apple Macintosh computer, or passes to see Baptist School or Club Paradise. Watch Bob Newhart tomorrow night at 7:30 for details. And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
And now...
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
But that trick never worked.
This time for sure. Presto! Well, I'm getting close.
And now it's time for another special feature.
Hello, poetry lovers. Today's poem is a saga of the Old West called Little Bo Peep. Little Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and can't tell where to find them. Leave them alone and they'll come home.
Okay, stranger.
Get?
There's cowboy for Scram.
Scram? How come?
You on my range, sheep herder.
Sheep herder? I'm Little Bo Peep, and those are my sheep.
Your sheep? You got brand on them?
Brand? I wouldn't brand them. They're my little buddies.
Buddies. What kind sheep are buddies?
Friend sheep.
Oh. You got to prove to me they're yours.
Okay, you asked for it.
Oops.
Hey, where you going?
Can't you tell? I'm taking it on the leg!
Chairman, when a person yells caramba and cries, what is he doing?
Peeling Spanish onions?
No, he's watching a bullfight.
Is that what we're going to do, Mr. Peabody?
Well, we're not going to peel Spanish onions. Following my instructions, Sherman set the Wayback Machine for Cadiz, Spain in the year 1833. Before you could say ole, we were sitting inside a huge arena.
Here comes the matador, Mr. Peabody.
And out strode a handsome fellow bedecked in traditional bullfighting garb. A roar went up from the vast throng as a gate at the far end of the arena swung open, and out trotted a ferocious-looking bull. Dog.
That's not a bull.
We watched in utter dismay as the matador took a stick, threw it, and the bulldog retrieved it. This went on for an hour and a half, and then Sherman brought something to my attention.
You're asleep, Mr. Peabody.
Yes, so was the crowd in the arena. Leaving our seats, we quickly cornered the manager of the establishment.
So, senor, you don't think fetching this stick should be Spain's national sport?
I think bullfighting would be far more colorful.
That's true, but there is only one bull in this neck of the woods, and he won't come near this arena.
Lend me the services of your bravest matador, and we'll bring him back. Well, his bravest matador turned out to be one Porfirio Garbanza.
You leave it to me, senor. I will catch that bull.
With a butterfly net?
We left the net behind and should have done the same thing with Porfirio, for just on the outskirts of Cadiz...
There's the bull, Mr. Peabody, standing in the road.
And one, I might add, who has his dander up.
Then I will let his dandruff down.
Before I could stop him, Porfirio, or Porfirio, which I somehow prefer, approached the creature and told him off.
Senor Bull, it is for you to come into the arena and make with the bull fight.
Now, the bull was in a bad humor as it was, but when Porfirio chose that moment to pull out his red hanky, the bull sped off into the distance. We turned to Porfirio.
There's some bull throw, eh?
Now we've got an even longer way to bring him back.
40 miles from Cadiz, we spotted our quarry standing in the meadow.
This time I get him for sure.
Yes, but this time keep the hanky in your trousers, please. And use subterfuge. Reason with him. Pretend he's your best friend.
Hello, Bull. Where's the 2 pesos you owe me? Tell you what, you pay me the money and I buy you a pair of socks just like these ones I got on.
And, of course, the socks he had on were red.
Well, you scared him off again, Mr. Garbanza.
Why don't we try catching a jackass?
We already have one, senor. It took us 3 hours to catch up with the bull, and this time he was standing in the shade of a large tree.
This time I take off the red socks and throw the red hanky away.
We made him go even further.
But I could catch cold.
Just so long as you catch the bull.
Buenos dias, Bull. What's new? Say, how about a nice piece of fruit? Here, have an apple.
You guessed it. The apple was red. As the sun sank over the hills, so did our bull. 1 week later, some 400 miles from Cadiz, we discovered the bull sitting on the railroad tracks.
If he don't get off there, he's going to get hit by the Onion Pacific.
Sure enough, around the bend and bearing down hard came a fast freight train. Quick, Sherman, Porfirio, hop aboard as the train passes.
But what about the bull?
As I had surmised, the cowcatcher in front of the engine swept up the bull and carried him along.
Well, what do you know? The bull is on his way back to Cadiz.
Well, not for long he wasn't. We had the great misfortune to be stopped by a red light and...
Well, there he goes, heading into the city of Seville.
I told Sherman and Porfirio to go into Seville and wait for me while I stayed on the freight train and went back to Cadiz. There, in one of the larger gambling casinos...
21 red again. You keep this up, you are going to break the bank.
By applying calculus, Hector's arithmetic, and PS39 multiplication, I had amassed a fortune in no time.
One more win and you win the city of Cadiz.
Which, of course, was exactly what I was after. 21 red again.
Why not 21 black?
Well, it would simply ruin the color scheme of this whole story. Needless to say, 21 red came up and I owned the city.
Well, Senor Peabody, now that you own my arena, what are you going to do with it?
I'll give everything back to the city and your arena back to you if you move it to Seville.
You got a deal.
And thus, instead of the bull coming to the arena came to the bull. Spain, and Seville in particular, had its first bullfight.
Oh, my gosh, Mr. Peabody, look, that matador in the arena. It's a lady.
Yes, her name is Barbara. Not only the first female bullfighter, but the best of them all.
I never heard of her.
You have never heard of the Barbara of Seville?
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
When it comes to preparing Italian pie, the Viola sisters agree on only one thing. It should have the finest Italian sausage. At Pizza Hut, we couldn't agree more. Introducing our newest Priazzo Italian pie. A blend of zesty Italian sausage, green peppers, onions, and cheeses. New Priazzo Portofino. We think it's delicious. And we believe that even the Viola sisters would agree.
Read any good microwave popcorns lately? Now, this one says it's normal for 1 to 3 tablespoons of kernels to remain unpopped. And this one is only recommended for certain wattage microwaves. Now, this one is new Pop Secret from Betty Crocker. Pop Secret works in all microwaves, and it pops up beautifully, light and fluffy. The next time you want to curl up with a good microwave popcorn, make it Pop Secret. The secret to better microwave popcorn.
Crisco oil's light taste brings remarkable lightness to salads.
Remarkably light, ooh, delightfully light, ah, true flavor in every bite. Crisco oil's light taste sets the flavor free.
Today's Crisco oil is remarkably clear, remarkably light, but it's really Crisco's light taste that brings out salad's true flavor with no oily taste and no cholesterol.
Deliciously, Crisco oil's light taste sets the flavor free.
So why do you buy TV Guide?
To know more about what's going on the television. And
sports magazine, they have inside stories, up-to-date programming.
Yeah, what's it smell? It smells kind of magazine-y. Magazine-y? Yeah. Well, it is a magazine. Right, it's an old Italian phrase. I mean, what do you like about the article?
Oh, they're nice and juicy. They're informative. All of a sudden, I just feel this need to open it. I mean, just like amazing need.
If you don't read TV Guide this week, you might be missing something.
Think so? You're right.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
While our adventure in England is rapidly approaching a dismal climax, Bullwinkle, you'll recall, had to spend 1 week inside Abominable Manor or forfeit a £1 million note inheritance.
But Boris got other plans.
Yes, the dastardly villain built a do-it-himself rocket ship.
It looks nice, but what's it for?
It's for heroes. All we got to do is lure Squirrel inside. Moose follows, we slam door, send boat to moon.
It looked like the plan couldn't fail. Thus, at dinner that evening...
Eat your soup, Rock, or it'll get hot.
Unfortunately, that soup contained an overdose of knockout drops. 2 sips later...
Poor Rock, he's all Tommy Tuckered out.
Following Boris's untimely suggestion, Bullwinkle carried Rocky upstairs into what he thought was a bedroom, but what was in reality the rocket ship.
Listen, strike is clocking 12. Lawyer is due here any episode. And soon as I pull lever, Moose and Squirrel are on their way to moon.
Pleasant dreams, Rock.
Boris, Moose is getting out.
No, he's getting in.
And just as we closed, Boris prepared to launch our boys skyward.
Here goes something.
What gives with rockets?
I don't know. It should blast off.
But it couldn't, not with Bullwinkle leaning against the brake.
Moose, would you please not lean against brake?
Yes, you're spoiling plans.
I wasn't leaning against the brake.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
He's right, Boris.
What do you mean he's right? He's leaning against brake.
Too darn much noise in here.
With that, Bullwinkle picked up Rocky and exited the rocket. Naturally, with his brake release, the rocket took off.
He was!
The front door opened just as the clock struck 12.
Those were the longest 12 chimes I ever heard.
Ah, the Earl of Crankcase.
Oh, what's going on, Bullwinkle?
Glad you woke up. It's the end of the story. You get the girl, I get the money.
There's just one thing. I must take one more look at your foot to check the Rule Britannia inscription.
Then I get the £1 million note, right?
Precisely.
You can imagine everyone's surprised to see that the inscription was no longer there.
Bullwinkle, it's gone.
Well, sure it's gone. It never lasts more than a week.
And Bullwinkle told them how, after he took a shower, he stepped onto his bath mats made by the Rue Britannia Bath Mat Company, Peoria, Illinois.
You mean a print came off on your foot?
Yeah, cheap mats.
But this means you're not the Earl of Crankcase.
Yes, and it also means that we get the inheritance.
They did get it, and it was a £1 million note, a £1 million promissory note.
Good heavens. According to this, our dear uncle borrowed £1 million from the Bank of England.
Yes, and you chaps must pay it back.
What bitter irony. Pilcher, Boucher, and Jay were forced to work in a local garage, draining, of all things, crankcases.
Cheer up, champ. At £1 a week, we'll have it paid off in 1,000,000 weeks.
As for Boris and Natasha, they were last seen orbiting along the Milky Way.
I tell you, Moose was not leaning on brakes.
You may be right.
Rocky and Bullwinkle booked passage on the first boat leaving for home.
Boy, am I glad that's over.
And you know something? I'd just rather be plain old me than all the earls in the world.
Sure was funny how that bath mat inscription fooled us.
Yeah, but what's funnier is the one on my other foot. That one never comes off. See?
Oh,
Be with us next time for further adventures of Rocky the Flying Squirrel.
The Aurora Borealis Islands. Coldest islands in the world. Did I ever tell you I was shipwrecked there?
I'm sure you did, Commander, and I...
A storm blew me off course, and I struck a rock off the coast of the island. The boat began sinking, and I knew I would not last 2 seconds in the freezing water. I climbed the mast and kept right on going until I reached a passing seagull. Grasping its feet, I glided to shore. Then I saw the tracks of a monstrous bear, and there I was without a weapon. I broke off a forked stick, and using my suspenders, made a crude slingshot. Just in time, for the monster was upon me. I reached down for some stones for the slingshot, but there were none. Nothing but snow. He had me cornered.
Good heavens, what did you do?
I cried. I thought of my dear mother, and the tears rolled down my cheeks. But it was so cold that they instantly froze solid. Fitting a frozen tear into my slingshot, I caught the monster right between the eyes, and he fell at my feet.
Oh, Commander, you barely made it.
Quite.
Be sure to join Rocky and Bullwinkle for the Guns of Abalone tomorrow night on the...
Hello, darling. Natasha Fatal here, welcoming you to third night of second annual Cartoon Carnival on WIII TV 64. Tonight is great night for Boris and me. We have whirled on a string and sitting on our fingers. Our trigger fingers, that is. We have taken control of infamous Guns of Abalone, and with them we can rule the world, blowing up any place we want to. This is it. We can have anything we want when we want it. Of course, being simple crooks with simple minds, our demands are simple.
World, Boris will blow you up unless you give to me moose named Bullwinkle and squirrel named Rocky.
See? we finally have chance to rid ourselves of miserable moose and squirrel. And believe it or not, we killed them. Almost. But luck is with us this time, darling, because not only do we want them dead, so does British Army. Finally, we have them in our clutches, and there is no escape for them. John Collins, move over.
This small island in the Aegean Sea was a decisive factor in the outcome of World War II. The island was called Abalone. On July 22nd, 1943, 5 gigantic cannons were brought to the island. It wasn't long before they were bombarding every spot on the globe, generally causing a terrible nuisance. What to see is an account of how these fearsome leviathans were silenced. This is the story of the Guns of Abalone.
Send Captain Snyder in here.
I am Captain Snyder, General.
Well, you certainly got here fast. Snyder, form a group of commandos and destroy those guns the narrator was talking about.
To hear it's to obey.
That came about the formation of Schneider's Raiders. To make a short story even shorter, Schneider's Raiders accomplished what they set out to do. The Guns of Abalone were silenced, but not forever. 18 years later, a reunion was held on the second floor of a one-store building. Captain Schneider, older and wiser, proposed a toast to his comrades.
So drink, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug. So drink, chug-a-lug.
Include me out, Captain.
What's wrong, Crenshaw? Are you driving tonight?
No, it's them headlines in the paper.
And there in black pica were the words, Guns of Abalone, renew firing.
The paper's wrong.
The paper was right. A worldwide appeal was launched for volunteers to destroy the cannons once and for all. Alas, not one volunteer stepped forward.
Hokey smoke, Bullwinkle, we're out of milk. One of us has got to run down to the store.
Leave it to me, Rock. I'll go.
Wouldn't you know it, those last two words, I'll go, were overheard by a newspaper reporter who relayed them to his editor, who relayed them to a linotype machine, who relayed them to page 1 of the Frostbite Falls Flyer.
Read all about it. Bullwinkle says he'll go.
Is it true, Bullwinkle? You're going to Abalone?
Oh, I never shop at Abalone's. Too crowded, you know. I always buy my groceries at the J&T.
You don't understand, Bullwinkle. Somehow or other, when you said you'd go, everyone assumed you'd volunteer to go to an island in the Aegean Sea.
What's wrong with the milk in this country?
It took Rocky the better part of the night to explain what had happened. In fact, he was still explaining about a jet airliner bound for Europe.
And if those cannons aren't taken care of, they could blow up the world.
What's that got to do with the price of milk?
We've nothing better to do, so let's jump ahead of our heroes to their eventual destination. Now, the island of Abalone isn't very large, yet the cannons are not easily discernible. That's because they are camouflaged. You see that small building with the 5 smokestacks? Well, those smokestacks are in reality smokestacks. The cannons are on the other side of the island, disguised as trees. Whoops, there they go.
Oh, boy, Boris, those things make loud booms.
You think this loud? Wait till world gets ransom note. Then you hear noise. I'm going to say, world, Boris will blow you up unless you give to me moose named Bullwinkle and squirrel named Rocky.
For why you let those two bug you?
Because, Natasha, I promised someone I rid hemisphere of all goodies.
For your promise.
Me? Here, take shell and load number 1 canyon.
Yes, those two ne'er-do-wells, Boris Badenov and Natasha Patal, were responsible for reactivating the Guns of Abalone.
Who we aim for this time, darling?
Oh, we take potluck.
The shell arched its way up into the sky, then took off on a straight line for the airplane carrying our heroes.
And that's one of the few straight lines in the show.
Will it be a direct hit? Will the real Bullwinkle stand up? Don't miss Falling Stars, or Only a Plumber Should Plummet.
Hi there! Today's poem is all about my grandfather's clock.
Sure is a big one.
Yup.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor.
How come it's not running?
See, it says always is treasure and pride. It stopped short, never to go again when the old moose died.
Your grandfather's dead, Bullwinkle?
Well, exactly. He just sort of disappeared. But that doesn't rhyme so good.
And the clock hasn't run all these years, huh?
What do you mean all these years? He disappeared yesterday.
Yesterday? And the clock stopped? Hey, Juke Boat.
Uh-oh. Let me open her up. Grandpa, it's you!
You're expecting maybe John Cameron Swayze?
Well, if that don't beat all, how could anybody be so stupid as to get locked up in a clock?
Stupid? Why, it's easy. Like this.
Oh!
Now there's something you don't see every day, Rocky.
What's that, Grandpa?
A clock with a face on both sides.
It was once thought that taking the long count meant that someone had lost a boxing match. In the kingdom of Withering Heights, however, taking the long count simply meant that the very tall Count Basil had been swindled again. The poor Count was an easy dupe for any charlatan he chanced to meet.
Hey, Bud, how would you like to buy a stable of racing chickens?
Racing chickens? Nobody races chickens.
I know. You'll be the only one in the world. That way you'll never lose a race.
Say, that's right. I'll take it.
Then again, that same morning...
I'll bet you 1,000 to 1 you can't jump over 4 Mile Canyon. I'll hold the stakes.
Of course, even the Count knew that he couldn't make it, but at 1,000 to 1, he couldn't resist the odds. This went on year after year, and finally, there came a day when the poor Count had nothing left to be swindled out of. His castle was repossessed, his riches were gone, he even had to give up his stable of racing chickens.
Oh, I really hate to see those chickens go, especially the trotters.
Penniless and in rags, the Count was forced to become a lowly wood chopper so that he could earn enough to buy bread and cheese.
A lowly wood breaker, to be exact, old boy. You see, I can't even afford to buy a ruddy axe.
Then, one morning, as he was going off through the forest to his daily task, he saw a beautiful bird. A sapsucker, I believe, with one of its wings caught in the branch of a tree.
I'm what you might say a sap and sucker myself.
Going to the branch, he released the tiny bird, whereupon it fluttered into the air, circled several times, and then, landing on his head, laid an egg in his hat. And with a cheery song, he flew away into the clouds.
I say, how nice.
He quickly made a fire, prepared to cook the egg, but, to his amazement, when he opened the egg, a gold coin fell out.
By Jove, what a generous and talented bird.
It was several days later, while making his usual trip into the woods, that he heard a familiar sound, and there, in the same tree, he saw the same bird caught on the same limb.
My word.
Once again, he released the bird, and just as before, it fluttered into the air, circled several times, landed on his head, laid an egg in his hat, and flew off into the sky. Quickly taking the egg, the Count broke it open, and this time, 2 gold coins fell out.
Champion! A double yoker! Thank heaven for little birds!
The Count had 2 gold coins, but not for long. Less than 2 hours later, a fast-talking rogue had the coins, and the Count had a deed to the Atlantic Ocean.
Now, well, don't laugh. This might turn out to be a good investment someday. Well, back to the tree.
Yes, but when he arrived, the little bird was not there.
I wonder what could be keeping the little beggar. Oh, yes, here he is.
And this time, the Count was taking no chances. Instead of setting the bird free, he took it with him.
I shall never let you out of my sight again.
And for the next 6 months, the bird laid eggs in the hat, and the Count counted coins.
1,000,002, 1,000,003, 1,000,004, 1,000,000... What's this? An Indian head penny? Ooh. See, here we'll have none of that.
The marvelous little bird was able to lay eggs full of gold coins faster than the Count could be swindled out of them. So, it was no time at all before the Count was richer than he'd ever been before. He was able to buy fine castles.
I'll take 2. They're small.
Had all of his clothes made from the most expensive material.
Let's see, that's 700 gold shirts, 600 silver sneakers, and 1,000 satin socks, right?
Right. And don't forget the mink middies, okay?
He had everything he could wish for. He even bought back his stable of racing chickens. Rich and famous, he was the envy of every fair maiden in the kingdom, and, choosing the fairest and the most beautiful of all, he was married.
Dearest, I have a gift for you.
Oh, how nice. What is it?
The thing I treasure most. Me. No, seriously. This tiny bird to whom I owe everything.
A sapsucker. Oh, how nice.
His wife took the bird and was very pleased. It seemed as though the Count was most certainly destined to live happily ever after. But that very afternoon, tragedy struck.
Extra! Extra! Read all about it! Here, boy. Paper.
And when he read the headlines...
Snow White eats poison apple. Good grief.
What's the matter, mister? You look green.
Snow White. She ate the apple.
So what? Odds were 5 to 1 that she would.
I know, but I wagered everything I have in the world that she wouldn't. I've lost everything. I'm wiped out.
But remembering that he still had the little bird that laid eggs full of gold coins, he frantically rushed to his wife.
Dear, you know that little bird I gave you?
Yes.
How did you like it?
Oh, fine. It was delicious.
Ooh. Ruined beyond words, the Count went back to the woods and sat under the old tree where he waited and waited for 100. But from that day to this, no one has ever found another sapsucker that laid eggs full of gold coins.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Everybody say honey.
Welcome to the Bear Family Reunion.
Hold still for one more.
There's Mother Bear and Father Bear and Buster Bear, Cousin Leonardo Bear, the famed painter, Auntie Mine Bear, the actress, and her husband, the very rich Banker Bear.
What's your view of Wall Street?
I'm bearish. Jogger Bear has stubbed his toe, and Nurse Bear advises,
Just grin and bear it.
while Cheerleader Bear cheers her way into everyone's hearts.
Hey, Teddy.
No run-of-the-mill bears, the Bear family has roots in a noble tradition. With a humped back, round body, long arms, big feet, jointed legs, arms, and head that mark the true Teddy. Each bear lovingly handmade of 23 parts, even the tiny tongue, mouth, and sweet nose hand-sewn. A collector's joy. This portrait of the Bear family reunion and the bears themselves make every home a happier place. And it's so easy to build your collection. Simply call 1-800-445-4300 and Mother Bear will soon arrive, complete with summer hat, scarf, and flower basket. Then, each month, another member of the family arrives, 12 in all, each only $16.95, a remarkable price for handmade, authentic teddies of this quality, far less than you pay for comparable quality in retail stores. Best order by credit card or pay COD with a $2 service charge. Or mail your check or money order for $18.90, payable to Bears, Box 800, Bear, Delaware. There's no risk. You may return any bear within 30 days to Kent Collectibles. The adjustable stand, this parchment scroll of the Bear family tree, and the full-color portrait are yours. No added charge. Bring the Bear family into your family. Call 1-800-445-4300 and get ready to open your arms and heart. One word of caution.
Have you got any honey?
A good private eye always breaks the case.
When someone points a gun at you, you are supposed to do what he says.
A good private eye always keeps his head.
Are you a dangerous man, Mr. Tucker?
A good private eye never tips his hand.
Concealed weapon.
A good private eye always gets his man.
Nice birdie.
Natalie Wood and Michael Caine.
I hate this job.
In Keeper. Tonight at 9. And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
It's pretty hard to get peace and quiet these days, especially with the guns of Abalone spreading destruction all over the place.
Someone's got to silence those cannons.
Bullwinkle and Rocky were on their way, but it wasn't going to be easy.
Unless they send me moose and squirrel, I blow up cotton pickin' world.
Alas, that shell was aimed directly at our hero's aircraft.
Quick, tell the pilot to make a 90-degree return!
Bullwinkle dashed to the pilot's compartment, but the pilot was already aware of the situation and had parachuted to safety.
What did he say, Bullwinkle?
Not a heck of a lot.
Well, if he doesn't make a turn, we're going to get blown up.
Prophetic words. Seconds later, all that remained was a black cloud. But when the cloud broke up, it revealed the wreckage of the plane, and the plane was sitting atop the Rock of Gibraltar.
It must have hit us just as we landed. We sure are lucky.
Some of us are, anyway.
Bullwinkle, you're hurt.
Oh, it's nothing, Rock. You third-degree burn.
The smoldering moose was in need of medical attention, and the only place to get it on Gibraltar was the British Army Hospital. Britons, however, were notoriously healthy on the island, and the hospital had been converted into a billiard parlor.
Looks like they're busy operating.
Pardon us, gentlemen, but is there a...
Hush! Can't you see I'm in the midst of a devilishly ticklish shot?
Here, shoot, Carruthers. You're beaten and you know it.
Not if I make this shot, I'm not.
Why don't you try putting a little English on the ball, seeing as how you British and all that?
Exasperated, General Carruthers looked up just as he shot and neatly stuck his cue through the table.
Nice try.
Good Lord, that's torn it.
You've made me ruin this table, my favorite snooker table, and you've caused me to decimate it.
Well, couldn't you play miniature golf on it or something?
Gods, place these two under arrest.
But you don't understand, sir. I'm burned.
And you think I'm not?
The boys were unceremoniously dumped into a cell.
Oh, fine. Now how do we get to Abalone from here?
In 2 words,
escape.
The walls are 2 feet thick. There aren't any windows, and the only door is airtight.
Well built, isn't it?
Seems to be some writing on the floor. Wait till I blow the dust off. Can you read what it says?
Not too well, no.
Monte Cristo was here. Hey, do you know what that means?
Yeah, some guy was in here making sandwiches.
No, the Count of Monte Cristo must have been imprisoned in this cell, and he got out. Said so in the book.
How long did it take him?
About 200 pages.
Well, we better hurry. I think we're on our last chapter.
Working feverishly, Rocky and Bullwinkle dug with their hands, attempting to discover a secret passage. Their efforts were soon rewarded.
That stone swings out.
Leave us swing out, too.
Into a passage they went, but due to the darkness, there was no way of knowing where it led.
Hey, I feel cool air blowing on me. You know what that means?
It means I'm breathing down your neck.
No, it means that we're approaching the entrance to this tunnel.
Oh, shucks. I was hoping it'd be an exit.
Bullwinkle, I think we're outside.
Well, strike a match for freedom, Rock.
And just like that, they were bathed in light.
Well, there's some matches you have.
It wasn't a match, but a row of searchlights that provided the sudden illumination. And beside them stood a firing squad.
The penalty for escape is instant liquidation. Sorry. Prepare to volley, chaps.
Is this to be our hero's swan song? Don't miss I'm Out of Bullets or Pour Me Another Shot.
For all of you who want to become tigers in the field of journalism, here is Mr. Know-It-All.
Hello, copycats. Today's subject is how to be a star reporter.
In order to be star reporter, you got to bring back scoop.
You can count on me, Chief.
Here is hot scoop. Cover big boat fire at Pier 12.
Are you sure there's a boat on fire, Chief?
Positive. I lit it this morning on my way to the office.
Running up the gangplank of the burning boat, you rush down into the hold, where you find the fire burning merrily. This will be the hottest story of the year. Grabbing a nearby can of water, spelled G-A-S, you dash it into the flames and await results. Hello, Chief. About that fire.
Got another scoop for you. Rush over to Zoo. His 2-day-old tiger cub smoking cigar.
Are you sure there's a 2-day-old tiger cub smoking a cigar?
Positive. I lit it this morning on my way to the office.
Dashing to the zoo, you rush into the cage, clearly marked Tiger. E-L-E-P-H-A-N-T, Tiger. Once inside, you proceed to spank the 2-day-old tiger, which weighs 40 tons and is smoking the longest cigar you have ever seen. Hello, Chief. About that 2-day-old tiger.
Never mind that. Come back to office. Is man about to jump off roof?
Are you sure, Chief?
I ought to be. It's me.
At last you are to get your scoop.
And did you get your scoop, Mr. Know-It-All?
I certainly did. I stopped off at an ice cream parlor and got 2 of them. See? Tutti Frutti and Pistachio.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
When it comes to preparing Italian pie, the Viola sisters agree on only one thing. It should have the finest Italian sausage. At Pizza Hut,
We couldn't agree more. Introducing our newest Priazzo Italian pie. A blend of zesty Italian sausage, green peppers, onions, and cheeses. New Priazzo Portofino. We think it's delicious. And we believe that even the Viola sisters would agree.
So why do you buy TV Guide?
To know more about what's going on the television.
Sports magazine, they have inside stories, up-to-date programming.
Yes, it smells. It smells kind of magazine-y. Magazine-y? Yeah. Well, it is a magazine. Right, it's an old Italian phrase. I mean, what do you like about the article?
Oh, they're nice and juicy. They're informative. All of a sudden, I just feel this need to open it. I mean, just like amazing need.
If you don't read TV Guide this week, you might be missing something.
Think so? You're right.
Would you like to know a secret? How to get the perfect body at a salon for the total woman? Hey, that's you. Well, don't just sit there. Come on in to PG's Body Perfect.
Imagine a nice year-round tan free. That's what PG's is offering right now with the purchase of a one-year fitness program starting at just $19.95 a month. It's the grand opening special at PG's, where the equipment does the work, not you. It's the grand opening at PG's Body Perfect, 7 minutes north of Tri-County off I-75 on Kingsgate Way in Westchester.
Has the vast video wasteland got you down? Thinking of turning in early? Well, hold on to your seats, because now there's comedy tonight and every night, with plenty of fun for everyone. We search the world for the kind of entertainment that thrills discriminating audiences in clubs and concert halls. Then, sparing little or no expense, we scientifically transmit laughs directly into your living room. So touch that dial and tune to the fastest and funniest 30 minutes on TV. Comedy Tonight.
Tonight at 11 on TV 60.
I can't believe it. In just 1 week, I lost enough weight to actually see the difference.
Slim Fast is making a pledge. Give us a week, we'll take off the weight.
I used Slim Fast for breakfast and lunch. It was delicious, and in just 1 week, I lost weight.
The Slim Fast plan can live up to its pledge because each shake is a nutritious, low-calorie meal.
My husband didn't think I could lose the weight.
Boy, was I wrong. The Slim Fast pledge. Give us a week, we'll take off the weight. Also try Slim Fast chocolate bars and cookies.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Peabody here, and I'll be with you as soon as Sherman completes his geography lesson. One last question, Chairman. See this spot on the globe?
That's China, Mr. Peabody.
Correct. Now tell me, what is a China clipper?
A barber.
It would seem you need a little brushing up. Therefore, today's historical destination will be China.
Oh, boy, while we're there, I can learn how to play chopsticks.
Oh, you need a lot of brushing up, my boy. Wasting no further time, I set the Wayback Machine for the year 214 BC, and the place, the borderline of China proper and Mongolia. In less time than it takes to chop a bowl of suey, we found ourselves standing in the center of the bleak wastelands of Mongolia.
What are we going to do here?
We are going to witness the building of the Great Wall of China.
Well, who's going to build it? I don't see anyone.
True, there wasn't a soul in sight. However, 5 minutes later, the place was swarming with ferocious-looking Mongols, led by the legendary Fungus Khan.
Now, hear this, you guys. We ravage Mongolia until there's nothing left to ravage. Now, we gonna extend same courtesy to China. So.
With that, they spurred their horses toward the border.
Is there anything we can do to stop them?
There certainly is. Knowing Mongolia like the back of my paw, we were able to take a shortcut and cross the border into China well ahead of the oncoming horde.
Look, Mr. Peabody, there's a house.
It belonged to a wealthy merchant named Chop Suey Louie, who had made a fortune exporting chow mein.
What is all this jazz about oncoming horde?
It's true, Mr. Louie. The Mongols are going to ravage China.
Well, live and let live. So long as they don't bother me, I don't care.
Yes, but the route they're taking happens to come right through this house.
I don't believe it.
Now do you believe it, Mr. Louie?
That's the 10:15 for Moscow. It's running late as usual.
Well, if it was, it left the conductor behind.
No, better take it on land, Buster. We coming through here every day. Adios.
I guess you believe us now, huh, Mr. Louie?
But Louie was no longer with us. A quick search of the building turned him up in the basement, packing enough fortune cookies to last at least a year.
What are you doing, Mr. Louie?
I'm getting out while getting is good.
I can only surmise that Fungus Khan has intimidated you.
No, but he got me plenty scared.
Sure enough, his queue had turned snow white, which is a delightful fairy tale, I might add.
Don't let him bluff you, Mr. Louis. Be firm. Stop him from coming through your house.
That was all the incentive Louis needed. The following morning, after laboring at the borderline for 5 hours, he joined us over a steamed bowl of bird's nest soup.
That takes care of Fungus Khan.
Gee, Mr. Peabody, I'll bet he built the Great Wall of China.
Knowing that only I could construct the Great Wall in the short time of 5 hours, we dashed to the window and saw that my suspicions were correct.
No trespassing. Will that stop them, Mr. Peabody?
Sherman's question was quickly answered, for at that very moment...
Stand back. Louis gonna vamoose.
He can't go, Mr. Peabody. Isn't he supposed to build the Great Wall?
Great Wall? What is a Great Wall?
It's the one thing that will keep the Mongols out of China.
That's a good idea. I'm gonna build it.
Being a man of considerable means, he hurried to the nearest rock shop.
I want 1,200 million pieces of rocks.
You want that to go?
No, I'm gonna eat it here, smarty.
His next stop was a cement shop directly across the street.
Give me 44 million bag of cement.
Oh, you want that gift lot? Dashing to the borderline, he threw himself into his work. At dawn the following day, Sherman and I ascended the hill overlooking the Mongol plains, and there, thundering their way toward the border, were Fungus Khan and his men.
Marvelous horsemanship, Mr. Peabody.
Yes, but when they see that wall, I suddenly recalled that we hadn't seen the wall, and when we did...
Oh, my gosh, he built it straight up into the air.
Obviously, this would never stop the Mongols. All they had to do was ride around it. I had to act and act fast.
Well, that's a pretty great wall, huh?
Stand aside, Louis. There's no time to lose. A rapid analysis of the formation enabled me to locate the all-important keystone. Just as the Mongols poured over the hill, I deftly plucked the keystone out and... The structure toppled to earth, forming a great wall 1,500 miles long. As for the Mongols, they experienced their own version of a Wall Street crash.
Well, it's all done, Mr. Peabody. But why is Chop Suey Louie planting acorns on top of it?
Well, obviously, Sherman, he hopes someday to raise walnuts.
Well, our boys are having a terrible time trying to destroy the guns of Avalon. But last time, you may recall, they were forced down on the Rock of Gibraltar and thrown into prison.
In the advertising game, this would be known as hard sell.
Not only hard, but seemingly escape-proof.
It sounded like the narrator's line, Rock.
Ingenuity and the fact that they couldn't spend an entire episode within 4 walls brought about a discovery of a secret passage.
Where do you suppose it leads?
Only one way to find out.
Ask somebody.
Nope. Follow me.
And the plucky little squirrel led the way. Unfortunately, he was plucky when he should have been lucky. The passage brought them before a firing squad.
Article 22 of the Gibraltar Constitution stipulates that all escapees must be dealt with severely.
Oh, please, sir, don't spank us.
Bullwinkle, they're going to shoot us.
Take away our good conduct medals, but don't spank us.
Did you hear me?
Reprimand us, if you will. Call us names.
They're going to shoot us.
How about that?
Elevate your weapons, men. Ready, aim.
Just a moment, Major.
Something wrong.
I thought it was customary for the condemned to be granted a last request.
Not according to our Constitution. Look for yourself.
And there on page 846 were the words, no last request for condemned men.
How about condemned mooses and flying squirrels?
Oh, well, that was different.
Very well, you may have a last request. What is it?
Not to be shot.
The request had to be granted. Thus, Bullwinkle and Rocky were given pardons and put aboard the first boat leaving for Bayonne, New Jersey.
Is that anywhere near the island of Abalone?
It better be.
This gives us a splendid opportunity to revisit Abalone and see how things are progressing. Yes, Horace is still at it.
How long you going to keep up bombardment, Boris?
I told you until world gives to me Bullwinkle and Rocky. Keep sending message on short wave.
I keep sending, but nobody sends back.
Try Morse code.
Samuel B. Morse?
Samuel B. LMA, I don't care.
Meanwhile, Rocky and Bullwinkle were having problems of their own.
I said let go of the wheel.
But, Captain, you just gotta make us stop at Abalone and let us off.
The This is the Bayonne Express, boys. And you know what express means.
Some kind of Italian coffee, isn't it?
It was just about that time that a nasty group of clouds formed overhead.
Captain, the barometer's falling.
Well, nail it back up.
Please, sir, won't you please put us off at Avalon?
Not now, Sonny. I don't like the way my ship is behaving.
The captain had ample reason for alarm. For the storm had suddenly increased its typhoon proportions, and the tiny vessel was buffeted about on the raging seas. By now, all hands were on deck, and even our heroes were garbed in sou'westers.
I wish I had a box of soda crackers tucked under my arm. I feel more secure.
I feel more secure with a different captain. I don't like the way he sticks his arm out the window every time he makes a left turn.
Engine room, can you hear me?
Aye, aye, Captain.
I need more steam to ride this squall out. More steam, you hear?
But, sir, it's hotter than Florida down here already.
Well, if you're hot, open a window.
Well, you don't open a porthole during a storm without suffering the consequences. The sea came in, and the fire went out.
Well, at least it's cooler.
I think our pace is slacking.
You're right. We're not going ahead anymore.
True, because they were now going down instead. Be with us next time for Seasick Bullwinkle, or How Green Was My Moose.
Hello, Culture Gang. Today's poem is an epic of time travel. Dickory, dickory, dock. You're sure you know your part now?
Sure.
Okay. Hickory, dickory, dock. The mouse ran up the clock. Very good. The clock struck one, and down he run. Down he run. Hey, that's your cue.
No, the clock didn't strike one.
I don't care. You're supposed to run down.
In my script, it's the clock that runs down.
You come on out there. I'm coming in to get you.
Just try it.
Okay. Of all the dag, flatted, blag, skaggin'. No!
There. You'll be all right in a week or so.
Why don't you pick on somebody your own size?
Now, just what caused the accident, Mr. Moose?
Well, obviously, it was Hickory Dickory. Doc?
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Thank you for your order, and be sure to look for your free gift. Would you like to receive a free gift, too, and save money at the same time? I'll be right back to show you how.
The Old West. Not much left anymore. Just a few crumbling buildings, dusty mementos, and legends. Lots of legends, though not all of them square with the facts. That's why Time Life Books got on the trail of the Old West. Good thing, too. They rescued photographs you didn't know existed. Put it all down while you could still get the straight story about people.
Like these two sons of a Baptist minister. They staged the first daylight bank robbery in U.S. history. Frank and Jesse James. Here's Clay Allison. Called himself a shootist. Hair-triggered Bat Masterson, who wound up a New York sports writer. And what kind of lady was wanted for horse stealing and bootlegging? That was no lady. That was Belle Starr. John Wesley Harton. Before the Texas Rangers caught up with him, he shot 44 men. One of them just for snoring too loud.
And that's in your first book alone, The Gunfighters. A big, handsome volume with a look and feel of hand-tool leather.
Take 10 days to look it over. No obligation. Return it, and you can forget the Old West. Or keep it, and about every other month, you'll get another volume for the same free once-over. The Great Chiefs, the Gamblers, the 49ers. Keep those you won't. Cancel any time.
The Old West. You still find it in Time Life Books.
Hi, I'm Kathy at Time Life Books. If you call now, you'll get the Gunfighters for just $4.95 plus shipping and handling. That's $8 off the regular price. Plus, you'll receive this Western belt buckle free when you purchase your first book.
Call 1-800-824-2300. That's 1-800-824-2300.
This offer ends soon, so call now.
Gimme something that'll hit the spot when I want something fast and hot.
Pot pies ain't what they used to be. Introducing Pillsbury Microwave Classic Casseroles.
Gotta have it now, gotta have it good. Gotta taste better than a pot pie would.
Flaky crust, crunchy vegetables, too good to be called pot pies. New Pillsbury Microwave Classic Casseroles.
When you want it now, and you want it good.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
The Yangtze River, which flows through northern China, not only provided the inspiration for the song Yangtze with a Laughing Face, but gives us the setting for our story. Centuries and centuries ago, the Yangtze was nothing more than a small pond that sat beside a palace belonging to a wealthy Chinese emperor.
Well, Honorable Cook, what have we for breakfast today?
Well, I can fix a scrambled egg roll. You like it?
No, I've a hot yen for almond duck.
That's all he ever ate. Almond duck, morning, noon, and night. And that's why the pond was always well stocked with almond-eyed ducklings.
Here's the big news, Cow. Emperor gonna have almond duck this morning.
Oh, hot dog. I hope the cook picks me.
These almond ducklings live for one thing and one thing only, to have the honor of being fed to their beloved emperor.
Yeah. We're sort of like a duck kamikaze squadron.
Yeah. All right, handsome up, you birds. Here comes the cook.
The cook came to the edge of the pond and surveyed the ducks with a keen eye. That's when the ducks went into their act.
Look up by my ducky, what a ducky melody.
If you know Ducky like I know Ducky.
All the time, same old corny imitations.
So he simply selected what he thought was a good-looking duck.
How furry.
Maybe we'll get lucky at lunchtime.
Yes, they all stood a chance of making good at the next meal, all but one. He was the ugliest almond duckling China ever spawned.
Boy, if this keeps up, I'm going to live to be 104.
And another duck got the honors.
Boy, I'm getting desperate. I got to use the old Chinese noodle.
Dinner time rolled around. The cook reappeared, and this time, the ugly almond duckling floated into view wearing a banner proclaiming that he was Miss America of 1922.
Say, if that duck is good enough to win Miss America title, he's good enough to be served to Emperor.
Well, it seemed as though the ruse would work. The ugly one was placed on a tray and set on the Emperor's table. But wouldn't you know, that day the Emperor was entertaining a guest.
Something is rotten here besides the Leocrons. Guest of Emperor also wearing banner saying she is Miss America of 1922.
Now, you won't believe this, baby, but it was a tie that year.
That night, shortly before midnight, the ducks held a council.
The ugly duck is giving the pond a very bad reputation. If this keeps up, the Emperor might develop a taste for chickens.
So he took up a collection and paddled over to the object of their discourse.
Here's a sack containing 3,000 yen.
Roughly how much is that in American moolah?
Well, roughly speaking, I would say like $1.50.
Oh, boy. What do I do with all this loot?
Why don't you get talented so the cook will take you out of the pond?
Dawn found our hero flying into the nearby city of Taiping, where he enrolled at the Rock and Egg Roll Conservatory of Music.
Sure, I can teach you how to play music, but you're going to be the ugliest duck ever to graduate from here.
He studied night and day, and a few other Cole songs, too, in the hopes that musical talents would counterbalance his ugliness. Finally, after 1 year of diligent practice on every instrument known to man, he headed back to the pond.
Handsome up, you guys. Here comes the cook to get the Emperor's breakfast.
The cook was amazed, for instead of the usual varied array of imitations, the ducks merely lined up and gave the floor to...
Holy mackerel.
Never had he witnessed such musical virtuosity. And at the conclusion, not only the ducks, but the birds and the fishes broke into a rousing ovation. The cook had no alternative but to pluck the exhausted duck from the water.
Now I get the orange sauce treatment, huh?
Oh, no. I'm going to mail you to Phil Spitalny. He can use a duck like you.
Failure again. In a sense, that is. The duck put in 2 years playing for Mr. Spitalny and then decided to form his own band. He did very well and even received an offer to play the palace. But the only palace that he really wanted to make good in was the Emperor's back home.
Hello, MCA. Cancel my road tour. Notify the trades. I'm giving up showbiz.
Back to the pond he flew, and what he viewed upon arrival startled him.
Oh, for the cry eye. The pond is still stocked with ducks who are prettier than me. Oh, I'm going to remain from here to eternity.
Suddenly, a Chinese frog leaped onto a lily pad.
What you got tears in your almond eyes for?
I'm as ugly as 4 days of bad weather, that's why.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are ugly. I was ugly once myself.
I can't believe it. How come you're not ugly now?
Well, I believe that's why.
I believe you believe, but what do you believe?
I believe that I'm good looking.
Well, this was something he hadn't tried. So for 24 hours, he believed he was no longer ugly. And you know something? It worked. By morning, he was the best-looking duck in the pond.
Oh, you got it made, kid. Oh, you're sure to get picked from the pond.
He was, but not by the cook. The cook selected someone else. Ah, but don't feel too sorry for the poor little duck. You see, his name was Donald, and he was taken by a man named Walt... Well, never mind.
That's right, and now I go...
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Look at the kayak pool. Right now, you can own a beautiful 24-foot pool with a patio deck for only $59 a month.
$59 a month?
Oh! Kayak Summer Explosion.
Wow!
1-800-THE-POOL.
Look at our beautiful 24x12 oval pool with a carpeted patio deck, fencing, and filter for only $89 a month.
$89 a month?
Now, if your heart is set on an in-ground, you can get a 28x14 in-ground pool kit that includes a deluxe filter system for only $27.95.
Only $27.95? Sold!
Call 1-800-THE-POOL. It's an explosion of values at Kayak this summer.
Wow!
Right now, Kayak award-winning pools are on sale. And if you act now, we'll give you 7.9 interest rate. Kayak's newest exclusive feature, the Kayak Spectrum, a constantly changing multicolored fiber optic lighting system. These underwater lights will create that perfect nighttime atmosphere.
Call now. You know the number. 1-800-CAT-POOL.
This is a car's fuel injector, and fuel injectors are prone to clogging. Over 728,000 cars in Ohio have them, and the number keeps growing. That's why Ohio has developed its new high-octane premium unleaded gasoline, specially formulated to clean out the dirt and deposits that clog injectors, to restore power and performance. New Ohio Premium Unleaded, the gasoline for today's cars. All of them.
Did you know that Valencia oranges are the best, most expensive juice oranges in the whole world? Florida Gold orange juice is the only one that's just Valencia. Did you know that the juice at your house is made with all kinds of oranges? If your mom knew what my mom knew, she'd buy Florida Gold too. I like an intelligent woman.
Florida Gold brand orange juice. It's not a blend of all kinds of oranges. It's pure Valencia.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
What a fiendish way to get revenge. I don't want revenge, I want Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Little does Boris know that Rocky and Bullwinkle have volunteered to silence the guns of Avalon. Unfortunately, they have run into a number of obstacles, among them a storm at sea, which has caused their ship to begin sinking right under their feet.
We're out.
Quick, we gotta tell the captain to abandon ship.
Well, you can look it up in the almanac. You'll see that that particular storm lasted 14 days. And when it cleared, the good ship Lollipop was no longer afloat. But one of her longboats was, crammed with passengers and crew.
Engine room, why don't you answer? Maybe they went out to lunch.
Captain, the men from the engine room are right here in this rowboat. Your ship sank.
And it looked as if this one would too, for suddenly out of nowhere, huge shells came screaming by.
It must be the guns of Avalon.
They shouldn't let those fish have guns.
Bullwinkle, we may have a chance to carry out our mission.
Yeah.
Under Rocky's able command, the longboat pushed through the water until eventually it came to rest on the sands of the island of Avalon.
Okay, now I need an alarm clock and a few sticks of TNT.
Luckily, one of the crew members had salvaged those very items before the ship went down. It didn't take the nimble squirrel long to fashion a time bomb.
You fellas wait right here while Rock and I go blow up the cannons.
What right have you got to give orders?
It's my show.
Oh.
Through nook and crannies, over Smith and Dale's, they crept and crawled, inching their way even closer to the site where the gigantic gun stood.
But Boris, darling, is getting moose and squirrel worth blowing up worlds bit by bit.
I will not dignify the question with an answer, Natasha. Load the cannon.
Bullwinkle, I think I've heard that voice before.
Wouldn't be H.V. Kaltenborn, would it?
Stand back, Natasha. I'm going to shoot all 5 cannons at once.
But Boris, honey, baby, you will blow up everything.
So what? Moose and Squirrel has not showed up. I got nothing to live for.
I beg to differ with you, but Moose and Squirrel has showed up. In fact, we've been showed up quite a few times.
It's them, the blight of my life. Hand me my pistol.
No got pistol, Boris. All we got is these big cannons.
That's good enough. Help me aim.
Throw the time bomb, Bullwinkle!
What time bomb, Rock?
The one I made!
Oh, that one. Now, where'd I put that thing?
While Bullwinkle searched, the guns in Avalon were lowered into firing position.
Maybe you dropped it somewhere.
And just as Bullwinkle leaned over to look for the bomb, fire! Unfortunately for Boris, he had aimed all 5 cannons right at each other. The guns were completely destroyed. Boris and Natasha were transported to the proper authorities and received severe reprimands for their behavior. Also 20 years each. As for Bullwinkle and Rocky, exhausted after their trying ordeal, they returned home and immediately went to bed.
Oh, boy, I could sleep for a week.
Me too.
Say, did you ever find the time bomb?
What time bomb?
Never mind. Set the clock for 7 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I already did.
Fellas, I think it's only fair to warn you that the time bomb is on the table ticking away.
Doesn't matter.
Well, why not?
That clock always runs slow.
Well, yes, but it... Oh, never mind. Be with us again next time for a different adventure. Maybe with 2 different stars. Run slow.
For those of you who lack horse sense, here is Mr. Know-It-All.
Hello, racing fans. Today's topic is entitled, How to Do Stunts in the Movies Without Having the Usher Throw You Out. You arrive at the studio and get the first assignment from the director.
You all set to go, stuntman?
I sure am, CD.
Here is scene. You start car blows up.
With me in it?
Absolutely, of course not. We stop film, you get out, then car blows up. Got it?
Got it.
Camera, action. Thank you.
War pictures offer a great challenge to the stuntman, especially if you're chicken.
Comes now big bombing scene. Dummy is in foxhole. Bombs fall all around. You rush into foxhole, get dummy.
Got it, PW.
Camera, action.
Right out of the no man's land you run. Bombs rushing to the right and to the left. Somehow you make it. Leap into the foxhole, fight off the foxes, and emerge with the dummy, which is a bomb. And you are the dummy. Before the day is through, you find yourself on a 5,000-foot high cliff.
In this scene, you jump off cliff into net.
Comforted by the thought of the safety net below, you launch yourself earthward. The net is there, all right, but no one is holding it. And so, in conclusion, to be a stuntman, one must always be careful to avoid painful injury.
Thank you, Mr. Know-It-All.
You're welcome.
I love to play horseshoes. I bet I get a ringer the first time. Whoops. Well, I'll get it this time.
Oh, but what are you trying to do, son?
Oh, I'm trying to play horseshoes, Dad.
Here, let me have those.
Wow! How'd you ever learn to do that?
Practice, Junior, practice.
I smell a moral coming up.
Correct. Practice makes perfect, which brings to mind a fable entitled The Coyote and the Jackrabbits. Most rabbits are so poor that they're forced to live in a hole in the ground. But Hasty J. Rabbit is not most rabbits.
Walter?
You called, sir?
Yes. Did you take that truckload of money into the bank?
I did, sir.
Good. Now, bring a bottle of my finest carrot juice, vintage 69.
I'm afraid there's no time for that, sir. You're due at the track.
In case you're wondering, Hasty J. Rabbit made his fortune at the races, not by betting, by running. 7 days a week, Hasty outran the dogs, but years of this killing pace began to take its toll.
I've had it. I can't run another step.
Without crossing the finish line, he was finished.
Hasty, your racing days are over unless you go away for a nice long rest. It's either that or an operation.
Come now, Doctor. Let's not be splitting hairs.
So off they went, deciding that the peaceful quiet of the desert would be just the thing.
Wallace, my carrot juice.
Sorry, sir, they don't grow carrots in the desert.
But they did grow coyotes, big, mean ones.
I'm your next-door neighbor.
Hasty considered this to be a rather strange way of greeting one's neighbor, and he became more convinced of this when, during his bath...
Don't forget to wash behind the ears, neighbor.
And even that night when he went to bed...
Night, neighbor!
This went on for 3 weeks until...
The desert isn't agreeing with me, Wallace.
It's that ruffian coyote, sir. He's making a nervous wreck of you.
Well, we might as well pack our things and go back east.
Oh, let's not be hasty. Suppose you engaged the coyote in a legitimate fight and thrashed him soundly. I'll wager he'd bother you no more.
This sounded logical, so Hasty instructed his faithful servant to deliver the challenge.
It's done, sir. He agrees to meet you in the ring 2 weeks from today.
Is that all he said?
No, he told me to give you something.
Then give it to me.
Very well, sir.
Early the next morning, training got underway.
I'm afraid it is all a waste of time. I'll never be able to beat that coyote.
You will with practice, sir. Just leave it to me. Now, this is called road work. When I fire this pistol, you take a brisk 5-mile jaunt. Ready? Get set. Sorry about that, sir. This time, I'll use a water pistol to start you off.
Oh, good idea.
On your mark, get set. Hard water.
All right, so road work is important. But be careful this time.
Oh, no need to worry, sir. This time, I'll use my finger instead of a gun. Ready?
No, but go ahead anyway.
On your mark, get set.
By this time, Hasty had progressed far enough to take on a sparring partner.
All right, sir. Now get in there and...
Don't point your finger.
Sorry, sir. I merely wish to instruct you to pretend that your sparring partner is the coyote.
No, good idea.
Hiya, neighbor!
What do you mean, pretend? That was the coyote.
My apologies, sir. He was the only partner I could get.
Look, every time we try this road work bit, I get hurt. This time you do the running, and I'll fire the gun.
Oh, you can't do that, sir. The gun isn't loaded.
Really? You're right. It isn't loaded. Now...
Their training program completed, the fateful day of the big fight arrived.
I think I'm overtrained, Wallace. I can't even lift my hand.
You won't have to, sir. I'll take care of everything.
At the sound of the bell, the faithful servant grabbed a section of a nearby cactus, swung, and launched his master into the fray with such force that... So you see, my boy, it's quite obvious that practice makes perfect.
It seems more obvious to me, Pop, that in this case, cactus makes perfect.
By golly, Junior, I do believe you got the point.
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages. Advanced Carpet Service. They're more than just a carpet cleaner. They're a complete carpet and upholstery care service. Advanced Carpet Service will analyze problem areas and recommend the best treatment with tips on keeping it clean. With Advanced Carpet Service, you can expect top-quality work at fair prices with no extra charge for Phase 1 deodorizing or for spot and high-traffic area pre-treating. They take the time to do it right. Advanced Carpet Service is available evenings and weekends for your convenience. Look for their ad in the Yellow Pages and call the Advanced Carpet Service nearest you.
Crisco oil's light taste brings remarkable lightness to stir frying.
Remarkably light, ooh, delightfully light, ah, true flavor in every bite. Crisco oil's light taste sets the flavor free.
Today's Crisco oil is remarkably clear, remarkably light, but it's really Crisco's light taste that brings out stir frying's true flavor, with no greasy taste and no cholesterol.
Deliciously, Crisco oil's light taste sets the flavor free.
So why do you buy TV Guide?
To know more about what's going on the television.
Sports magazine, they have inside stories, up-to-date programming. They have Yeah. What does it smell? It smells kind of magazine-y. Magazine-y? Yeah. Well, it is a magazine. Right, it's an old Italian phrase. I mean, what do you like about the article?
Oh, they're nice and juicy. They're informative. All of a sudden, I just feel this need to open it. I mean, just like amazing need.
If you don't read TV Guide this week, you might be missing something.
Think so? You're right.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Peabody here with another serving of instant history.
The Wayback Machine's all set to go, Mr. Peabody.
So, Bobby Sherman, our course for today is due north.
You mean north?
I mean north. We are going to Norway. The year is 995, and the unforgettable personality we shall palaver with will be none other than that renowned explorer, Leif Erikson. The transition through time was instantaneous. Good old reliable Wayback deposited us right on the Norwegian shores. However, we were anything but prepared for the sight that greeted us. For there, staggering out of the sea, came Leif Erikson, followed by his crew.
What happened, Mr. Erikson?
I forgot to take the boat.
Sure enough, in his haste to discover uncharted lands, the formidable globetrotter had neglected to sail off in his ship.
I knew there was something missing, but I wasn't sure. All right, you men, into the boat.
We watched in silence as Leif took leave of the shore. The sturdy Viking craft pulled away, surged proudly forward, caught a favorable current, and sank.
Jump and Jiminy!
Another boat was launched. Unfortunately, this one, too, made dubious progress.
I don't understand it. Every time I climb aboard the boat, the dang busted thing sinks.
Maybe you're too heavy, Mr. Erikson.
Mr. Erikson wasn't, but his beard was.
Wow, 200 pounds.
When we grow a beard, we don't fool around.
Leif, I'm afraid that beard has got to go.
By ye, Hossafat, no. I had this beard ever since I was a little tinker, and where I go, it goes.
Why not weigh everything on a boat, and whatever weighs 200 pounds leaves behind? Then the beard can go.
Sherman's idea was a sound one. Unreasonably sound, for after weighing the crew, the supplies, even the anchor, it was found the only thing that weighed exactly 200 pounds was the boat itself.
And we tried sailing without the boat before. It's not as comfortable.
The beard, Leif, you have no alternative. A nearby barber went into action, and 10 minutes later...
All done! How does he look?
Well groomed, I'm sure. If it weren't for one slight oversight, you see, you cut off his coat collar, not his beard. Back to work went the disappointed barber, but at the end of an hour...
It's no use. This beard then too tough for my clippers.
A hammer and chisel were brought into play, all to no avail. In desperation, Leif even allowed himself to be packed in blasting powder. But when the smoke cleared, the beard was still unsheared.
That's weird.
Say, I think I know how to do it. I'll be right back.
We were so concerned that we decided to follow him. A mile or so inland, we caught up with him.
What are you going to do with that torch, Mr. Erikson?
Yes, and whose house is this?
Well, you see, I figured this way. The one sure way to make hair fall out is to war.
So saying, he applied the torch to the building.
Jeepers, the place is a shambles.
Your house, Leif?
No, it belongs to the King of Norway.
Wait till he finds out you burned it down. Are you worried?
Not yet. But I got one more thing to do.
Before we get started, we sped off down a road, and who should be coming along but the king himself?
Leif Erikson, as I live and breathe.
The King of Norway. Just who I'm looking for.
Summoning all his strength, Leif picked up his highness and deposited him in a nearby mud hole.
Arrest that man! Put him in the Hooscow!
Now you've done it, Mr. Erikson. Instead of sailing away, you'll be in jail.
True, Sonny, but now I'm worried.
Leif Erikson was carted away, and for 2 hours, Sherman and I implored the king to have mercy.
You see, Your Majesty, he was only trying to have something to worry about, so he'd lose his beard and be able to discover uncharted lands.
Well, in that case, I forgive him.
Leif was brought before us.
Well, Mr. Erikson, did all the worrying cause you to lose your beard?
No, but I did lose my hair.
Leif was bald. His beard was as prominent as ever.
It's hopeless, Mr. Peabody.
Nothing is hopeless, Sherman. I gathered some grass roots and made a potion which I applied to the persistent beard.
Will that make it fall off?
On the contrary, it will make it grow. Inside of 20 seconds, the beard grew 2 feet.
Now it weighs 300 pounds.
Precisely, and if you recall, so did the anchor.
Well, Leif Erikson finally sailed away and eventually discovered Greenland. Of course, when it came time to drop the anchor, Leif was a trifle put out.
Golly, he sure had his troubles, didn't he, Mr. Peabody?
Yes, but there was a brighter side. For instance, Sherman, standing by the rail there is his son.
Gee, Mr. Peabody, for a minute there, I was afraid you were going to make some awful pun about Leif Erikson.
Well, I was going to. Instead, I think we'll just say he turned over a new leaf.
Second annual cartoon carnival, starring George of the Jungle and co-starring Tom Slick and Super Chicken. In tonight's thrilling adventure, George of the Jungle meets up with Dr. Chicago.
That's me, Dr. Chicago.
Anyway, Dr. Chicago has created an evil potion, concentrated essence of elephant.
Concentrated essence of elephant? It gives any creature the strength of 100 powerful pachyderms.
The evil Dr. Chicago is using this potion to change ordinary ants into good-for-nothing thieves. He's trained the ants to steal trash.
Steal trash?
Steal trash. Pokey smoke, that's a joke. George will explain it a little later anyway. The ants steal trash to build Dr. Chicago's evil fortress.
A fortress from which I, Dr. Chicago, will rule the world.
But our hero George steps in, and with the strength of 100 powerful pachyderms, oh well, I better not tell the whole story. Stay tuned and see for yourself.
George of the jungle, strong as he can be. Watch out for that tree. George of the jungle lives a life that's free. Watch out for that tree. When he gets in the street, he makes his escape with the help of his friend, and then away he'll slap on a elephant chef, while Bella and Ursula stay in step. Well, George of the jungle, friend to you and me. Watch out for that tree. Watch out for that tree. George of the jungle, friend to you and me.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages. Friday night at 9 on 64 Primetime Cinema, regal romances become a royal mess when Sophia Loren, John Gavin, Maurice Chevalier, and Angela Lansbury star in the lively romantic comedy A Breath of Scandal.
If you'll let me give you some advice from my own experience. Man is a noble animal. Don't wound him. Kill him. One word is enough if it goes straight to the heart.
A Breath of Scandal, Friday night at 9 on 64 Primetime Cinema.
Did you know that Valencia oranges are the best, most expensive juice oranges in the whole world? Florida Gold orange juice is the only one that's just Valencia. Did you know that the juice at your house is made with all kinds of oranges? If your mom knew what my mom knew, she'd buy Florida Gold, too. I like an intelligent woman.
Florida Gold brand orange juice. It's not a blend of all kinds of oranges. It's pure Valencia.
Pretend my finger is your car's fuel injector. It sprays gas into your cylinder. And with your piston, it creates this explosion. But fuel injectors can clog, robbing your car's performance. That's why you need new Sohio Premium, specially formulated to clean out clogged fuel injectors and restore performance.
New Sohio Premium. We give you more to go on.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
George of the jungle, strong as he can be. Watch out for that tree. When he gets in the scrape, he makes his escape with the help of his friend, an 888. Then away he'll slap on his elephant chef, while Bella and Ursula stay in step. Well, George of the jungle, friend to you and me. Watch out for that tree.
The district commissioner's proudest boast was the Nairobi and Grand Trunk Railway, which opened up the inner fastness of the jungle.
It's a wizard way to go, gentlemen.
Good heavens, Carruthers! What's that?
Appears to be an ape of some sort.
It doesn't seem smart enough for an ape.
It's George of the jungle. What is it, George?
Steel track, Commissioner! Steel track!
Yes, George. Steel track is what makes it ride so smooth. What happened?
George, say already. Somebody steel track.
It was true. Some evil miscreant had made off with 25 miles of railroad track, leaving only a barren swath through the jungle.
Our railroad is missing. What is it, George?
Steel track. George makes jokes.
Please, George. There's only one man in all Africa whose evil mind could conceive of such a dastardly crime.
Ladislaus Prosnicki.
Ladislaus Prosnicki?
It was first name that came to mind.
No, I mean our local mad scientist.
You mean that dentist fella from Illinois who turned to a life of crime?
Yes, Dr. Chicago.
That's me, Dr. Chicago. So they're on to me, are they? Well, I'll be ready for them.
First, we must find out how he's stealing the railroad tracks.
Steel tracks?
Oh, stop it, George. It's my guess he'll try to get the rest of them.
Commissioner, right. There's go one now.
George, that rail is stealing itself.
Steel track. Steel track. Oh!
George, grab the next rail that goes by.
George did, and made an amazing discovery. The rail was being carried by one large African ant.
Stand back.
But when the commissioner tried to step on the tiny thief,
he judoed me.
Hey, why you don't pick on somebody your own size?
Follow that ant. Not too closely.
his superb jungle training allowed George to track the ant through the thick underbrush until they came to a large clearing.
George, look. Those super ants are using my rails to help build an impregnable fortress.
Yes, a fortress from which I, Dr. Chicago, will rule the world.
Come, George. We're going to get to the bottom of this in a hurry.
Commissioner, right. We get to bottom and hurry.
Quick, George. Call for help before they steal us off.
Unfriendly ants put us here. George called friendly ants to save us.
Good idea.
Sure enough, high above in the clearing, there was a rustling in the underbrush, and two friendly ants emerged.
Hello, Jemima. May, what a lovely hat.
Unfortunately, George had called the wrong kind of friendly ant.
And now, since you won't be around to see it happen, I shall reveal my secret plan.
I just knew you would.
In this flask is the world's total supply of my invention. Concentrated essence of elephant.
Concentrated essence of elephant?
It gives any creature the strength of 100 powerful pachyderms. Watch.
And Dr. Chicago fed a tiny drop of the extract to a hummingbird.
No, I can see it all now. Ants that can mop up a marine. Beetles that can take on a tank. Mosquitoes that can polarize a plane. And as ruler of the world, that little old kingmaker, me.
What are you laughing at?
Steel track. Oh!
Now, I shall feed essence of elephant to the centipede and watch him stomp you to death.
George, we've got to do something.
All righty. How's this for opener?
Well Well done, George. Now swat the doctor.
Too late. The sly fiend had made his escape and was heading for the roof where a helicopter waited to whisk him away.
He left a few drops of essence of elephant. Drink it, George. Now, how do we get out of here?
This way.
But there's no door.
Now there is.
In a few moments, our friends were outside.
Ta-ta, gentlemen. I shall continue my plan in some other district.
How we stop him?
Use your head, George.
Right.
Well done, George. The fortress is ruined.
Me too.
Now rebuild railroad.
With these rails, they're bent hopelessly out of shape.
But Super George wouldn't take no for an answer. Using the bent and twisted rails, he single-handedly constructed what is today one of Africa's most popular tourist attractions, the Nairobi and Grand Trunk Scenic Railway.
But this railroad goes nowhere.
I know, but it's such a thrill getting there.
So the essence of elephant was used to benefit mankind.
Yes. Now George hungry.
Well, what would you like, dear? Buffalo steak? Antelope chop?
You got any peanuts?
When you find yourself in danger, when you're threatened by a stranger, when it looks like you will take a licking, there is someone waiting who will hurry up and rescue you. Just call for Super Chicken. But if you're afraid, you'll have to overlook it. Besides, you knew the job was dangerous when you took it. He will drink his super sauce and throw the bad guys for a loss, and he will bring them in alive and kicking. There was one thing you should learn when there was no one else to turn to. Call for Super Chicken. Call for Super Chicken.
This is Santa Lucia Island, sometimes known as the Isle of Lucy. It is the home of that evil wizard, Merlin Brando. Merlin is not only the nastiest wizard in the world, but also the vainest.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the handsomest one of all?
You are, master.
And who's the strongest one of all?
You are, master.
And who's the smartest one of all? 2 times 2 is 8, right?
It's close enough. You are, master.
Oh, it's true. It's true. I am the greatest. Even when it comes to modesty, I'm top.
But one day, Merlin Brando made the mistake of leaving the room while the television set was on. And the magic mirror finally got to see Super Chicken. So that afternoon, when Merlin Brando spoke to his mirror,
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the greatest one of all?
I cannot tell a lie. It's Super Chicken.
Super Chicken? What's a Super Chicken?
In reality, Super Chicken is wealthy play chicken Henry Cabot Henhouse III, and he's the greatest.
Then he must be destroyed. There's no room for 2 greatest in the world. Operator, I want a place to call to Pittsburgh.
Hello? Hi there. Is this Super Chicken?
Well, yes and no. Who's this?
I'm a maiden in distress.
Distress? That anywhere near Cincinnati?
I'm being held captive on the Isle of Lucy. Save me.
Do we know anybody who lives on the Isle of Lucy, Fred?
No.
Then I'm about to save a complete stranger. Come on.
Henry quickly changed into his super suit, and Fred gave him a drink of the marvelous super sauce.
Could be chilled a bit.
Within seconds, the super sauce transformed the simple bird into a Super Chicken.
To the super coop, Fred.
Roger Wilcott.
Passing over Muncie, Indiana, teddy bear capital of the world, the super coop headed out to sea and was soon approaching the Isle of Lucy.
Ah, here he comes. Time to get into my disguise. Now I will lure that chicken to his doom.
Help! Help!
There's the island. Where's the maiden in distress?
Help! Help! Save me!
There she is now.
Where? Where?
Right on the beach. What happened to your supervision?
If I had any supervision, would I be flying in a chicken coop with a lion?
I shall now blast Super Chicken to smithereens.
Hi, the maiden just took a shot at us with a cannon.
He's not shooting at us, Fred. Probably just trying to get our attention.
You got my attention, all right.
Quick, put this cotton in your ears.
Why the cotton in our ears?
What?
I said, why the cotton in our ears?
Just a wild hunch, Fred. I thought it would help.
Oh.
Determined to destroy Super Chicken, the evil Merlin lured them into his castle.
Help! Save me!
There she is, Fred. Let's go.
But when our heroes burst into the castle, Merlin was ready for them.
I'll drop them into the crocodile pit. That never fails. Hey! Help! Stop! Out! Get me out of here!
The poor girl is so frightened that her voice has changed. Courage, little missy.
And Merlin found himself saved by the mighty power of Super Chicken.
Put me down!
Not until you are safely out of this castle. Come on, Fred.
For the rest of that afternoon, Super Chicken searched for a way to escape the castle, but to no avail. It was only natural that by 5 o'clock, Merlin had grown a 5 o'clock shadow.
Do you notice something strange, Fred?
Yes, we can't get out of here.
Besides that, this girl is growing whiskers. Do you know what that means?
Yes, you've rescued your first bearded lady.
No, my super brain tells me this girl isn't a girl. It's Merlin Brando, the evil wizard.
Yes, and now I have you right where I want you.
Making a huge rocket appear, Merlin pushed Fred and Super Chicken inside and fired them into the heavens.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Now who's the greatest one of all?
It's still Super Chicken.
You're cracked, Mirror. I destroyed him.
Not quite, Merlin Brando.
Super Chicken, how did you get here?
Through the window.
It will avail you not, for I shall now change you both completely and permanently into aardvark.
What's an aardvark?
It's a stupid-looking hairy animal with a big nose, Fred.
That's not going to be much of a change.
And Merlin Brando prepared to cast his most powerful spell, just as Super Chicken held up the magic mirror.
What happened?
What always happens to an evil plan, Fred? It backfired. Merlin Brando will never bother us again. Come on!
The mighty fowl and justice had triumphed again. So when you hear that cry in the sky, you'll know it's Super Chicken.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the greatest one of all?
It's still Super Chicken, but you're not bad for an aardvark.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Sable, lame, grand devotee, how glamorous.
But not me. I do love glamorous hair, though, and that means new condition hairspray from Clairol. Like everything from Condition, it gives me something extra. Great hold that doesn't dull or dry out my hair. Just leave it soft, shiny, healthy looking, gorgeous.
New condition hairspray. A little real glamour where it counts. Cheers.
Welcome to the enchanting world of the woodlands, where you find a delightful surprise around every corner. Imagine capturing this magical world and its charming creatures in fine porcelain. Everyone handcrafted and hand-painted to express its personality.
The Franklin Mint presents Woodland Surprises, created by renowned nature artist Jacqueline Smith. Each work of art carved in exacting detail. The delicate curve of a cabbage leaf, the thoughtful look of the owl. And you can remove each animal from its natural habitat to examine and enjoy up close.
They really come to life in the details. Every time you look, you'll find something new and unexpected.
To bring the Franklin Mint's collection into your home, Call 1-800-453-6600. Use your credit card to save COD charges. You'll receive 12 Woodland Surprises for only $19.50 each. A remarkable price for porcelain of this quality. And if you subscribe now, we'll send you this elegant display stand at no extra charge. You'll get a new Woodland Surprise every month for a year. And each imported piece carries the Franklin Mint's return assurance.
Discover the wonderful world of the Franklin Mint Woodland Surprises.
Call 1-800-453-6600. Subscribe today.
America's great business stories begin in your own hometown.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Tell you why, he's the best of all good guys. Tom Slick, in the Thunderbolt, he's number one, he's on your tail. He won't quit because you know there's no such word as trail to Tom Slick.
This interesting, creepy drawing tells the story of the only tribe of Indians who ever tried to raise apples in the Nevada desert. They failed miserably. Later, they turned their whole reservation into the scene of today's race, the Appleless Indian 500.
Tom Slick, what on earth is that you're driving?
I have converted the Thunderbolt grease slapper to a big wheel racer, Marigold.
Looks like a donut that didn't know when to say when.
I call it the Thunderbolt Ground Grabber.
Still looks like a donut.
The creme de la creme of big wheel racing is on hand today. There's Ray Tread in the Axle Jet Rim Runner, Royal Badyear in the Mag Spoke Hubgoer. And here with the sinister Blackwall Prop Squealer is that poor loser and worst winner, Baron Automatic.
Boo!
Fletcher, this is the day I get rid of Tom Slick. I feel it in my bones.
I don't feel it in my bones. Now I do.
All the dirty tricks ready?
Yes, master.
Good. Let's go to work. It's the starting time, and there they go. Lashing into first place is your favorite and mine, Tom Slick. Yay! He's followed by Ray Tread and Royal Badyear. Baron Automatic seems to be biding his time. Direction, I'm biting my nails. Baron to Fletcher, reverse the signpost.
Yes, master. Uh-oh, it's stuck. Hey, there it goes.
Uh-oh, something seems to be amiss. Ray Tread and Royal Badyear have reversed direction. They're heading back, and here comes the Baron.
Yeah, sure finished those two fellas. Hey, master?
Almost finished me, Fletcher, and Tom Slick got by.
Oh, there it is. Tom's all alone in front.
It's a lonesome life being in first place all the time.
But now Baron Automatic is gaining. The Baron has passed Tom Slick. You're approaching the old apple tree, Fletcher. You have the bowling ball.
Yes, master.
All right, drop it.
Yes, master. I did it. I did it. The Baron will be so happy.
Fletcher!
Is that you, Baron? That's you.
Fletcher, you numbskull!
I wish I were.
Get busy with the next dirty trick, and this one had better work.
Yes, master.
It looks like clear sailing for Tom, but far ahead on the side of the road, a noble red man thumbing the ride. But wait, it's another trap.
All righty, Baron. Are you sure he'll stop?
Of course. A soft-hearted ninny like Tom Slick could never pass up an old Indian hitchhiker.
But he just did. Oh, what have I done? Sorry, Chief. Thoughtless of me. I didn't really mean to pass you up. Hop in.
Now, Clutcher, now!
Yes, Master. Won't get in, eh? Can't say I blame you, Chief. I'm sorry.
What happened?
It's all right, Master. It's fixed now, see?
Gotcha! This one's on me, Master.
It appears that nothing can stop Tom now.
But I still got one dirty trick left.
All unaware, Tom hurtled onto that fatal fork in the road. But who is that sending Indian smoke signals from high atop Mishmash Mesa?
It ain't Pocahontas, sonny boy.
Smoke signals. Beware, trap at fork of road. Come on, Tom Swift.
Yeah, come on, Tom Swift!
No, you don't, Fletcher. I've been warned of your evil scheme. Ha ha!
Tom boy, didn't you see the trap in the road?
Yes, Gertie. I got a very close look at it.
It worked, Fletcher! It worked!
Yes, Master. Well, I guess that's the end of the race for me.
Cheer up, Tom boy. Marigold is making some donuts.
I couldn't eat a donut now, Gertie.
You're not gonna eat it. You're gonna ride it.
There, Tom. It's the biggest donut I've ever made.
Hard as a rock, too. You're a real pal, Marigold.
Is that all, Tom?
Of course not, Marigold. What I really want to say is, you're a regular fella.
Deep to my heart.
All right, lovebirds. Time to fly. Into the donut, Tom boy. And good luck.
The Baron looks to be an easy winner. But what's this? Rolling off Mishmash Mesa, inside the deep-fried donut dragster, is Tom Slick. It's the Baron. It's Tom. And at the finish line, it's Tom Slick by a crumb. Yay! Tom receives the Appalus Indian Trophy. And the Baron is given a typical Appalus Indian farewell party. What did I ever do to you?
Nothing. Appalus Indians just hate losers.
But, Gertie, how did you know Marigold's donuts would take such tough punishment?
Easy. Did you ever try to eat one?
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Everybody say honey.
Welcome to the Bear Family Reunion.
Hold still for one more.
There's Mother Bear and Father Bear and Buster Bear. Cousin Leonardo Bear, the famed painter. Auntie Mine Bear, the actress. And her husband, the very rich banker bear.
What's your view of Wall Street?
I'm bearish.
Jogger Bear has stubbed his toe, and Nurse Bear advises,
Just grin and bear it.
while Cheerleader Bear cheers her way into everyone's hearts.
Hey, Teddy.
No run-of-the-mill bears, the Bear family has roots in a noble tradition. With a humped back, round body, long arms, big feet, jointed legs, arms, and head that mark the true Teddy. Each bear lovingly handmade of 23 parts, even the tiny tongue, mouth, and sweet nose hand-sewn. A collector's joy. This portrait of the Bear family reunion and the bears themselves make every home a happier place. And it's so easy to build your collection. Simply call 1-800-445-4300 and Mother Bear will soon arrive, complete with summer hat, scarf, and flower basket. Then, each month, another member of the family arrives, 12 in all, each only $16.95. A remarkable price for handmade, authentic teddies of this quality, far less than you pay for comparable quality in retail stores. Best order by credit card or pay COD with a $2 service charge. Or mail your check or money order for $18.90, payable to Bears, Box 800, Bear, Delaware. There's no risk. You may return any bear within 30 days to Kent Collectibles. The adjustable stand, this parchment scroll of the Bear family tree, and the full-color portrait are yours. No added charge. Bring the Bear family into your family. Call 1-800-445-4300 and get ready to open your arms and heart. One word of caution.
Have you got any honey?
If you're one of the 10 million people troubled by bladder or bowel control problems, colostomy or ileostomy, here's something you should know. Now you can get effective deodorant protection simply by taking these tablets. New Nullo deodorant tablets. Taken as directed, Nullo tablets safely and effectively provide the deodorant protection you need. So try new Nullo deodorant tablets. Deodorant protection that really works.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
George of the jungle, strong as he can be. Watch out for that tree. When he gets in the spring, he makes his escape with the help of his friend, an 8 Then away he'll swept on his elephant ship, while Bella and Ursula stay in step. Well, George of the jungle, friend to you and me. Watch out for that tree.
One of the most sought-after men in the world lives here in the little African village of Uwanabaya. It is the famous gallstone specialist and tin flute virtuoso, Dr. Alfred Spritzer.
Hello, folks.
So expert is Dr. Spritzer that in one afternoon, he can perform 27 gallstone operations.
Next.
And still have time for 3 choruses of Here We Go, Loopy-Loo. For his good works, he has been decorated by the heads of many governments.
And so, Dr. Spritzer, in conferring this award on you, I have one last thing to say.
What's that, Your Majesty?
I've got this funny pain right in through here.
Small wonder, then, that the world was shocked to hear that on his way back to Uwanabaya, Dr. Spritzer's plane had crashed on Gonna Take a Peek.
What crash? My plane is flying straight and level.
Let that be a lesson, Doctor. Never monkey around with a narrator.
Dr. Spritzer must be found, George. I need a man who knows every foot of Mbwibwi province.
Commissioner, come to right fella.
Do you know every foot of the province, George?
Sure. They're elephant foot, lion foot, antelope foot, hoof, gesundheit, leopard foot, out.
And George hastily set out on his most dangerous assignment, scaling lofty Gonna Take a Peek.
George, was it necessary to bring faithful Shep along?
George need big-nosed doggy to track down lost doctor.
Sooner or later you must face facts, George. Shep is more of the pachyderm persuasion.
Package.
He's an elephant.
Shep, doggy, watch. Jump over stick, Shep. Nice try, boy.
But as our friend struggled upward, a pair of beady eyes was watching them through a sinister-looking mask. Then the mysterious figure pried loose a giant boulder and sent it hurtling down the path toward them. But the sharp-eyed jungle lord spotted it and uttered his warning cry.
That was a close one, George.
Never fear. George always alert to danger, and... That you, Shep?
Undaunted, our friends continued on, led by faithful Shep and his sensitive snoot. But their mysterious assailant was still present and sprinkling pepper on the trail ahead.
No, Shep! Well, this is a fine mess.
Glad ape like it. Pull, Shep. Go, boy. Other way, boy!
But it takes a lot to discourage men like George. However, at old Shaky Rope Bridge, a pair of cunning hands were setting fire to the cables in the middle.
Look, bridge being burned by pair of Cunninghams.
That's cunning hands.
Whatever. We must cross before bridge burns.
But that bridge will never hold faithful Shep, George.
Ape right. George have to carry him.
But... Oh, never mind. Let's go.
In a trice, Ape had scampered across the burning bridge. George followed more slowly, held back by Shep's enormous weight.
Gotta cut down on those sweets, fella.
Then, right in the middle...
Look out!
But the mighty ape man held that span together until faithful Shep got across. Then he let go with his toes and lightly swung to safety. Almost.
You think maybe somebody not want us to find Dr. Spritzer?
Nonsense, George. Everybody wants us to bring back the You Wanna Buy a Duck.
Not quite everybody. For just ahead on the trail, that sinister figure was setting still another trap.
George, what's that on the trail ahead?
Not a head, not a hat.
But as George picked it up,
mustn't jump up on people, Shep.
This is Dr. Spritzer's hat, George. He can't be far away.
Sure enough, at that moment, our heroes heard...
Come.
Great Juju! That creature has stolen the doctor's tin whistle, too.
Uncoiling his rope of many crazy grasses, the ape-man dropped it over the fanciful mask and tugged, revealing...
Who else? Dr. Spritzer himself.
How did you know it was me?
Face not familiar, but George never forget the flute.
But you'll never take me back. Never, never. Oops.
But why don't you want to return to You Wanna Buy a Duck?
Because this is the first vacation I've had in 10 years. 10 years of looking at gallstones. 10 years of people saying, I got this funny pain right in through here. I couldn't stand it anymore.
Overworked?
Overacted.
And so Dr. Spritzer was returned to his adoring patients on Medicine Avenue. But thanks to George of the Jungle, he now works on gallstones only 50 weeks a year. Then he hops in his plane, flies to Gunna-Take-A Peak, and crashes for his 2-week vacation.
Just once. Couldn't I land regular? I know. Never fool around with a narrator.
And each year, George of the Jungle rescues him and drags him back to his profession.
Well, Dr. Spritzer, all's well that ends well, right?
I suppose so.
Just one thing. I've got this funny pain right in through here. What'd I say?
When you find yourself in danger, when you're threatened by a stranger, when it looks like you will take a licking, there is someone waiting who will hurry up and rescue you. Just call for Super Chicken. But if you're afraid, you'll have to overlook it. Besides, you use the shower dangerous when you cook it. He will drink his super sauce and throw the bad guys for a loss, and he will bring them in alive and kicking. There is one thing you should learn when there is no one else to turn to. Call for Super Chicken. Call for Super Chicken.
One children's birthday party is pretty much like another. First, there is the singing.
Happy birthday, dear Billy Joe Richard. Happy birthday to you.
Then comes the blowing out of the candles, the opening of the presents, and the robbery.
Robbery?
Yes, robbery.
My teddy bear is gone.
So is my TV set. Call the police.
It was too late. Once outside, the teddy bear climbed into a giant toy helicopter with a mysterious pilot at the controls, and they disappeared into the sky. 2 hours later, the birthday bandits struck again.
Look, Mommy, a turkey chili doll.
Pull a string and see what she says.
Where do you keep the silverware?
In the cupboard.
Thank you. Stay where you are. This is a stick-up.
And with that, the talkie Tilly doll went to the cupboard, put the silverware into a bag, and left through the open window. The birthday bandits struck again and again. A clown doll stole a sofa. A toy monkey swiped a pearl necklace. And a rubber ducky made off with a grandfather's clock. Each time, the toys escaped in the mysterious wind-up helicopter. The police were powerless to stop them.
How come you guys are powerless to stop them?
If you think I'm going to arrest a rubber ducky, you're out of your mind.
But there was a certain chicken who wasn't powerless. For Henry Cabot Henhouse III, otherwise known as Super Chicken, was hard at work on the case.
Happy birthday, dear Fred. Happy birthday to you.
But, Mr. Henhouse, it's not my birthday.
I know that, Fred. This is a trick.
Who are we fooling besides me?
The birthday bandit.
You mean we're going to arrest the rubber ducky?
No, we're going to get the brains behind the rubber ducky.
That's a funny place for brains.
Going on with the fake birthday party, our clever heroes whooped it up.
Whoop, whoop.
They kept whooping it up for 2 weeks until finally...
Happy birthday to you. Hooray.
I don't think it's going to work, Mr. Henhouse.
Why not?
The cake's gone, I've had 600 glasses of punch, and my paper hat's got a hole in it.
But then suddenly,
I'll get it. Hey, look, a big package.
opening the package, Henry discovered a 6-foot terry cloth chicken hawk. But the terry cloth chicken hawk also discovered Henry and grabbed him in a vice-like grip.
Does this look like a job for Super Chicken?
I thought you'd never ask, Fred. You get the super sauce, the hawk and I will go change into my super suit. Now, that's what I call real...
The super sauce went to work immediately and transformed the simple bird into a complex super chicken.
Take cover in the kitchen, Fred. I'm going to blast him with my terry cloth hawk missile.
Pointing his mighty wing at the hawk, Super Chicken fired.
Did you miss or did the stove blow up?
Before Super Chicken could even say, "No time to explain," the hawk struck. But terry cloth is no match for an enraged Super Chicken. Breaking away, the hawk flew out the window.
He's getting away.
Exactly.
Exactly?
It's part of my super plan. We'll follow him, and he'll lead us to the brains behind the rubber ducky. To the super coop.
Roger Wilcox.
And our heroes took to the air. Now our scene changes to the huge toy factory of Salvador Ragdolly, a power-mad toy maker.
Building toys to our birthday parties will make me the richest crooked toy maker in the world. Of course, there's very little competition.
But just then there was a cry in the sky.
That must be the terry cloth hawk with the hen house fortune. Super Chicken!
Where?
You're Super Chicken!
Right, and don't you forget it.
Why not? You did.
Salvador Ragdolly, you're under arrest. You are the brains behind the rubber ducky.
You'll never get me, Super Chicken!
Give me one reason why not.
Because a Super Chicken cannot defeat another Super Chicken.
That's a pretty good reason. What does it mean?
The crooked toy maker showed them. He opened a large box, and there stood a toy chicken drinking super sauce. The super sauce quickly went to work and transformed the common wind-up toy chicken into an uncommon wind-up toy super chicken. Striking first, the toy super chicken fired a lightning bolt ray.
No! Who can play at that game?
Wow!
Fighting myself is going to be tougher than I thought.
Especially on me.
Stand back, Fred. I'm going to ram him with my booster boots.
Bending over, Super Chicken lit the rockets on his booster boots. But the toy Super Chicken did the same thing, and they streaked toward each other at incredible speed. Unfortunately for Salvador Ragdolly, he was standing between them, and when they came together...
The winner and still champion, Super Chicken.
After summoning the police, Fred headed the Super Coop homeward.
Birthday bandit and henchman jailed. What do you say to that, Super Chicken?
I am a Super Chicken Dolly, and this is a recording.
Whoops.
So when you hear a different kind of cry in the sky,
you'll know I picked the wrong dummy. Ooh.
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
If you could ignore crowds, wouldn't you? If you could rid yourself of backache and headache, free yourself from water weight gain, and avoid monthly tension, wouldn't you? Now you can, with new extra-strength multi-symptom relief formula Pamprin. And none of these can relieve all of those symptoms. Can they? New extra-strength multi-symptom relief formula Pamprin. Now stronger than ever. If you haven't tried it, shouldn't you?
Tom Raper, Richmond, Indiana, 22nd anniversary sale. Tent campers, $49. Trailers, fifth wheels, $99. Motor homes, $15.9. Truck caps, $99. Mobile homes, $99. Sectionals, $194. Save today the Tom Raper way. Nobody beats our bottom line deal. It's absolutely worth the drive to Richmond. Tom Raper, Richmond, Indiana, the Midwest #1 dealer. A sprawling 30-acre complex.
Open daily till 9.
Presenting Arby's Roast Beef All-Stars. First up, Arby's Regular with loads of lean roast beef, a terrific leadoff. Next, Arby's Tangy Beef and Cheddar. This one's really on a roll. An onion roll. And last, Arby's Super with lettuce and tomato, a sandwich in a league all its own. Yes, it looks like another championship season at Arby's.
It's Arby's Summer Dealin' Days, Cincinnati. Enjoy Arby's King Roast Beef Sandwich, now only 99 cents through July 27th.
Comedy Tonight. It's more than just a lot of laughs. It's informative, instructional, invigorating, mature, sophisticated, stylish, provocative. It's therapeutic, not too demented, often scientifically impossible, but it never lets you down. So for more than just the biggest laughs on TV, tune in Comedy Tonight.
Tonight at 11 on TV 64.
So why do you buy TV Guide?
To know more about what's going on the television.
Sports magazine, they have inside stories, up-to-date programming.
Yeah, what's it smell? It smells kind of magazine-y. Magazine-y? Yeah. Well, it is a magazine. Right, it's an old Italian phrase.
I mean, what do you like about the article?
Oh, they're nice and juicy. They're informative. All of a sudden, I just feel this need to open it. I mean, just like amazing need.
If you don't read TV Guide this week, you might be missing something.
Think so? You're right.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Tom Slick, let me tell you why. He's the best of all good guys. Tom Slick, in the Thunderbolt, we snapper once he's on your tail.
Welcome to the Muncie, Indiana Fairgrounds and the start of the Buster Baines Memorial Blimp Race. Here's our sponsor, Stretch Snapback, president of the Bad Year Blubber Company.
Makers of Bad Year products for home industry and banking. Remember, folks, if your check bounces, it's a bad year.
Many thanks, Stretch. The blimps are moving toward the starting line. There's the starting gun. There's our first casualty. It's Whitehead, Danny Drop, and the Wood Prop Cloud Pusher.
Why, fur, did you shoot a big raggedy hole into my balloon?
I told you, folks, it's a bad year.
There goes Fletch Sparrow and the twin screw barn jumper. And here in the converted Thunderbolt grease flapper, the Blimp Racer's Blimp Racer, Mr. Hot Air himself, Tom Slick.
Yay! Thanks, Hot Air fans.
But where are Tom's great and good friends, Gertie Growler and Marigold?
We're over here competing in the William Tell Arrow Shoot and Love In, Bubby. Stand still, Marigold. Drat, I missed.
Here comes Tom, Gertie. Look at him scorching along.
Scorching? I can run faster than that in my hippie boots. Missed again.
Bringing up the rear is the sinister-looking chain-drive skyhooker, piloted by the Bum Sport Baron Automatic.
Correction, it's me, Clutcher, the Toady. That's the Baron.
Pay attention to your racing, Clutcher. This time, I take care of the dirty trick. If you want the wrong thing done right, do it yourself, I always say.
And you know what I always say? That's what I always say.
The blimps are heading for the turning pylon, and Tom Slick takes the lead.
Yay! Well raced, Tom Slick. Many thanks, good sport, Fledge Sparrow.
I think I'm going to be dead.
Tom Slick is out in front, Master. You had better do something quick. Something else.
Very well. Now you will see how a real schlemiel could stop Tom Slick.
With a cassava melon?
But one of these cassava melons is really a bomb. Listen to it tick.
Ow! Drat! Missed again.
A little arrow wouldn't stop Baron Automatic. Here, Tom Slick, from a well-wisher.
Thanks, Mr. Wisher. It's delicious.
Baron, you threw Tom Slick a real melon.
Then where's the one that's ticking? Where? Ah, here it is. Tom Slick is almost at the halfway point with a commanding lead.
Yay! Keep at it, Tom.
You move.
And a good thing, too, Gertie.
But what is this? The pylon is moving.
If I were the swearing type, I'd swear that pylon is moving. Oh, come on now. I can't get around it if it keeps moving.
Baron, is that you doing that?
Of course. I'll keep ahead of Tom Slick till he runs out of gas. Then I will bring the pylon back for you to go around.
Oh, clever master.
Yes, Clutter. All it takes is a little...
Ow! Ow! I just hate to have people drop in unexpectedly.
And Tom turns the pylon and streaks for home.
Yay! What next, oh mighty Baron? Besides that, I mean...
Here's $50. Stop the Ferris wheel when I get to the top.
You're the boss.
You noticed that, did you?
And I shall help my beloved master by ramming Tom Slick.
Uh-oh. The chain drive skyhooker is changing course. It's heading right for the Thunderbolt grease flapper. Tom Slick, I'm going to put a crimp in your blimp at point-blank range.
Tom is in double danger, Gertie.
So are you, hon. I've got 2 arrows left.
Ready, aim.
I thought you wanted to stay on top.
The heavy cannonball hurtles toward Tom from the rear as the skyhooker charges him from the front.
That's mighty sloppy steering, fellow.
But at the last instant, Tom swerves aside and avoids a nasty collision.
Yay! But what about the cannonball? Sorry, I guess.
On your feet, Clutcher. I still have one dirty trick left.
But our blimp is blowing. We can't win now.
There are more important things than winning, Clutcher.
Such as?
Cheating, for one thing. Come on. The desperate Baron is going to make a last attempt to down Tom Slick.
Boo!
Hear that crowd, Clutcher? Kind of gets you right here, doesn't it?
No, it gets me right here. See?
When I give the word, you light the fuse, and it's kablooey, Tom Slick.
Yes, master.
Not yet, Clutcher. Not yet.
The fireworks are supposed to start at 7.
And the winner in a blinding finish, Tom Slick.
Yay!
Congratulations, Tom.
As usual, Marigold.
Yeah, missed again.
But, Gertie, you hit the apple fair and square.
What makes you think I was aiming for the apple?
George of the jungle, strong as he can be. Watch out for that tree. When he gets in the scrape, he makes his escape with the help of a friend and Then away he'll swept while his elephant chef, while Bella and Ursula stay in step. Well, George of the jungle, friend to you and me. Watch out for that tree.
If there's one thing that's certain in Africa, it's an occasional pygmy uprising.
Sure. When you're as little as we are, there's no way to go but up.
These little guys mean big trouble for the district commissioner.
Get me George of the jungle. Quick. Oh,
George, here.
what took you so long?
Couldn't get express fine. Had to take local.
George, I'm having trouble with my pygmy.
George, fix.
What are you doing?
Sub-commissioner's foot.
Not piggies. I'm having trouble with my pygmies.
Pretty bad bunion there.
Listen, George.
And the commissioner told George the strange story of the pygmy uprising. It all began in this tailor shop run by Tiny Tony Tuxedo, the tip-top tailor of Tanganyika. Little did anyone suspect that in his off hours, Tony was also the kingpin of African crime, Little Scissor.
Ah, that's me, Little Scissor. What's wrong with being little, huh? Napoleon was little. Julius Caesar was little. Genghis Khan was little. Orphan Annie was little. Now, you big guys have had it, see? Us little guys are going to take over now. Right, fellas?
Right, boss!
Misled by Tiny Tony Tuxedo, a gang of diminutive desperados had taken advantage of their small size to infiltrate neighboring villages and make off with all the available livestock.
Round 'em up, hit 'em out, round 'em up, hit 'em out, round 'em up, hit 'em out, raw him!
Becoming bolder, Tiny Tony's terrible tots invaded the city and intercepted 2 bank messengers. The guards reached for their pistols.
Stop or I'll shoot!
Bang, bang, bang! Click, click!
Heck, I'm out of ammunition.
What's more, the district jails wouldn't hold the malefactors who were caught, for they kept escaping by slipping through the bars.
Yeah, this is only the beginning, you guys. Stick with Tony, and we'll rule all of Africa. Yeah. Commissioner got problem, all right. I'm glad you see that, George. Yes, this little piggy got ingrown toenail.
George, give me back my foot and get going after Tiny Tony.
George, here. And oh boy,
That's obey.
whatever.
Does look a bit inflamed at that.
Riding his faithful elephant Shep and accompanied by his faithful ape, George approached the pygmy territory. Suddenly,
All right, reach, you guys. Oh, you. Me, I'm king of the pygmies, is who?
How did you ever get to be king of the pygmies?
Because I'm a big man, that's why. But you just say shrimp. Now, to you, I'm a shrimp. To them, I'm Wilt the Stilt. District commissioners say, bring you in. Now, we'll see what my boys have to say about that.
Careful, George. Those are blowguns. Each one is loaded with a poison dart.
well, that demonstration proved too much for faithful Shep. He fainted. Fortunately for the principles of truth and justice and George, he fainted right on the pygmy gang.
Well, maybe my gang has given up, but not me. I'm going to use strategy, see?
What strategy?
I'm going to run like a rabbit.
The little criminal took off like a shot, but he hadn't reckoned on George's fantastic knowledge of jungle trails.
Sure? Shoot.
That's shortcut, George.
Funny, that's what signs say, too.
But in his turn, George hadn't figured on Tiny Tony Tuxedo's shears.
Ah, they don't call me Little Scissor for nothing, you know.
Then the mean little thief planted himself at the foot of a banyan tree for a last-ditch defense. Without hesitation, mighty George seized a stout vine and launched himself straight at the little kingpin of crime.
And this is where my strategy comes in, see?
Whipping out his most deadly shears, Little Scissor aimed them straight at the oncoming George.
Uh-oh.
But Little Scissor hadn't taken one thing into account. George missed. And so shortly, Little Scissor found himself behind bars.
Commissioner put them in jail?
No. I had to find a place with much smaller bars.
You mean...
Yes, a playpen.
Oh, it's not so bad, you guys. I've only got 3 years to go. Yeah. Silly for a little shrimp like that to hope to rule all Africa.
Oh, I don't know, George. Napoleon was little. Alexander the Great was little. Genghis Khan was little. Orphan Annie was very little. And then there was...
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Look at the kayak pool. Right now, you can own a beautiful 24-foot pool with a patio deck for only $59 a month.
$59 a month?
Kayak Summer Explosion.
Wow! Call 1-800-THE-POOL.
Look at our beautiful 24x12 oval pool with a carpeted patio deck, fencing, and filter for only $89 a month.
$89 a month?
Now, if your heart is set on an in-ground, you can get a 28x14 in-ground pool kit that includes a deluxe filter system for only $27.95.
Only $27.95? Sold!
Call 1-800-THE-POOL. It's an explosion of values at Kayak this summer.
Wow!
Right now, Kayak award-winning pools are on sale. And if you act now, we'll give you 7.9 interest rate. Kayak's newest exclusive feature, the Kayak Spectrum, a constantly changing multicolored fiber optic lighting system. These underwater lights will create that perfect nighttime atmosphere.
Call now. You know the number. 1-800-CAT-POOL.
The second annual Cartoon Carnival concludes with the heroic Dudley Do-Right of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police tomorrow night at 8 on WIII TV 64. Win a grandfather clock from Henderson Music, an Apple Macintosh computer, or passes to see Back to School or Club Paradise. Watch Bob Newhart tomorrow night at 7:30 for details. And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
George of the jungle, strong as he can be. Watch out for that tree.
One brave and determined man withstands 7 years of repeated torture at the hands of the North Vietnamese in When Hell Was in Session, starring Hal Holbrook and Eva Marie Saint. Coming up next on 64 Primetime Cinema.
From his friend at EDP. Then away you slept on the television chef, while Bella and Ursula stay in step. Well, George of the jungle, friend to you and me. Watch out for the tree. Watch out for the tree. George of the jungle, friend to you and me.
TV 64 special presentation.
Greetings. This is Dudley Do-Right of the Mounties. Ta-da!
And this is his sweetheart, beautiful little Nell Fenwick. Although the dear, sweet lunkhead is too modest to admit it, tonight on WIII TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival, we are saluting our hero, Dudley Do-Right.
Ta-da!
Oh, I am so proud of him, battling that evil curse, Snidely Whiplash, never caring about his own personal safety. And when he rescues me, oh, what rapture. Of course, you may be wondering why I say these things when I really love his horse. It's just that when I see his eyes of blue, heart that's true, oh, help me, I feel faint. Watch for yourself to find out what a real man is. Tall, blonde, and just a little bit stupid.
Oh, my, look, the greatest bounty of them all.
Sunset, that time of day when the tired Mountie sits down to dinner and gets his just dessert. And just what does the tired Mountie do after dinner? Well, if he's anything like Dudley Do-Right, champion of the oppressed and all-around goody two-shoes, he goes for a swim in the river.
Last one in is a rotten egg.
Which is just what he had eaten for dinner. The rest of his fellow Mounties remained in the dining hall, however. For you see, this was the middle of winter, and the river was anything but swimmable. By the time they got him out, Dudley's warm outlook on life had cooled considerably.
That ice is certainly thick.
So is your head, Dudley.
The vision of loveliness administering first aid to our hero is the haunting and ever-popular Nell Fenwick. She and Dudley have been engaged for 22 years.
You need someone to take care of you.
I have my horse.
You need a woman.
What is a woman?
I am a woman, Dudley, and I have decided to let you marry me.
10 minutes later, they stood before the preacher.
And if there is anyone present who objects to this union, let him speak now.
The gentleman about to object is Dudley's lifelong enemy, the malevolent Snidely Whiplash.
I don't know what it means, but I object. Whiplash, you cur. So you would ruin my wedding, eh? As a starter, yes.
Dudley picked up the thing nearest to him, which happened to be Nell, and threw it.
Aha! I have her, and you shall never get her back. Or any other part of her.
Quick, Do-Right, give chase.
What? And miss all this swell food?
Far above Cayuga's waters, that Snidely Whiplash's sawmill, scene of many a tragedy.
Why are you doing this, you devil?
Because, Miss Fenwick, beneath this black exterior, there lies a mustard plaster. And over the mustard plaster there hangs an asafoetida bag. On it, imprinted in pica, are the words, Whippy loves Nellie. What I'm trying to say is, I love you. Well, let's say I like you a lot.
But I despise you.
You won't be mine?
Never.
Well, if I can't have you, neither can Do-Right.
He tied Nell to a log, pulled a lever, and started her on her way to the teeth of a giant saw. Fortunately, the conveyor belt was in need of oiling, and the trip was a slow one.
I must get word to Dudley.
Nell was in luck, for as Whiplash stepped out of the back door, a mailman stepped through the front.
One of them new weight-reducing machines, ma'am?
Quick, sir. Are you en route to the Mountie post?
No, but I'm a-going there.
Taking a pencil, she scrawled the word help on a sheet of paper, stuffed it into an envelope, addressed the envelope to Dudley Do-Right, then fainted from the exertion. 2 days later at the post, Nell's father, Inspector Fenwick, chatted with our hero.
I haven't seen Nell lately.
Come to think of it, I haven't either.
Perhaps she's visiting a sister.
Does she have a sister?
No, but Nell's a strange girl.
At that moment,
I ran all the way from Whiplash's sawmill. I have an urgent letter for Constable Do-Right.
It's from Nell. I'd know her penmanship anywhere.
Yes, it's from Nell, all right.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
That would be against the law, sir. You see, there isn't a stamp on the envelope.
and there you have the reason why Dudley rode to the sawmill, dashed inside when Nell was still on her way to the saw, talked her into sticking a stamp on the envelope, dashed outside the sawmill, rode all the way back to the post, and said to the inspector,
"It's from Nell, sir. She needs help."
Well, stand there, Do-Right. Don't just do something.
It took them an hour and a half to straighten out that last line, but eventually Dudley was on his way to the rescue. Would he make it in time?
Oh, save me! Save me! Somebody save me!
Don't go all to pieces, Nell. Wait about 5 seconds.
It looked like Nell Fenwick's wick was about to be extinguished when...
The jig is up, Whiplash.
Dudley, the saw! Pull the lever!
He pulled the lever all right, but the one that said freewheeling. The saw rotated madly, broke free of its moorings, and ate its way around the mill.
I created a Frankenstein.
Within 5 minutes, the sawmill had been reduced to sawdust. As for Whiplash, he was last seen heading in the general direction of downtown Toronto, closely followed by the saw.
Oh, Dudley, my hero!
Nell, my heroine.
At approximately 11:10 the following morning, every available Mountie gathered on the post parade ground. Constable Do-Right was to receive the Canadian Pretty Good Conduct Medal.
Before I pin this on you, Do-Right, when are you and my daughter going to be married?
Oh, I'd say in about 10 years, sir. Unless she gets out before that for good behavior. You see, I had to arrest her for mail fraud. The stamp she stuck on the envelope? Blue chip, sir. Against all regulations.
One day in Bongo Congo, the king was in his counting house counting out his money.
2,021,000, 2,022,000. You know, Odie, I've been thinking.
You have, sire?
Yes, Odie. I don't think it's safe to keep all this gold in these old cigar boxes. 2,023,000. You know how many times Biggie and Itchy have attempted to steal the gold? 2,024,000, 2,025,000. Now, I think we ought to take it away somewhere and bury it like they do in the U.S. of A.
A very deep idea, sire. A bongo Congo Fort Knox.
Exactly. 2,026,000, 2,027,000. I want you to look into the situation and make a plan. Oh, look out! Oh, confound it. Now I'll have to start over again. 1, 2, 3.
That afternoon, Odie presented his plan to the king.
And we shall transport the gold by railroad.
Oh, capital.
We start at dawn.
Splendid.
And take the gold to the royal vaults high in the Sierra Bongo Mountains.
Brilliant.
I suggest we get going immediately, Your Majesty, and move with complete secrecy.
Oh, by all means. But how are we going to hide the gold on the train?
That is the best part of the plan, sire. Listen.
Oh, very clever, True Blue Odie. Who'd ever think to look in the... Oh,
complete secrecy, Your Highness.
Oh, yes, secrecy. I'll pull down all the shades.
But it was too late for secrecy. Itchy Brother, concealed behind the family portrait, had heard the whole thing. And as soon as the coast was clear, sneaked off to tell Biggie Rat. Secrecy? And they're going to do it at dawn tomorrow. Are we going to, grab the gold, nab the nuggets?
Oh, we're going to do better than that, say. We're going to steal the whole train.
Yeah, man.
Beep, beep, ding, ding. Listen, Caboose Head, this is Biggie talking, see? Well, let's get on the track.
Yeah, okay, Big, I dig.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. Here's the railroad, see? And right here, there's a track that goes off to an old abandoned mine. Now, we'll just take over the train, drive it out here, stick up Kingsey and Colony, and get the gold.
Yeah, but what about the conductor and the engineer?
That's the beauty part, see? You and me are going to be the conductor and the engineer, see?
Pink Bunk?
Yeah, Pink Bunk.
And sure enough, the next morning, as the conductor and engineer was standing by the train...
Okay, now I'll go up to the engine, see? You wait here for Kingsey and Colony to show up with the gold.
Yeah, okay, Big, I dig. Board? Board? Oh, man, here they come now. Morning, Your Royalness. Where'd you stash the stuff?
What?
I mean, where's your baggage?
It's already on the train, my good man. We sent it on ahead.
Say, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Yeah. That is, there's this character on television, and, everybody says we're the end for lookalike.
Well, no matter. Let's get going, True Blue Odie. I'm sure I've seen him someplace before.
Okay, let's, put the show on the road, man. Aboard! All aboard! And so the treasure train pulled out with Biggie and Itchy in the driver's seat. Will they succeed in stealing the gold? As a matter of fact, where is the gold? We'll find out in our next episode, Hand-Car Heroes.
The Great Blue Mountain. Did I ever tell you about the time I was lost up there? And...
No, Commander, but I...
Wandering around for days. No shelter, no food. Starving, don't you know? But one morning, I was awakened by loud quacking. During the night, we had a quick freeze, and down on the pond, a flock of ducks had been frozen to the surface. Sitting ducks, as it were. Duck for dinner. I built a roaring fire, put the pot on to boil, and headed for the pond. I was looking around for a nice, plump duck when their leader, guessing what my intentions were, began a loud quacking. And the entire flock flew off, taking the pond and me with it.
Good heavens, what did you do?
Fortunately, the ducks banked into a turn, and I slid off into a soft pine tree.
But the ducks were gone, and you still had no food.
Not quite. You see, the ducks flew over my roaring fire, and the pond melted. Water and ducks poured straight into my pots.
I say, Commander, from then on, everything was duck soup.
Quite.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
(1861–1865), the war between the states. 4 years that still touch the American soul. In lasting tribute to heroes north and south, the National Historical Society of Gettysburg now dedicates the Civil War chess set. Once again, the armies stand face to face. Ulysses S. Grant, Union King. Robert E. Lee, Confederate King. Sherman, Custer, Stuart, Wheeler, bishops and knights, roll call of glory. The pawns stand ready, the Union's Iron Brigade, the South's famed Stonewall Brigade, a towering achievement in marvelous miniature. Each figure an original portrait sculpture created for the Historical Society by the artists of the Franklin Mint. Each piece cast in fine pewter, set on a solid brass base, hand-enameled in Union blue or Confederate gray. Look close at General Stuart, rakish hat with ostrich plumes. Jeb Stuart rides again. Note, too, the etched strength of Lee's face, the infantry bedroll, Sherman's inimitable bow tie. Detail authentic and astonishing. American heroes live again in your home, den, office. The set is unique, and so is its board. Hand-worked, pewter-finished with fitted case, both provided at no additional charge. You acquire your set in an easy, systematic way. Simply call 1-800-453-9500 and receive 2 Civil War chess pieces every other month. You pay for only 1 piece at a time, only $17.50 a month. A remarkable price for art of this quality. If you choose, you may complete your set all at once. Best order by credit card or pay COD with $1 service charge. Each piece has the Franklin Mint's return assurance. Chess enthusiast, history buff, or proud American, the Civil War chess set enhances your life. The first move is yours. Call 1-800-453-9500.
If you're one of the 10 million people troubled by bladder or bowel control problems, colostomy or ileostomy, here's something you should know. Now you can get effective deodorant protection simply by taking these tablets. New Nullo deodorant tablets. Taken as directed, Nullo tablets safely and effectively provide the deodorant protection you need. So try new Nullo deodorant tablets. Deodorant protection that really works.
Friday night at 9 on 64 Primetime Cinema, regal romances become a royal mess when Sophia Loren, John Gavin, Maurice Chevalier, and Angela Lansbury star in the lively romantic comedy A Breath of Scandal.
If you'll let me give you some advice from my own experience. Man is a noble animal. Don't wound him. Kill him. One word is enough if it goes straight to the heart.
A Breath of Scandal, Friday night at 9 on 64 Primetime Cinema. And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
A bizarre crime shocked the nation. In a single 24-hour period, every lid from every pot and every pan in the nation vanished. So serious was the situation that Officer Flynn Flanagan was called into the case.
Sure, now there's only one person clever enough to steal all the pan lids, and that's the fox. I'm calling the hunter.
What's that? Oh, that's that. Somebody banging the binger. Ranging the ranger. Oh, hello. This is the hunter. Have no will hunt. I hunt anything for a price. Oh, it's you, Flanagan. Now, why didn't you say so instead of standing out there ringing the doorbell? What? All the pot and pan lids have been stolen. Well, nothing to it, son. I'll just blow the lid off the whole case. Yeah, that's a joke, son. Blow the lid. Yeah. All right, Flanagan, I'll get right on it.
as soon as I get Horace off to school. I don't want to go to school. I want to come with you and watch you solve this big case.
No, sirree, Bob. You gotta learn reading, writing, and arithmetic before you can be a great detective like I am. Now, get.
And so, with Horace safely off to school, the hunter started on the trail of the fox.
I got a peculiar feeling I'm being followed. Aha! Well, nobody there. I could have sworn.
It's true.
Gotcha. What? Horace, why aren't you in school?
I want to help you catch the fox, Unc.
How many times I gotta tell you, I'm the hunter. I catch the fox. You go to school and stay there, you hear? I got a peculiar feeling that someone is watching me. All right, you wily, clever criminal. Come out with your hands off. Horace, what in the cotton blooming world are you doing in there?
Being observant, Unc, like you said detectives are supposed to be.
Well, you be observant in school. Now, get. Horace.
I'm going, Unc, I'm going.
Maybe that tall feller over there has seen something suspicious. Oh, pardon me, sir. Have you seen a wily, clever criminal hereabouts?
Was he carrying a lot of pine lids?
Uh-huh, yeah, that's the one, Did you see him?
Nope, I didn't see him.
Well, much obliged. You know, you sound a lot like my nephew, Horace. Of course, he's in school. Besides, he's only about this high. Come up to here,
ooh.
Horace, what in the cotton blooming world? This time I'm taking you back to school myself. How am I ever going to catch the fox if you keep interrupting me?
But the fox was closer than the mighty hunter realized. The wily, clever criminal had glued the pan lids together, fastened a string on each pair, and at that very moment was outside the schoolyard selling them as giant yo-yos.
Here you are, kids. Get them while they last. The one and only giant yo-yo. All metal construction. Be the first kid on your block to own a giant yo-yo. Only one thing dying. Hurry. Here you are, Sonny. Here you are. Here
Well,
you
I
are.
declare, I haven't tried one of them things since I was knee-high to a turnip green. Now, here, fella, I'll take one.
Here you are, sir.
All right, now, Horace, stand back and watch this. Around the world.
The fox and all the pine lids. Hunter, the fox and the pine lids. Oh, my, how can we ever repay you?
You can figure out a way to make Horace stay in school and stop following me.
If he's staying out of school to follow you, then the answer's as plain as the nose on your face, if you'll pardon the expression. Just come with me. Who knows, Unc? Maybe you can teach an old dog new tricks. That's a joke, Unc.
There, Apache territory. Did I tell you how I captured an entire Apache war party? Single-handed.
Party, Commander? I must be off to a party myself.
Well, there I was, just riding along, singing a song. Beautiful voice. I was the original singing cowboy, don't you know? Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam and the deer. When suddenly... I made a run for it, fighting them off best I could. When I ran out of ammunition, I shot back their arrows with my trusty guitar. But I had been driven into a dead-end canyon, trapped. And along the canyon rim, Indians everywhere.
Beastly. Did you give up?
Never. I burst into song. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. My powerful voice vibrations made the walls of the canyon tremble, crack, and... The Indians came tumbling down. Then I easily captured the entire war party.
What a performance. You were the life of the party.
Quite.
Months had gone by, and contrary to the code of the Royal Canadian Mounties, they had not been getting their man. Dudley Do-Right was no exception. He did bring in, however,
An apple? Flattery will get you nowhere, Do-Right. Unless you bring back a man this very day, I'll put you back to pounding the pavement.
Oh, not that, Inspector.
Oh, hello there, Dudley. Just out for a stroll. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Maybe for you, but for me a hopeless day, filled with despair.
What's wrong, Do-Right?
Everything. If I don't bring in a man by today, I will be put in a fate worse than death.
Back to pounding the pavement, eh? What would this man have to do to be brought in?
Oh, something like, blowing up a bridge. Crimes.
How about defacing the great Canadian forest? Is that a crime?
Oh, yes, that's a crime.
Well, your troubles are over, Do-Right. There's your man over there.
You, sir, are under arrest. Come along peacefully now, because, ta-da, the Mounties always get their man. I've got him, Inspector. I've got him. I've got my man.
What you've got there is a bear, Do-Right, and I'd appreciate it if you'd get him out of...
What are you doing? By Jove, Inspector, I do believe the bear has taken a fancy to the Mounties. I think he'd like to become one of us.
Well, I won't have it, Do-Right. I simply won't have it. There are certain rules to becoming a mounter that I think can be overlooked in this case.
So the bear became a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, upholding the tradition of always getting their man. The only trouble was he always got the wrong man.
Oh, thank heaven the Mounties have arrived. Catch that thief! And don't think you won't hear about this. Put in prison like a common criminal, while Snidely Whiplash is allowed to roam the Canadian countryside.
The trouble with our new recruit is that he brings in too many people and always the wrong one. Sunday school teachers, ministers, little old ladies, used car dealers. Our most upstanding civic-minded citizens are languishing in the stockade.
But, Inspector, if you know they're upstanding, civic-minded citizens, why do you lock them in the stockade?
Because, Dudley, I haven't the heart to tell that poor bear he's doing the wrong thing. It would break his heart. Oh, if only that bear would bring in the real criminal, Snidely Whiplash.
Father, you're not going to lock me up.
You think I want to, my own daughter? But the morale of the corps is at stake. Don't look back, dear. I want to remember you as you were always.
But, Father...
Dudley, you got us into this mess, and you very well will get us out of it or suffer the consequences.
Sir, there is one other rule.
What is that, Dudley?
A Mountie must be clean-shaven.
Clean-shaven? By Jove, Dudley, you're right.
I'm sorry, old man, but I didn't make the rules, you know. A Mountie at all times must be clean-shaven.
Dudley, you've got to think of something else. You've got to get rid of that bear, or we are going to get rid of you.
And, Nell, that's the story. I've got to get rid of that bear, but how? If I tell him he's not a Mountie, it'll break his heart.
Dudley, what makes the world go round?
Well, it's a combination of gravitational forces.
Love. What that bear needs is a sweetheart.
Oh, Nell, I couldn't ask you to do a thing like that.
Oh, not me, silly, but a girl bear. That bear needs a girlfriend.
Nell, I do think you've hit on something. I'll go right now and find a girlfriend for him. But, Nell, do you think the girl bear will like him?
Oh, Dudley, what girl can resist the uniform of a Royal Canadian Mounted Police?
Will I see you again, Nell?
Sure. Visiting hours are from 9 until 5.
So Dudley went out in search of a girlfriend for Mountie Bear.
Oh, Miss Bear, I was wondering, are you going steady with anyone? Not with me! Oh, for goodness sake, I didn't mean... Oh, Nell was right. The uniform is irresistible.
By George, at last, Snidely Whiplash, finally brought in by a Mountie. By Jove, that bear will get a commendation.
No, please! My affections are already centered elsewhere. I did it, Inspector! I did it!
Not yet, but you're going to.
Going to what?
You're going back to pounding a pavement.
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Everybody say honey.
Welcome to the Bear Family Reunion.
Hold still for one more.
There's Mother Bear and Father Bear and Buster Bear. Cousin Leonardo Bear, the famed painter. Auntie Mine Bear, the actress. And her husband, the very rich banker bear.
What's your view of Wall Street?
I'm bearish. Jogger Bear has stubbed his toe, and Nurse Bear advises,
Just grin and bear it.
while Cheerleader Bear cheers her way into everyone's hearts.
Hey, Teddy!
No run-of-the-mill bears, the Bear family has roots in a noble tradition. With a humped back, round body, long arms, big feet, jointed legs, arms, and head that mark the true Teddy. Each bear lovingly handmade of 23 parts, even the tiny tongue, mouth, and sweet nose hand-sewn. A collector's joy. This portrait of the Bear family reunion and the bears themselves make every home a happier place. And it's so easy to build your collection. Simply call 1-800-445-4300 and Mother Bear will soon arrive, complete with summer hat, scarf, and flower basket. Then, each month, another member of the family arrives, 12 in all, each only $16.95. A remarkable price for handmade, authentic teddies of this quality, far less than you pay for comparable quality in retail stores. Best order by credit card or pay COD with a $2 service charge. Or mail your check or money order for $18.90, payable to Bears, Box 800, Bear, Delaware. There's no risk. You may return any bear within 30 days to Kent Collectibles. The adjustable stand, this parchment scroll of the Bear family tree, and the full-color portrait are yours. No added charge. Bring the Bear family into your family. Call 1-800-445-4300 and get ready to open your arms and heart. One word of caution.
Have you got any honey?
When it comes to preparing Italian pie, the Viola sisters agree on only one thing. It should have the finest Italian sausage. At Pizza Hut, we couldn't agree more. Introducing our newest Priazzo Italian pie. A blend of zesty Italian sausage, green peppers, onions, and cheeses. New Priazzo Portofino. We think it's delicious. And we believe that even the Viola sisters would agree.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! To the greatest show in town!
I'll bet you're talking about the big Circus Days celebration at Johnny's Toys.
Right, Larry! There'll be fun for everyone! Horse and buggy rides, killer-backed characters!
And we'll be there, too, with puppet shows and costume characters. Watch for the Red Tag specials.
It's the fun place!
Don't miss the big Circus Days celebration this Saturday at Johnny's Toys, Milford.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Inspector Nathaniel Fenwick had decided that it was about time that his daughter had her coming-out party.
Oh, Father, really? With all the trimmings?
With all the trimmings, my dear.
Oh, joy!
Pardon me, sir, but isn't Nell a little old to be having a coming-out party?
Of course she's old. But as usual, do-right, you don't get the significance. Why, this isn't an ordinary coming-out party. It's a master plan to catch Snidely Whiplash.
I don't quite follow you, sir.
I'll put it another way, Dudley. What is it that Snidely wears that he is never without?
A leer, sir?
No, Dudley, his top hat and opera cape.
So?
Don't you realize, Dudley, that this is the image he's created? Without his top hat and cape, he's nothing. Look.
Funny, sir. I've seen that before.
Of course you have. This is a bullwinkle hat. Can you imagine collecting mortgages in a bullwinkle hat? Why, he'll be laughed out of every home.
But what's that got to do with Nell's coming-out party?
Snidely owns an opera hat and cape, right?
Right.
Well, where in this awful wilderness can you attend a full-dress social function?
Well, there's that little theater group.
No plays. That's why I'm having this grand social event. Snidely won't be able to resist it. He'll check his hat and cape at the door, and then we'll substitute this bullwinkle hat for his opera hat.
An invitation, Homer, an engraved invitation to Nell Fenwick's coming out party.
But Snidely, that's at the RCMP camp.
Homer, I'd go to the ends of the earth to attend a social event of this prominence.
But don't it seem strange that a 37-and-a-half-year-old girl should be having a coming-out party?
With me top hat and cape, I'll be in the height of fashion. A party, whee!
Check your hat and cape, sir.
Certainly.
And while Snidely Whiplash was tripping the light fantastic, a bullwinkle hat and large check coat was substituted for his top hat and cape.
Thank you, my dear. I don't know when I've had a better time. My hat and cape, please.
Here you are, sir.
This isn't my top hat and cape.
I'm sorry, but it's the only one that's left. It must be yours.
I'm telling you, it is not my hat and cape. You won't hear the last of it.
The next day, Snidely Whiplash went about the Canadian mountainside trying to collect mortgages.
Either pay me the money or out into the cold you go.
Look at that funny moose hat.
Now, please pay me the mortgage, please, will you?
Such a funny hat.
And so, Dudley, Snyder's having a terrible time collecting mortgages. They laugh him out of their homes. Without his hat and cape, he's nothing.
It certainly must be a powerful symbol. It is Archvillain Dudley Do-Right.
All right, Dudley, you've had your little joke. You can take off Snyder's hat.
And I've got you, Inspector Fenwick, in me clutches.
Where did I go wrong?
Snidely, there's a new arch-villain who has moved into the territory. He wears a top hat and a cape, and he has already tied 27 old ladies to the railroad tracks. He's going to beat your record.
Well, what do you expect me to do about it?
Aren't you going to pulverize him, Whiplash? I mean, 27 old ladies. He's cutting in on your bit.
And the moose hat, he'd only laugh at me.
Can you stop him?
There's only one way. There's only one man can stop him, and that man is Dudley Do-Right. And you've got to send Dudley Do-Right to stop this fiend, this arch villain. As a taxpayer, I demand that you apprehend him.
Snidely, we can't send Dudley Do-Right to apprehend this arch-villain.
Why not?
Because that arch-villain is Dudley Do-Right.
A stalwart, true, eyes of blue, Dudley Do-Right?
The very same. He tried on your hat and cape and went berserk. He thinks he's you.
Oh!
Say, if he's masquerading as you, why don't you masquerade as him?
I never realized the truth in that old maxim, clothes make the man. Look at me, stalwart, true, eyes of blue.
Arch-villain Dudley Do-Right. Caught you at last. You'll never take me alive, stalwart through with eyes of blue, Snidely Whiplash.
Good work, Snidely Whiplash.
Inspector, there's one favor now that I've captured arch-villain Dudley Do-Right that I would like to ask.
What's that, Whip?
Could I please have my top hat and cape back? For sentimental reasons.
Of course, dear boy.
Now I have you in me power.
Where did I go wrong?
Well, all's well that ends well, eh, Inspector?
Yes, but you know, Do-Right, while he was a Mountie, you could have learned something from that boy.
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
Welcome to the enchanting world of the woodlands, where you find a delightful surprise around every corner. Imagine capturing this magical world and its charming creatures in fine porcelain. Everyone handcrafted and hand-painted to express its personality.
The Franklin Mint presents Woodland Surprises, created by renowned nature artist Jacqueline Smith. Each work of art carved in exacting detail. The delicate curve of a cabbage leaf, the thoughtful look of the owl. And you can remove each animal from its natural habitat to examine and enjoy up close.
They really come to life in the details. Every time you look, you'll find something new and unexpected.
To bring the Franklin Mint's collection into your home, call 1-800-453-6600. Use your credit card to save COD charges. You'll receive 12 Woodland Surprises for only $19.50 each. A remarkable price for porcelain of this quality. And if you subscribe now, we'll send you this elegant display stand at no extra charge. You'll get a new Woodland surprise every month for a year. And each imported piece carries the Franklin Mint's return assurance.
Discover the wonderful world of the Franklin Mint Woodland Surprises.
Call 1-800-453-6600. Subscribe today.
This Saturday and Sunday only, AA&A Liquidators will be here with hundreds of authentic handmade Persian and Oriental wool rugs. All colors, all sizes. Own a beautiful Chinese. Retail $4,500. Liquidation price just $879. Decorator Duries retail $275. Now only $49. Every rug has a certificate of authenticity with prices from $29 to $4,500. This Saturday and Sunday only at the Cincinnati Marriott, 11320 Chester Road in Sharonville, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturday and Sunday at the Cincinnati Marriott.
So why do you buy TV Guide?
To know more about what's going on the television.
Sports magazine, they have inside stories, up-to-date programming.
Yeah, what's it smell? It smells kind of magazine-y. Magazine-y? Yeah. Well, it is a magazine. Right, it's an old Italian phrase. I mean, what do you like about the article?
Oh, they're nice and juicy. They're informative. Yeah. All of a sudden, I just feel this need to open it. I mean, just like amazing need.
If you don't read TV Guide this week, you might be missing something.
Think so? You're right.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
In our last episode, King Leonardo fell asleep while relaxing at the beach. Then, as his nephews, Duke and Earl, stood by, the king began walking in his sleep. He walked straight into the water skis Duke and Earl had placed there, and away he went. Sound asleep and completely relaxed, the king put on an amazing performance, so that when he was on shore, he was told,
"We have unanimously chosen you to represent Bongo Congo in the worldwide water skiing competition next week."
But this is ridiculous.
Please, sire, I saw and heard all. As your majesty always says, for the honor of the crown, you cannot refuse. And so the brave king accepted the challenge. And Duke and Earl set about to teach him the sport.
Just hold on tight, Uncle Lenny. Put your knees up.
Yeah, knees up. This is the most unheard of thing I've ever...
Obviously, the king's first wide-awake attempt at water skiing left much to be desired, but his nephews did not give up. In the days that followed, they finally managed to get the king up on the skis. But when he came to a jump, instead of going over it, the king went through it. When they tried to teach him to ski on one foot, the king skied instead on his head. And when they tried to teach him to ski with only one hand on the tow rope, he used instead 1 foot. Things looked hopeless.
I'll be competing against the best skiers in the world. I won't go through with it.
But you must, sire. The royal honor's at stake.
Oh, woe is me. This is surely going to be a disaster.
Yes, sire. Well, he's going to go through with it, but he's bound to lose.
Yeah, lose.
The only time he can ski perfectly is when he's asleep.
Yeah, asleep.
That's it?
Yeah, it.
And when the king lay down to sleep that night...
I found it. What's that? Must be those nephews of mine. I could have sworn. Oh, but at least the music stopped.
But when the king got into bed again... And so it went, all through the night. And when the day came, the king had not had a moment's sleep. It was only logical, therefore, that when it came the king's turn, King Leonardo fell asleep. Fast asleep, the king gave the most amazing performance in the contest. And so he was awarded the worldwide water ski trophy. But modestly, the king said,
"This trophy doesn't really belong to me. It belongs to my nephew. Here, Earl."
Yeah, I'm Duke. That's Earl, folks.
There, Elm City, where I was star of the flying trapeze.
Oh, Commander, you've already told.
I've been having hard times, don't you know? And I was selling balloons with a traveling circus.
Balloons?
Balloons? Balloons? One day I heard that the star trapeze performer had quit. I immediately applied for the job. My only rival was a bloke named Nasty McNasty, and I challenged him to a contest of skill 500 feet above ground. I did a somersault, he did a somersault. I did a double somersault, he did a double somersault. I announced I would do 5 somersaults. He knew he couldn't do that, so he cut the trapeze rope partly through.
Good heavens, 500 feet. What did you do?
Thinking quickly, I blew up one of my balloons, and it cushioned my fall. It bounced me back up to the trapeze, where I tied the rope and finished my act in triumph.
Commander, you're a real swinger.
Cool.
TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
It's a world of family ties, lots of fun, and homemade pies, and M&M's chocolate candies on Mom's desserts. Kinfolk recall the old home place, see the past in a brand new face. M&M's and family fun go hand in hand. All the world loves M&M's, pure milk chocolate joy for everyone.
M&M's chocolate candies, the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
When it comes to preparing Italian pie, the Viola sisters agree on only one thing. It should have the finest Italian sausage. At Pizza Hut, we couldn't agree more. Introducing our newest Priazzo Italian pie. A blend of zesty Italian sausage, green peppers, onions, and cheeses. New Priazzo Portofino. We think it's delicious. And we believe that even the Viola sisters would agree.
Did you know that Valencia oranges are the best, most expensive juice oranges in the whole world? Florida Gold orange juice is the only one that's just Valencia. Did you know that the juice at your house is made with all kinds of oranges? If your mom knew what my mom knew, she'd buy Florida Gold too. I like an intelligent woman.
Florida Gold brand orange juice. It's not a blend of all kinds of oranges. It's pure Valencia.
Sunday night at 8 on 64 Primetime Cinema, a smooth-operating master sergeant finds himself spending most of his time getting his buddy out of trouble. Jackie Gleason, Steve McQueen, and Tuesday Weld star in Soldier in the Rain. Soldier in the Rain, Sunday night at 8 on TV 64.
If you're taking more pills than you like for minor arthritis pain, try Aspercreme. Aspercreme concentrates hours of relief right where you hurt, penetrating, long-lasting relief. And there's no odor. Aspercreme, strong, effective relief without pills or odor.
This woman has an irritating rash. It's inflamed and itchy. She's using maximum strength Cortisone 5 to go deep below the skin's surface. Cortisone 5 gets under the itch for soothing relief and help in healing. Cortisone 5, itch relief and help in healing.
And now, back to TV 64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
An unheard-of crime shocked the entire world. The hunter robbed a bank. Yes, the noble-nosed hunter, champion of law and order, defender of the poor, a thought leader of the community, had gone crooked. And even before the nation could recover, the hunter struck again. Bold as brass, he marched right into the United States Senate, lined up all the senators against the wall, and took their wallets.
Call the FBI, the Army, the Navy, and the Marines. As a senator, I demand that the full powers of the federal government be brought to bear on the problem of the immediate apprehension of the perpetrator of this doleful, despicable, and dastardly deed.
But before any action could be taken, the hunter struck again. Here the hunter committed the lowest of crimes. He stole candy from babies. But in police headquarters, Flanagan was unconvinced.
Sure now, and it can't be. Not the hunter. No, indeed. I won't believe it until I see it with me own eyes.
All right, son, I say that is. Stick 'em up.
Hunter, no. You must be joking.
I say this is a stick-up, I say that is. This is no joke, son.
And adding insult to injury, the hunter relieved Flanagan of his wallet, his nightstick, his gun, his badge, and his pants, and vanished into the night.
Help!
The hunter had arrived at his hideout. First he took off his hat, then he took off his shoes, then he took off his head.
I guess that finishes the hunter. He's the only one who could ever catch me. And now he's a national disgrace. They'll put him in jail for 1,000 years. And I'll be free to pursue my wily, clever life of crime.
At that very moment, the real hunter, unaware that he was now the most wanted criminal in America, was having a relaxed evening with his nephew Horace.
All right, Hunter. Don't make a move.
Well, now, I declare, son, you shouldn't ought to come busting in that way. Yeah, scare a fella out of 10 years' growth.
Hunter, you'll be getting more than 10 years, I'm afraid. You're under arrest.
Now, wait, son. Fun's fun, but that's no joke.
Hunter, this hurts me more than it hurts you.
What in the cotton-blooming world is going on here? Now, this has gone far enough, Flanagan.
Hunter, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with me own eyes. Okay, boys, take him away.
Now, just a doggone minute. Hey, now.
The next day, Horace visited his uncle in jail.
Horace, I declare, well, boy, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Well, I believe in you, Unc, but what are we going to do?
Son, there's only one person clever enough to commit these crimes. It must be the fox, in disguise. And there's only one person clever enough to catch the fox, and that's the hunter.
But, Unc, you're the hunter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I am the hunter, and I am in jail.
Well, never mind, Unc. I just had an idea. Now, listen, Unc. See? And so it was that the fox read an unusual news item in the paper.
Watch this. Horace Hunter holds fortune in diamonds, guarding them for Timpani Jewelry Store. Well, now, isn't that nice? My name is T.T. Timpani. I come for my diamonds.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Timpani, but I can't hand those diamonds over to anybody but my uncle, the hunter.
Wait right here. Don't make a move. All right, son. I say that is. I'll take those diamonds now, that is.
Okay, Flanagan, here he is.
Hunter, we've all made a terrible mistake. How can we ever repay you?
Well, you might start now by getting the right one. Son, I am the hunter. here, the Hudson River. Did I tell you about my amazing escape act?
Speaking of escape, Commander, I really...
As mystifying McBragg the magician, I was locked in the world's most secure object, a United States mailbox. The box was tossed into the Hudson River. I had only a few moments to make my escape, holding my breath, don't you know? But nothing could hold me. Quickly, I was out and greeted by wild applause and cheers. Everywhere, I was asked to repeat this marvelous trick. Perfect every time, until that fateful day. As the mailbox struck the bottom of the river, a giant octopus locked his 8 arms around it. I spied the beast through the mailbox slot. I poked at him, and he released the dark ink an octopus uses as a smokescreen. My breath was giving out.
Terrifying. What did you do?
Realizing I was in a U.S. mailbox, I used the octopus ink to write a quick note of help. A postman spied the note and promptly dealt with the octopus. And I won my greatest triumph.
I'd say that story ended with a really happy note.
Quite.
TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival will continue after these messages.
We're invited to a wedding in the Jell-O freezer. Let's go. Do you smooth and creamy Jell-O pudding pop take this chocolatey chocolate chip as your partner?
I do.
Chocolate chip, the newest flavor in the family of creamy Jell-O pudding pops.
I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Chocolate Chip Jell-O Pudding Pops. Aren't they delicious? And now for the reception.
Good things pop up in the Jell-O freezer.
Look at the kayak pool.
Right now, you can own a beautiful 24-foot pool with a patio deck for only $59 a month.
$59 a month?
Kayak Summer Explosion.
Wow! Call 1-800-THE-POOL.
Look at our beautiful 24-by-12 oval pool with a carpeted patio deck, fencing, and filter for only $89 a month.
$89 a month?
Now, if your heart is set on an in-ground, you can get a 28-by-14 in-ground pool kit that includes a deluxe filter system for only $27.95.
Only $27.95? Sold!
Call 1-800-THE-POOL. It's an explosion of values at Kayak this summer.
Wow!
Right now, Kayak award-winning pools are on sale. And if you act now, we'll give you 7.9 interest rate. Kayak's newest exclusive feature, the Kayak Spectrum, a constantly changing multicolored fiber optic lighting system. These underwater lights will create that perfect nighttime atmosphere.
Call now. You know the number. 1-800-CAT-POOL.
This Saturday and Sunday only, AA&A Liquidators will be here with hundreds of authentic handmade Persian and Oriental wool rugs, all colors, all sizes. Own a beautiful Chinese, retail $4,500, liquidation price just $879. Decorator Duries, retail $275, now only $49. Every rug has a certificate of authenticity with prices from $29 to $4,500. This Saturday and Sunday only at the Cincinnati Marriott, 11320 Chester Road in Sharonville, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturday and Sunday at the Cincinnati Marriott.
And now, back to TV64's second annual Cartoon Carnival.
Crime Wave, a hairstyle worn by Canadian criminals in the early 1900s. And here is where that hairstyle was first introduced, behind the stark gray walls of Leavenworth Prison.
Well, Warden, we found another one.
You're kidding.
Take a look out that window.
There in the center of the main yard sat a submarine. That makes the 4th this month.
You gotta put a stop to it, Warden. You gotta catch the cons who are...
Why? Burn it like we did the others. But although the guards drenched the sub with kerosene, it would not ignite. Strike a match and see if that'll do it. This, too, proved futile. And no wonder this particular sub was constructed of asbestos.
They've given up, boss. They're gonna let it sit there.
Good. Now all we have to do is wait for the monsoon season. The yard will fill up with water. We'll climb inside the sub and float out over the water.
Imagine man who just said that is Snidely Whiplash.
They claim the only man to ever escape this foul edifice broke out in a rash. Well, Whiplash will show them. Quick, Rollo, to the workbench. We must construct a torpedo.
The warden knew that something was up when the submarine did not go away, so he promptly put in a collect call to the nearest mounted police post.
And I'm sure Inspector Fenwick would like to hear all about it. He's taking a bath right now, but you hold on and I'll... Phone call for you, Inspector.
Oh, drat. Just as I was about to sink the Lusitania. Give it to me, Do-Right.
The Mountie who almost electrocuted his commanding officer is our dauntless hero, Dudley Do-Right.
Your bathwater must be tepid, sir. You turned blue for a second.
Do-Right, you're a blithering blather type.
Why, Inspector, I'm shocked.
You're shocked? Here, take this phone call and tell me what he wants. I've got a naval engagement on my hands.
It took Dudley 3 hours to get all the information.
A submarine in the prison yard, eh?
Sir, you mentioned that a Mountie acting undercover could get into the prison and expose the whole thing.
Sir?
I know just the man.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yes, you have experience behind you, sir. Besides, it's my turn to use the tub.
As usual, Dudley was wrong. It was his horse's turn. So our hero left for Leavenworth, and in less time than it takes to tell, was in conference with the warden.
Well, I must admit, Constable, your plan is brilliant.
Of course it is. I shall pretend I am a criminal and share his cell.
What about your uniform? Won't he suspect?
Suspect what?
You're right. Good hunting, Do-Right.
Oh, I'm not going hunting, Warden. I'm just going into...
Good luck, Do-Right.
Under escort, Dudley went to cell 506 and took his place next to Whiplash and Rollo.
Good afternoon, fellow cons.
Egad, unless maybe the eyes have gone back on me, that is a creature named Do-Right. But I must make sure. What did they send you up for, stranger?
Pickpocketing, sir. You might say I'm up for grabs.
That's Do-Right, and we must get rid of him. Hand me the torpedo.
But before Whiplash could strike, the skies blackened and a torrential downpour cascaded into the prison.
It's the monsoon, Chief. We can lay him out of here.
Using Dudley as a battering ram, Whiplash smashed through the wall.
In the immortal words of Frank McHugh, anger's away! You take the torpedo, Rollo, whilst I exterminate Lorna Doone here.
You can't exterminate me, Whiplash, but I have gone stir-crazy.
It was true, most men felt the effects of prison life after years of servitude, but Dudley was not most men.
I am Lorna Doone.
Whiplash, Rollo, the torpedo, and Dudley waded through the knee-deep waters and got aboard the sub.
You in the sub. Come ashore or we'll open fire. They seen us, boys.
Another minute, we'd be over the wall. Lorna.
Yes, Skipper.
Fire a torpedo through the main gate.
Dudley was not himself. Dudley was never himself. Or else he would never have done what he did.
He's putting the torpedo in backwards.
No one's that dumb.
The torpedo was fired into the submarine. That's when the highest-ranking officer in the Canadian Navy stepped into the yard.
It's Admiral Dewey Dare.
What's going on in here?
We've just put down a prison break.
Prison break? This is a submarine base, and you just destroyed our biggest sub.
I thought this was Leavenworth Prison.
Leavenworth was condemned 30 years ago.
The warden got 20 years for subversive activities. He, Whiplash, Rollo, and Dudley all shared the same cell. But they weren't alone.
What are you doing here, Inspector?
I got 10 years for sinking the Lusitania.
What about my horse?
He's on probation.
Has become a royal mess in Breath of Scandal, a hilarious comedy. Sophia Loren, John Gavin, Maurice Chevalier, and Angela Lansbury star in A Breath of Scandal. Next on 64 Primetime Cinema.